2025 here in beautiful San Diego. My name is Shreya Suresh, and I'm going to be your MC for today. And we're so excited to have leaders, innovators, and changemakers in healthcare joining us for a full day of inspiring keynotes and panels. To officially begin, we will hear from Dr. Jnana Dev, a distinguished vascular, general, and trauma surgeon with nearly 40 years of experience. He has served as chairman of surgery at Arrowhead Regional Medical Center since 1988 and is one of just 3 doctors from San Bernardino counties who has served as president of the California Medical Association in the past 150 years. A leader in medical education and healthcare innovation, he founded CalMed Physicians and Surgeons and served as the founding president and CEO of California University of Science and Medicine. He has received numerous awards, including the American Medical Association Foundation's Excellence in Medicine Award. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jnana Dev for our opening remarks.
Thank you. I think Kishore told me 2 minutes ago that I got to say something. I said that's a good way to really come completely unprepared, but it's fun anyway. So thank you all for coming for TALHospitals. I know Sai for 20 years. Sai and Veena are friends. His kids grew up. Well, when I was visiting their house, and I even stayed at their house. So my passion in healthcare is how to provide care to all the people, not the ones just who can pay. My entire life was spent at working at a public hospital. So when I finished cardiovascular surgery fellowship in Phoenix, Arizona at Arizona Heart Institute, I went to San Bernardino County Hospital as the young surgeon. And my goal was maybe spend 2 years and go into practice. But some reason or other, I loved what I was doing. So stayed there, worked with the county to build a brand new hospital called Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. The old one was falling apart. And at that time, it cost us $430 million to build. Imagine that in 1990s, convincing the county to build a public hospital to take care of poor people. It's not easy. So the entire hospital industry in San Bernardino County, they had, I think, 17 hospitals at that time. They got together, hired a consultant, and took on the mission of stopping the county from building the hospital. So I usually tell people many times I'm at the right place at the right time. I was chief of staff at the hospital at that time. So the hospital administrators came and asked me, hey, can you do something, because we can't, because they were county employees. I wasn't. We contract with the county, provide services, and provide all kind of services. My group did. So I did, and interestingly, there are a few things. And the local newspaper in those days wrote an article that county is building a Taj Mahal which will fall apart in a couple of years. This was beautiful place. Structure was supposed to withstand 8.3 earthquake. That's the highest standard you can build in state of California. California, any new hospital built has to withstand, has to be built on earthquake standards. So 2/3 of the hospital in state of California don't. So we don't know. They keep extending the deadline, but unfortunately, you don't. One thing you don't want to make sure that the place where you take sick people can't fall apart, right? And it's like Iran or Afghanistan. We don't want to go there. So I took it on and hired a consultant, happened to be a former board of supervisor and happened to be a patient of mine. That's what advantage of you. I used to do about 800 surgeries per year, one of the busiest surgeon probably in the entire Southern California, and operated on many politicians, whether it is board of supervisors or state senators, state assembly people, or even Congress people. So, and we put together a finance proposal that it will be cheaper for the county to build than contract with the other hospitals and pay the money to them. That's what Orange County did. They don't have Orange County Hospital. They pay everybody else to take care of patients. And the other thing is, that's why education, in my mind, is number one. Healthcare is number two. Education takes everybody to where you need to go. The reason California fourth largest economy is because of education. We got the best institutions in the country. If you look at any which way, that's where you find. So I looked at it, and we had, at that time, the old county hospital had one of the largest primary care residency program in the country, 18 per year. So they graduated 18 doctors to be primary care doctors. So I went to them and asked them, do you by any chance have where these people went into practice? They had from day one. Primary care docs are really good. They keep everything in place. They showed it to me. 70% of them went into practice within 50 miles. That's a huge thing to convince people, local community, that why we need this hospital. The people who were working at Kaiser, people working at Loma Linda, people working in Palm Springs, they were all trained by the old county hospital. So those two combined convinced the Republican county, that's San Bernardino County is still Republican county, very few left in the Socialist Republic of California. So so that was it. So we built. Now to build that hospital, it will cost anywhere from $1.5 to $2 billion. It's unbelievable. Loma Linda built a brand new hospital to the same standards recently, $2.5 billion. And after us, the UCLA built their hospital, Ronald Reagan Medical Center. Federal government gave a lot of money. And then USC built the same standard. So there are very few hospitals in the state who can withstand 8.3 earthquake. Interestingly, for structural engineering people, the architects were McCarthy and Obayashi. McCarthy was from US and Obayashi from Japan. So these guys were, I had so much fun time talking to them because I love tech. I think Sai knows why. I think for my second passion after surgery is technology. So I did a few things in life. When I ran for president of California Medical Association, I was unopposed. There were two or three people who wanted to, but everybody shot them down, so they didn't go anywhere. And then after that, I think Governor Brown appointed me to medical board twice, and then Governor Newsom appointed me to board once. So 3 terms are the max you can do. I did all 3. I spent 11 years. I can tell you, took a beating from the consumer groups because in their mind I was a plant from California doctors. Remember, Medical Board of California is, the responsibility is consumer protection, not doctor protection. So my goal was to make sure that bad doctors are thrown out very quickly, but we don't waste money and time of good doctors for little things. And that's what I did. So it worked. And interestingly, the AG's office, they took a huge picture and wrote a nice thing to me saying we're the best president we ever seen for the medical board. So you can work with people. That's what I want to say about TALHospitals and everything, is that you need an entire village to create something. You can't be alone. That is the most important. That's the way in my life, whether I'm at the right place at right time or whether I was able to create teams. And that's the way it worked. When I first talked to, interestingly, they may, if I'm taking too long, let me know, because I don't want to, but I do want to tell people that how things can be done. Um, when I visited St. George's University in Grenada at the request of the chancellor there. We were both at some meeting, both invited guests, and he asked me to visit, and he said, we'll pay for everything. I said, yeah, why not? California Medical Association said, they're paying for everything, why not go there? So I went there, and I met 30 students, and 12 of them were from UC Berkeley, 5 from UCLA, and the rest were distributed all over. I looked at the 12 UC Berkeley students and said, hey, you went to the best public school in the country. Why are you in Grenada rather than some US medical school? Remember that you go to Caribbean when you can't get into US school. No ifs, no buts. Some people take a second option of going into DO schools, but many people want an MD degree, so they go to Caribbean. So interestingly, the uniform answer was GPA. What do you mean? UC system still has curve-based GPA. That is, just because you get 95, that doesn't mean that you get an A+. So one kid told me he got an 87 in organic chemistry, and he asked me what his grade was. I said, B minus. He said, no. C? He said, no. No, sir, it's a D. Imagine that any medical school, the computers filter you out if you have 1C. If you have any D, they won't even look at you, because for every available medical schools, there are 100 plus applicants. So it's just awful for a kid who was bright, went to Berkeley, cheap, but best undergraduate school in the state of California, and you end up in Grenada. So that's when I decided, why not create an MD school in California? So it worked. I was able to raise $50 million from one donor, and then the county of San Bernardino contributed $60 million. And I spent about $1 million of my own money, and I picked the name California University of Science and Medicine. That's because in my mind, science is more important than medicine, and that's where medicine is going in the future. I can tell you that future of medicine is going to be all bioengineering sciences: genomics, proteomics, nanomics, immunotherapeutics, bioinformatics, and so on and so on. So I don't have any doubt it may not be my generation, it will be the next generation. So we were able to, which is the lowest cost to create a medical school, we were able to do that. UC Riverside spent already about $150 million to create one, and now they're spending $300 million to build something. Kaiser spent over $150 million to create their medical school. So we're able to do bare bones and put it right in the campus of the hospital. So it added value to the hospital, it added value to the local community. 30% of students come from local Inland Empire. And that's the reason I did, because one of the places where the the population to doctor ratio lowest, there are 2 places in California. One is Inland Empire, second one is Central Valley. San Francisco has too many doctors, so is LA, especially the West LA. So we did that, and now we graduated 4 classes. We are graduating the 5th class this year. So, and also and we do, as I said, my hospital, Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, which is university hospital because university is right there, treats everyone, anyone, insured, uninsured, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't take any local taxpayers' money to run. It's completely self-sufficient like any other hospital. It can be done. You can take care of poor people and still financially stable, but you need skills to do that. And we did that from day one. We opened in 1999, so we're about 25 years old now. The hospital is never took any money from county, and the hospital budget is a little less than $1 billion per year. So it's possible. That's why TALHospitals comes into that. It needs a lot of planning, and usually I tell people that if plan A doesn't work, go to plan B, C, D, and E. Just don't go to F, which is failure. Even if that happens, get back up and do it again. Start plan A, plan B, plan C. See, it works. So that's why my advice to all the people involved in TAL is, hey, it's not easy, especially doing some not-for-profit in hospital, taking care of everyone in India, which is extremely difficult. I looked into creating some trauma centers in India, realized that financially it's almost impossible at that time, not now, because the insured population was very small and majority of trauma is in the poor people. And trauma is the most expensive care you can provide. It's not, people think it's heart surgery or something. No, trauma is the most expensive care you provide. So if I can be of any help, I will do. And thank you all for coming. And you need anything, you can ask me. At least I will answer. Maybe may not be what you want to hear. Thank you.
Before we start our keynote speakers, we would like to welcome Mr. Barry Rudolph very quickly to share a few words. Sorry. We're going to give an award to Dr. Nyanade very quickly.
This job I can do, and I'm very happy to do it, actually. I'm saying something. I'm being told I'm saying something for the first time here today. Let's see, what should I say? I think this is the second one of the HealthFest events that I've been to, and I think really the second one. We did one last year at the Computer History Museum in Santa Clara, and I will tell you, not as a expert or practitioner or anyone that's trained in medicine in any context, but as a user, it's been really incredibly interesting and creates a level of energy and enthusiasm, and wonderful to be around people that are focused on helping people. So I hope we have a wonderful day today. I'm sure we will. I will make a quick comment, too, really about Touch a Life and TALHospitals, et cetera. Kind of the notion that is trying to be done is to democratize and think about healthcare on a global basis and take advantage of technology and capabilities to be able to align people with needs. And in fact, TAL in general, it's kind of the Amazon of charitable activity, is aligning people that have things with people that need things and doing that in a very efficient context. And healthcare certainly there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for technology. You mentioned technology and science being incredibly important to align people that need help, that are underinsured, not insured, have no access, no awareness to really critical capability, and to think about it globally. I think we all think a little bit about healthcare in the context of what we know, and if we're highly insured and have access, we think that's the way it is. That is not the way it is in a more general context. So having the ability to provide capability on a global basis and align people with technology, I think there's tremendous opportunity. And many of you in the room here are playing incredible roles at making some of that happen and aligning with it. So certainly. And I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you very much.
So to introduce our first keynote speaker, it is Dr. Sue Sarafrazi, a principal data scientist at Genentech, where she uses her expertise in machine learning and Bayesian modeling to transform how we apply data-driven solutions to healthcare and medicine. She will discuss newer approaches to data science in healthcare and personalized medicine, exploring how cutting-edge analytics and AI are shaping individualized patient care. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sue Sarafrazi to the stage.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for being here. This is my first year in TALHealthFest, and it is a pleasure to present today one of my work which is about newer approaches to data science in healthcare and personalized medicine. So before we start, just a quick disclosure that opinions expressed here are all mine and based on my research and contributions, and nothing of my own employer. And Rumi captured it very beautifully. So your uncertainty comes from your longing for certainty. Fall in love with uncertainty and certainty will come to you. And basically that is the gist of my today's talk. We want to turn uncertainty into insight. Just a quick overview. First, why Bayesian? What are the applications of Bayesians, and where we can use them, and also how to model uncertainty, and one use case that I'm going to talk about today. So Bayesian models, in general, they can help us quantify uncertainty, and that is very useful in healthcare, because in healthcare we have, most of the time we have imperfect data, or in any other industry, most of the time data is not perfect. Either we have noisy labels, or we have limited data, data is scarce, and it is going to help in those cases. And today we will go through how they can help. And the way Bayesian model works is that, unlike a frequentist approach that all of us are familiar with, instead of coming up with some point estimates, they give us distribution of possibilities. So imagine something as simple as linear regression. In linear regression, we know that after solving for the parameters of the equation, we come up with one point estimate for a slope and one point estimate for intercept. But with these models, we come up, after we use Bayesians, we come up with distribution for the slope, all possible probabilities, and also the intercept. And we do that through Bayesian formula, which is shown here, and also priors, our prior belief, what we think about the whereabouts of the parameters. Also, using our evidence, which is coming from our data, we come up with a conclusion, which is our posterior, which is that distribution that we talked about. And so what are the key features of Bayesian models that make them so special and ideal for many cases? So the first feature is that we can incorporate our prior belief, and that can be very helpful when data is scarce and we have expert opinion, which can be the case in many medical cases. And the other great feature is that they can quantify the uncertainty and basically separate the uncertainty that we have, and it is coming from the data itself. The data itself is ambiguous. Imagine some radiology images, right? Or the model, the limitation of the model. We can clearly see the separation of those and quantify them. And actually, in today's case study, I'm going to show how it can help us come up with some better models which are more transparent and trustworthy. And one of my observations by going through the literature and also being in industry and working with production models that we use in production is that we are using Bayesian concepts in many state-of-the-art models nowadays that we have in AI, like uh, computer vision models or large language models that everybody is talking about nowadays. We use those concepts, but we don't use them as much in the last layer of data science, which is production. And when it comes to decision making in finance, in policies, in medical application, we don't use them that much. However, nowadays, little by little, they are coming to the surface. For example, many companies nowadays, they use it for A/B testing. Instead of previously, they used like frequentist approaches. Nowadays, they are switching to Bayesian models. Or at Genentech, for example, in commercial data science team, we use it for measurement and market mix modeling, where data is scarce, but we have expert opinions. So that was my observation. Now let us go to the case study. I just want to give you a background that this study is the collaboration between University of San Francisco and Oculus company. And it is about, it is basically a peer-reviewed journal paper, and it is about classification of meibomian gland dysfunction using these Bayesian models. Yes, so what are meibomian glands? So meibomian glands are the glands that are providing lipid for the tears. Basically, they help prevent dry eye, and they are located on the top and lower eyelid, and their dysfunctions lead to discomfort and dry eye. And the thing is that it is totally preventable. I mean, not totally, but at least it is actionable. And if detected early, we can have improved outcome, basically. And you can see the different stages of MGD here. The first one is when they are totally healthy and intact. But the second image, which is grade 1, is when some of them are affected, but it is the onset of it. And the second and third are more advanced. And basically, the last one is when we see chronic dry eye disease. And so the objective of this study is that we wanted to come up with a fully automated MGD classification for cartograph device for Oculus. And we had around 4,000 images, 3,000 coming from this device, 1,000 from a public data set. And we wanted to come up with a device agnostic model which is more robust than human. And what I mean by more robust is that this is one of the cases that we have a very low level of agreement, inter and intra, meaning that between experts and even for one expert, we don't see consistent classification for one image. And as you can see here on the x-axis, we have stack basically 600 images, and you see that we show 3 different experts' opinion. They all have different classification for each image, and the higher level is showing the average. So in machine learning models, at least the one that we use, we only can work with one label. So eventually for each image, we had 3 to 6 labeling. We had to average them and consider that label as the label of that image and do the classification. So what we did was that first we got an image, as you can see, the first image on the left. And we used the public data set that was provided for free publicly. And they had the mask for eyelid and MG. So we used those to come up with segmentation models so that we could segment eyelid and MG, and we could come up with the image that you see on the right. And we use those images and feed them, all of them, to the model, and this way it enables our model to learn more efficient and faster. So we had around 4,000 images. We used 3,000 of those for training, and we kept 1,000 for validation. So we build a model, we use the base model or FissionNet and also ResNet. Basically these base models, they extract features from images, and we put some custom layer on top of it to do the fine tuning. And so what happened was that we used different architectures, but we couldn't exceed 60% performance in the validation data set, which is not great, as you know. And also what we saw was that model was quickly overfitting, meaning that they memorize basically the labels, and they cannot work very well on the unseen data, which is the validation. And this is not what we want for AI models. We want them to work well on unseen data. And our observation showed that the reason that it's not working well is that labels are very noisy. And at that time, we decided to switch to Bayesian neural networks, which are very well working with noisy labels. And Bayesian neural networks are very similar to regular neural networks. The only difference is that their weights and biases are in forms of distributions. They are not numbers. And that is what enabled them to give us uncertainty in different formats and quantify it for us. So what we did was that we added 2 probabilistic layers. We used TensorFlow probability. We added those layers, and we managed to quantify uncertainty. And now you will see what I'm talking about from the beginning, how we can basically quantify those uncertainties. So the image that you see here, as you see, it is one of the images that we have, right? The overlay of MG on top of the eyelid, and also you see on the x-axis different classes that we have, class 0 to 3, and also those lines that you see there, I mean, they are lines stacked on top of each other, basically. They are the predictions of the model, the distribution. So as you can see, and the green means that it is the actual class of the image. So basically, this is a very advanced case, and it is of grade 3. And model also is predicting it correctly. So what that means is that, see, in deterministic models, whenever you run a prediction for an image, every time you get one answer, and that answer never changes. Like if it is saying it is of class 2, next time you run it, it is again the same thing. But in probabilistic models, it's not the case. Every time you run, it gives you one set of probabilities, right? And so what we need to do for probabilistic model is that we run multiple prediction. We called it forward path. So we ran 100 forward paths for each image. And we basically plot this image that you see here. That is showing us what number it showed us every time. For example, maybe one time it is saying that the probability of class 2 is 20%, class 3 is 80%. Next time it is telling us the probability is 25, the other probability is 87. And together they should add up to 1. And we plot that, and we get images like this. And as you can see, for this case, for example, consistently every time we get that the probability of class 3 is higher than 2. So basically, model is sure about that. There's no question, right? However, we saw 2 patterns in the data. In some of them, model was very sure there was a huge gap between 2 different classes. In the other one, you see they have overlap. When they have overlap, it means that sometimes models say it is class 3, sometimes say it is class 2, like a human being, right? And it is coming from the ambiguity of the image itself. And the fact that it is actually not black and white, it is something in between. Maybe it is 2.5, right? So as you can see, and as we also observed, it is much more clear. At least here, we could see if model has learned anything. Before, we had no idea. It was like a random prediction. Sometimes it was right. Most of the time, it was wrong because you saw performance was not great. But one thing that happened was that even this time performance was not great either. Performance was around 61%, but we could see that model has learned. We could clearly see that model has learned the pattern. But one thing that we saw was that many times when the model prediction is not correct, it is either because the image is ambiguous, right? So sometimes it is predicting correct, sometimes wrong, because it was oscillating between two possibilities. But in other times, many times it was wrong, and when I am not an expert in MGD classification, but I could see that by looking at thousands of these images, that actually maybe model is more right than the average score. And at that time, it occurred to my mind that, okay, let us refine labels. And the interesting thing was that when I was looking at the wrong prediction of the model, which was making more sense, when I was checking the labels given by annotators, it was actually in the list. But the average was different from that class. And the reason is that, as you know, average is affected by outliers. So what we did was that we used the model to refine those labelings. And the way our algorithm works is that the ones that the predictions was wrong, but the model was certain that prediction should be this. We were checking if that wrong prediction is in the list of annotators. And that is very important point. We didn't let AI dictate what should be the class, because we all know that AI can have errors, right? If it was in the list, we were changing the label. If that case was not passing all of these three conditions, we were keeping the label as it was. And that way we came up with new labels, and we changed almost 14 to 15% of labels. After changing the labels, we trained another model using the same architecture, which we used EfficientNet. EfficientNet was working better. And with that, so see, at the beginning, the performance was 61%. Then we changed almost 14% of labels. So naturally, without doing anything, performance jumped to 75%. But then we trained the model with the new labels, and the performance improved drastically. I mean, 11% is a lot in any AI model. So it improves a lot, and actually visually we could see that improvement. So it jumped to 86, and actually it could get most of them correct. The ones that it was not getting correct, mostly because of a specular reflection, model could not segment the eyelid or MG correctly. And those were the wrong predictions. But mostly it was very clear that the model learned the pattern. And we also tried it. I thought maybe it is just architecture specific. Just to make sure it is not architecture specific, we also tried ResNet, and also with ResNet we saw a huge improvement in the model. And with that, basically, we can use Bayesian models to come up with some more trustworthy and also interpretable models, and the models that are actually acting like a human being, like saying, oh, class A is possible, and also maybe class B, something like that for clinicians. And these are the references, and thank you, everyone, and I would love to answer any questions or hear if you have any thought. Yes, please.
So, like, have you seen a lot of application of BNM, and let's say maybe you talked about the market mix model, but now predicting the personalization in the customer acquisition of the healthcare practitioner engagement is very much a focus now for a lot of pharma companies. Have you seen this application being used widely, or thoughts on that?
I haven't seen that. Maybe I haven't, because I didn't work with those models, but I also haven't seen that. I have seen it only recently with like market mix models, A/B testing, but it doesn't mean that they don't exist because I'm not also very familiar with the models you mentioned. Yeah. But any time that we can use priors and we have great expert opinions about something, basically we can use these models. They can be very helpful.
I see this clear application here because personalization is not only the R&D space, but also mostly in the commercial space. I see a lot of applications coming out, especially the probabilistic model could be of great help is what I believe. Right? But thanks for sharing. Very nice.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Before you leave the stage, we would like Mr. Barry Rudolph to give an award. For our next speaker, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, a sociotechnologist whose work bridges innovation, entrepreneurship, and policy to design systems that improve human conditions to drive meaningful societal impact. Dr. Vaishnav will discuss how healthcare innovations are key to building a developed nation and how we're going about it. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Chintan Vaishnav.
I have to do something here. Can you hear me? Yes. All right, perfect. Very good. Well, a very good morning. And I have to say that it's a great honor for me to be here in front of this very learned audience. All of you know a lot more about this topic than health as a topic than I do. And also thank you to Dr. Gyandev for making such profound points, and Dr. Sarfrazi for illuminating this approach and so on. Let me start us with a story. I joined Atal Innovation Mission, which is India's innovation office, in 2021. One of the things this is a story that made me realize the impact of the healthcare work that goes on in India. One of the early things that we had done was to create a compilation in every sector of some interesting startups. And the very first compilation we put out was on healthcare. There are about 45 or so startups in that compilation. So we put it out. And the next day, I got a call from the dean of the medical school at the Australian National University in Canberra. And she said that we'd like to partner with Atal Innovation Mission. And I said, well, my only question to you is that what can India do that Australia already cannot do? And she had a very prompt answer. She said, well, India can think affordably. My innovators can't think affordably. It made me realize that we are offering a very important dimension to the healthcare scene of this world, right? What I want to do in the next 20 or so minutes is to put that idea in the context of the long-term vision of building healthcare innovation ecosystem towards building a developed nation. This is the idea of building developed nation in 25 years. If you're visiting from India, you know is gathering a lot of energy, and it's coalescing a lot of energy. So as soon as you do, let's see, I point to something here, maybe. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. There you go. As soon as you put a goal like that in front of you, the very first question is that what can be a major impediment in getting there, right? Again, there's a lot of convergence towards what can be a major impediment, and that the major impediment could be getting stuck in the middle income trap. This is when the countries, their incomes rise, but then they do not rise beyond $12,000 to $16,000 USD per capita because of structural issues. right? So if I were to explain this through this graph, what you see here on the x-axis is the time, and on the y-axis is the per capita income in comparable terms, so the PPP terms. I put data of 6 countries here: United States, Brazil, South Africa, China, South Korea, and India. What you see is the incomes in the United States have more or less monotonically grown over from 1800s to until now. In Brazil and South Africa, the income started to grow. Let's see, am I pointing to something? That's okay. Well, in Brazil and South Africa, the income started to grow. But then in the last 40 years, where you see that oval, the incomes have stagnated around $12,000 to $16,000. They are in what is classically the middle income trap. China and South Korea, in contrast, the incomes grew and have broken through this ceiling and kept going. And from India's perspective, one would like to follow that China South Korea trajectory as opposed to following the Brazil and South Africa trajectory, right? So as soon as, again, when you focus on something like this, then the immediate next question is a sectoral question, that what can healthcare innovations do to avoid middle income trap? Now, you can ask that question about whatever domain you may be in. You may say, what can agriculture do? What can energy do? Whatever, we're asking the healthcare innovation question. Obviously, the role of healthcare is very clear. I mean, it is the role is to produce a healthy, productive population. So it's an important pillar of what would be a developed nation, right? So there is a role here. Now, before we start thinking about the healthcare innovation ecosystem, I want to say a little bit about the context of India, which is quite complicated, as all of you know more about than me. If you think about life expectancy, for instance, which is an indisputable variable of what is the quality of life in a nation, then more or less all of these 6 nations have grown, and India also life expectancy has grown, and so on. So, and what undergirds this possibility is, of course, the availability of food, right? If you say that what 2,500 kilocalorie per person per day is the diet is the minimum one needs, then India is roughly there, more or less adequate. Now, I'm not talking about the distribution of food. I'm talking about availability of food, right? Other nations are a little higher, but if you're not well, then the picture is much more grim, right? Per capita number of doctors per 1,000 population, much smaller in India than many other nations, right? If you look at the expenditure, health expenditure, India is much lower, and as it becomes a developed nation, it is expected to grow because there will be income there to spend on health. By one estimate, the healthcare market may double by, say, if it was, say, a Bain-like company would say in 2023 it was 180 billion, in 2028 it will be 320 billion. So, so this is likely to grow. Now, one of the interesting anomalies in this context is that the percentage of private expenditure in health is much higher in India, right? If you want to change that, you need something bold and structural, right? The question is, what are those bold and structural measures that would get us the healthcare innovation ecosystem that we want? Now, one way to think about the bold and structural measures is, let's go back to the middle income trap idea, which has gathered more momentum since the World Development Report came out last year of the World Bank. This year's Nobel Prize in Economics has again endorsed this idea, where they said that one way for countries to break through the middle income trap, which only 12 countries have broken through, is to do 3 things. Investment in infrastructure and others, the hospital, for instance. Infusion of what has worked in some other country into my country because the solution already exists. And third is innovation in something where my context doesn't have a solution. This is the type of thing we were talking about with the Australia example, right? So can we apply this across each sector? So let's talk about the healthcare sector, these three pieces for the healthcare sector, right? Let's start with the investment plus infusion piece. If you now, healthcare, Dr. Gyandev made this point very eloquently. The healthcare long-term conversation is not about healthcare alone, right? It is about a much broader context within which the healthcare is a piece. Now, last year, the government of India approved this policy, BioE3, which many of you may have seen, which is biotechnology for economy, environment, and employment. This idea has detailed out how disruptive innovations, bio-based disruptive innovations, can transform health, can transform agriculture and food, can transform energy and chemicals, and can transform the climate action. Right? This has many details here, but I'm going to take a couple of slices from it just to show you the level of reimagination that is going on. If you look at health, a lot of our health policy, the entire apparatus so far, has been oriented to symptoms-based intervention. What is being reimagined in BioE3 is shifting the focus from symptoms to systems. Can we go from continuous data collection to discovering pathways in using various multi-omics and AI twins and so on, and go to the personalized health plan at a population level? I mean, you know that India is engaged in several large population scale innovations like Aadhaar, UPI, ONDC, etc. Can you do that for health? Let me take another slice. On the food security and agriculture side, dairy is a big part of agriculture. And you know that the story that we always hear is the central column, the milk data. That's the story we always hear. White revolution, Amul, India, the largest producer of dairy. It's a success story. But if you look at per capita availability of dairy, then we are at about 459 grams per person per day. That's barely enough. If you look at European Commission, it would say you need about 250 to 500 grams per person per day. So we're right there. Now, what enables dairy is, of course, the cattle, right? The cattle count. We have a lot, large number. If you want more dairy, you need more cattle. And that idea of having more cattle, it runs into several fundamental constraints. First is scarcity of land. The population is growing, agricultural land is shrinking. There is the antibiotic resistance in cattle. There's the cattle feed, availability of cattle feed, cost of cattle feed. There's the greenhouse gases that come from cattle feed, cattle, and so on. So it has a number of constraints. So how are we going to get more dairy production? Can we make milk in the lab? Why do you need a kettle to have milk? So this idea of precision fermentation-based food and drink and meat and protein, it's baked into this idea. Right? I'm giving you two slices of this big vision, which has a number of pieces. So if you look at BioE3, and I urge you to look at it, then you will see that it's trying to enable 6 areas up top using some institutional changes that are listed at the bottom of this slide. Generally, when I present this picture, I get 2 responses. First is a disbelief that there can be such fundamental thinking inside the government. My response to it is, get over it. Second is a counter argument that, well, thinking is okay, but it's all about execution. Absolutely right. But if you can't think, you can't execute. So here's a picture, right? Okay. So now let's take the last piece. This is my last, and I'll be done soon. This is the third of the three pieces, right? Innovation. If you look at India today, India is the third largest startup ecosystem of the world. As of yesterday, we have 196,642 startups. They've created over 2 million jobs. About 120 of them are unicorns. And overall, in the Global Innovation Index, India stands 38th as of last month when it got published for this year. 10 years ago, we were 86th. Okay, so we're moving rapidly. Now, what about healthcare? I borrowed this picture from the Bain report, which did a very nice job of it, I thought. There are about 10,000 or so healthcare startups. The health innovation piece of the healthcare economy is about $30 billion, which is about 15% of the overall healthcare scene. And one way to categorize it is to look at 4 buckets: pharma services, which is the largest bucket, health tech, vaccine and biotech, which picked up in COVID times and beyond, and then med tech. And then there's a lot to talk about on this slide, and we don't have the time for all of it, but pharma and services is the largest piece, and this represents both B2B and B2C numbers. So somebody like Bain would say, well, this will be 60 billion by 2028. So it's really rapidly. Now, those models, of course, there's a lot more detail to it, but this is the healthcare scene. Now, where are these startups coming from? So there are over about 1,000 incubators in India today. This is a heat map as to where they're located. They come in 5 flavors. There's the classic business incubators where an idea can get to a startup, becoming a startup. Some of them are at the leading edge are the sector-specific incubators in medtech and defense and textile and sustainable development goals and various focus areas. There are 2, and this session is NGO or not-for-profit focused. So there are 2 sets of incubators that are very unique to India: the community innovation centers and the vernacular innovation centers. And these 2 are designed to produce innovations by community, for community, at community, with community, and they are distinctly different in flavors. I mean, we are also big into Ayurveda and Unani and yoga and Siddha and homeopathy and all of that. So we have that whole thing going as well, right? And then finally, Atal Innovation Mission is beginning to build industrial accelerators, which the scheme they will put out sometime soon, where in a public-private partnership manner, they will build accelerators to accelerate scale-up startups in different industrial niches. So this is what enables that picture behind the scene. Now, one more thing that's happening is that ministries are beginning to build platforms to connect startups, to integrate startups into their sectors. Our first success at Atal was to build something called IDEX, the Innovation for Defense Excellence, with the Defense Ministry 6 years ago. And it has now been very successful and has integrated close to 600 startups into the defense production and procurement and so on. So immediately many other ministries have now started to ask, can we do something similar? And so what can we do in health innovation? And that question came about a year and a half ago, and we started an experiment called MedTech Mitra. What we had realized was that there are a number of young people and startups who are interested, who are building something for healthcare, but they all seem to run into the last mile problem. The last mile problem is, how do I accredite my solution for the global standard? How do I get a regulatory approval? How do I do, what is a good preclinical trial, clinical trial? How do I get it assessed and approved for public health consumption, and so on? This was the entire black box. We also realized that we have each of these pieces. in ICMR and CDSCO and AMTZ and this, that, and the other, the logos that you see on the left-hand side. But we had no one place where startups could avail all of it. So we create the MedTech Mitra, which is an expert committee of all, a member from each of these pieces. It's a fancy help desk that sits down every other Friday and listens to startups and says, okay, you need ABC, here are people who can do ABC for you, here's their contact, and if you don't get it done, we'll get it done for you, right? It has really helped us overcome the last mile. The table you see on the right-hand side are the cases we have worked on. And Health Ministry is now excited to build a full-fledged platform where you procure, where you give a problem, you get a startup, you assess the solution, you connect to procurement, all of that. And that work is being built, and so I can't discuss those details yet because they're not out yet, but that's where we are. So what am I trying to tell you? What metaphor can I leave you with? We're here in San Diego, and whether you surf or not, you do know one thing, that for a surfer, what matters the most is when the wave is rising, because if you're late, then you've lost the wave. When it comes to healthcare innovation ecosystem, the wave is rising in India. So let me say, let's surf together. Thank you so much.
And before you leave the stage, Mr. Barry Rudolph will also present an award to you. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Krishna Kurupati, an accomplished orthopedic surgeon and CEO of Basavathurkam Indo-American Cancer Hospital, who has dedicated his career to providing compassionate, accessible care to thousands of patients. He will speak on healthcare beyond profit and compassionate cancer care, sharing lessons from leading one of India's largest charitable cancer hospitals and how purpose-driven care can change lives. Please welcome Dr. Krishna Kurupati to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's a honor and privilege for me to come here, being invited by Sai, Kishore, and the team. I'm so thankful to you and really appreciate for your effort. Whole day yesterday, we were listening to very complex AI talks. Both myself and my friend Krishna Mohan were sitting, both of us doctors, practicing doctors. And it was very exciting, but to be honest with you, it was Latin and Greek to me. I had a lot of difficulty in trying to comprehend my mind around it, wrap around it. Anyway, we'll go into a simple task. Healthcare in the United States is very expensive. We all know that. But even in India, it's considered to be very low. It's rapidly increasing. That's because a lot of investment has come in, technology has come in. Obviously, all the cost has to be passed on to the patient. And when it comes to cancer, it's even worse. Very expensive care. So under these circumstances, we run a large cancer hospital, one of the biggest in the country, and we are not for profit. So I want to share our experience with the Augustus audience in here this morning. This is our hospital. Greetings from Indo-American Cancer Hospital and Research Institute, located in Hyderabad. We are a 650-bedded tertiary care center. We get patients from all the surrounding states in southern India, and it's absolutely not for profit. Something like 50% of patients either don't pay or pay very less. Now, cancer. We know the moment you hear about cancer, it's a very frightening everywhere. There are valid reasons for that, because it is sometimes equates to death sooner, around the corner, but not necessarily though. Why it is? Because in cancer what happens, the cells grow uncontrollably. Normally there is a very balanced mechanism. There is a constant turnover in the body. Old cells die, new cells form. In that process is a well-regulated mechanism. Somehow something goes off track, and then these cells uncontrollably multiply, and then once they multiply, they also destroy the local tissues. And the worst thing is this: it spreads to the distant parts. Once it reaches that stage, even if you go and deal with that tumor in the breast, there's nothing you can do. So this is why cancer is really worrying. And cancer is worrying because 1 in 5 develop cancer during their lifetime. So it's a reality, real reality. And 1 in 8 men and 1 in 11 women die of cancer. That's what the World Health Organization says. So it's a substantial problem, especially as populations grow older. It poses a greater problem. The other important factor is that a lot more younger children. We have a very large 90-bedded pediatric oncology unit, and we see children as young as 1 year old developing blood cancer. And someone asked, I follow all the strict regimes, follow everything perfectly, I shouldn't be getting cancer. Then we tell them, look, that child hardly stopped breastfeeding, gets cancer. So it is a reality. We're not going into the causes of cancer here for want of time, but last year there were 20 million new cancers in the world, with breast cancer being the leader. In India, we have a very peculiar situation. If you see that, third of entire world cancers, oral cancers, in India for various reasons. And the same thing more or less with uterine cancers. It's an enormous problem for us. The other factor is that this incidence is going up, especially in the developing nations, for various reasons. Again, it's a very complex subject, why cancer, why it is increasing, etc. But the fact remains, this 20 million will become 25 million in another 10 years' time. So, it's a challenge for the policymakers, healthcare workers, everybody. The reason is, unlike other diseases, cancer care is very expensive. I've got a table in here. If you can take a look on your right side, the PET scan, which is the basic requirement of cancer evaluation, cost anything up to $10,000 in this country. Even for average Americans, I'm sure it's a lot expensive. And as you go down the list, you see that a full treatment costs anything up to $500,000 US. Although it's a tenth in India, if you look at that PET scan, $450 or $200 is a month's wages. And how many people can really afford $40,000 equivalent in Indian rupees? Not many. And something like 70% of patients pay out of pocket. What if the insurance is just increasing? There are, of course, some government schemes available, but vast majority of them end up in paying themselves. So this is what happens. It becomes a catastrophic expenditure, and somebody aptly called distress financing. They exhaust all their lifetime savings. Family silver is sold. Many of them borrow money and sell their houses, because cancer is a very emotional thing. If my father has cancer, I'm so emotionally involved, I wouldn't hesitate to sell my only house. And often what happens, the treatment may prolong his life another year or two, but the inevitable comes, and then many times these children were on the road, having sold out all their assets. And one study by Tata Memorial Cancer Center showed that 72% belong to such category, and 15% of them, they tip the balance, being fairly middle class people, running well, and they go below poverty line. That is the kind of burden what we are talking about, cancer. So cancer is the most expensive. The nearest is heart care, which is 50% less. So if the cancer destroys the patient, the treatment destroys the families. That is the problem. It does destroy, and we see many times. And being in the non-profit hospital, many of these patients having spent all their resources elsewhere, and they come to us at the end of the day, to us at a very late stage and in a terrible condition, cannot afford even a basic pain medication. That is the kind of situation. We have a policy not to refuse any patient, no matter how complex it is. That is the kind of fundamental principle and ideology the hospital was built in. We continue to do so, and I'll share that how we do that later part. So for that reason, sadly, they opted very emotionally for expensive treatments instead of choosing, low cost. Obviously, you deal with the life, and therefore, whatever best that is available, you wanted to choose that. They can't afford, they drop, many of them do drop in the middle. So whatever that has been put in goes sometimes wasted. Keeping that in mind, having seen our founding father around 30 years ago, came up with this idea. I want to share this video which will sum up our
In
hospital.
1989, Padma Shri Swargiya Nandamuri Tharaka Ramarao, the then Chief Minister, tragically lost his beloved wife, Srimati Basavatarakam Garu, to cancer. Fueled by personal loss and driven by a dream to conquer cancer, he embarked on an extraordinary journey. Under the auspices of the Indo-American Cancer Organization USA, on June 22, 2000, the institute opened its doors, inaugurated by the then Prime Minister of India, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Thanks to the generous contributions of donors who share a vision, our institution has seen significant growth. With a world-class infrastructure of 650 beds and state-of-the-art equipment,
We specially care for the underprivileged cancer patients. This hospital, with the best team of doctors and latest equipment, made us one of the top cancer treating hospitals in the country.
we are proud to be recognized by Niti Aayog as the best not-for-profit trust hospital in India.
These surgical procedures are complicated and complex, which can make these procedures very expensive. Sometimes instrumentation which is imported would need to be used on these patients irrespective of their financial status. Out of about 750 surgical procedures that happen per month in the hospital, 55% of them are done for poor patients who actually do not pay anything to the hospital.
Bone marrow transplant is a very complicated procedure where the patient has to stay in hospital for more than 30 days and which actually incurs a lot of cost. And in our center, more than 25% of the patients are actually getting done free, and the rest of the 75% of the patients are able to do it at the 60% of the cost what usually a transplant requires.
If you have a kid with a cancer that is curable, then this kid needs to be able to access the therapy that is available here at the least cost, or maybe even free of cost, because this kid is likely to be able to get rid of this disease completely and be a useful citizen of this country.
Not only the patient, but cancer affects the family. So here, as a palliative care professionals, we do not just treat a particular issue by giving medications, but the discussion, the ongoing support extends in a multiple fold by psychological counseling, offering spiritual support.
This hospital also has special focus on research and development in the direction of finding new and innovative methods of cancer treatment at very low cost. we visit remote areas with teams of experts and the specialized equipment and find the cancer at a very early stage so that the cancer treatment is more complete and effective.
We equipped with 2 units, one generously donated by the Indo-American Cancer Organization USA and Rotary International, and another by the State Bank of India. Our commitment to providing quality care extends to ensuring that individuals with limited economic means receive the support they need. To address this, we offer free dormitory accommodation for daycare patients and their attendants, along with complimentary meals.
This hospital is the fulfillment of my mother's wishes and my father's determination to help the poor. From common man to international patients, everyone is given the same world-class cancer treatment.
As we meet our patients' needs and witness their smiles, we acknowledge the challenges ahead. But despite our limited resources, our resolve remains unwavering. Serving humanity is a calling, and with more compassionate hands joining us, we can save countless lives from cancer. Together, let's forge.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I suppose that kind of model fits with Mr. Rodolphe, what you're talking about, touch a life. We've been touching lives of millions of people over the last 25 years. I'm very happy and proud to say that I am associated with this organization. Over the last 25 years, these are the figures. If you see that something like 4 million outpatients visited us, with almost a million patients being admitted, treated in-house, and so far 356,000 new patients being treated. And the bone marrow transplant, which is a very expensive procedure, we have conducted nearly 550. And last year, if you look at those figures, 23,000 new patients visited us. They are all first-time registrations. And then if you see that almost 300,000 outpatients with inpatients of 88,000, and those are the kind of figures what we are talking about in a single center, which was started as a very meager 60-bedded hospital over the time, in spite of being a complete not-for-profit hospital. In fact, that's one side it is success, the other side is the burden. And as I said, vast majority or large number of them children. These are some of the survivors who actually completely got rid of the cancer with the treatment. So I'm very proud to show this picture. Right. The main problem challenge being that late presentation. If you see the slide there, in the United States, 70% patients come in stage 1 and 2. It's the other way around in India. 70% come very late. We all know very well if it could be picked up at an early stage, the high curable rate, treatment is less intensive and the survival is better, and of course the cost would be less. But in case if they come late, this is what happens. The treatment is very extensive, expensive, and then the outcome also very poor. Even in a very highly subsidized rates in India, it costs $30,000, and you can imagine, I'll leave it to your imagination how much it costs if the patient comes with stage 3, stage 4 cancer. Why we have so many late patients? I mean, sorry to show this ghastly kind of picture. This is not an unusual situation because cancer is taboo. Patients put towels around their necks. Woman covers her breast, doesn't even share that news with her husband because they don't want to show it. So they just let it brew, and then finally they come to us at this kind of stage. Because of lack of awareness, there is no structured screening program in India. Only 5% of women are screened. Less than 5%. Some northern states do not have any screening program, and that's what happens. Keeping that in mind, we have this program, the last 20 years running. This bus was donated by Indo-American Foundation. A group of doctors who are well settled in here purchased this bus for us, and it is equipped with mammography, ultrasound, X-ray, and we go to the very remote areas, really remote areas, to their doorstep. We educate them, we pick them up and then examine, and then inside the bus you have the all this equipment necessary to diagnose, and it's all completely free. Cases diagnosed come back to our institute, and they go through this free treatment. As I said, if you can pick them up at a very early stage, the treatment is complete, and the burden on hospital is much less. So that is the mission, and it's going on very well. We have a third vehicle joined us recently. Apart from that, we also take the mission to sort of educate the groups, selective groups, and then create awareness. And recently, we have even undertaken free vaccination for girls for cervical cancer, 9 to 14. We go to slums and we pick up the children there, and we have lots of people supporting us. Companies like Infosys, they just handhold us, and at a highly subsidized rate, we get vaccine free. Yes, we do have lots of challenges. These doctors, they are highly expert doctors, and they have super offers outside in the corporate hospitals to retain this talent. And being a tertiary referral center, you have to have a high-end kind of professional expertise. That's what is expected. So that's extremely difficult, but I'm so happy to see that many of these people, have a great commitment and this passion for service. And you enjoy that, and that's the kind of people. So we're very fortunate to have. But this is the difficult part, to procure equipment. This is a robotic machine that does robotic surgeries. California buys from the same company. In fact, our price is 50% higher. We end up in all sorts of import taxes. But yet, when you do an operation on this machine, we charge less than 10th, maybe 20th. A robotic surgery costs 1/20th of what it would cost in here. And all the laparoscopic equipment, again, they have to be cutting edge, very latest, same source, but we can't collect from the patient. And like you see, this PET scan costs anything up to $2 million. So is the robotic machine costs more than $2 million. And all have to be, luckily we have so many people coming and holding us hands and then making our life easy. The other problem is on the treatment side. Now we have access to all the best kind of medication in the world. Whatever you get in here, we have access. Things like immunotherapies, targeted therapies, cellular therapies, we all have access. So everyone wants them. The cost is much less, but still, how are we going to keep that? Just to give an example, CAR T-cell therapy, it costs anything up to $600,000 in this country. Exactly the same treatment, I mean exactly the same. It costs $30,000. Okay, a bone marrow transplantation, above $500,000 in here. In our hospital, it is around 17 lakhs, which is $2,000. Sorry, $20,000. So as I said, 55% of these patients either do not pay. We have patient support programs. Through that, we try to manage all the bare minimum costs, and we have some government schemes. They pay very less. I'm sure this same story even in here. The insurance does not cover cancer all that well, because it's a non-ending kind of expenses list. Patients can go into multiple operations and they don't cover. So this is another problem. Well, the data collection, the technology is coming to help us, especially in these areas. Definitely, we're looking very much forward to help us in reducing the cost in these areas. But there is already proven application at this time. For example, mammography is a very proven, and it proved to be much superior to a trained radiologist. Especially small lesions like this, as you see, could get missed. And these are very useful in our rural camps, where often very difficult to get a good radiologist to visit to the rural place. So this technology, it's a proven technology. Like that, X-rays are also being read by AI, which is proved to be more accurate. We're even doing a big program on pathology slides, where the AI identifies cancer cells much better, much faster. To read 150 slides, it takes a week of a really senior doctor's time, and it's done less than 5 hours. The accuracy is much higher, and then the consistency is all through. There is no inter-observer variation. Two doctors reading the same slide could be given two different opinions. And there's another thing called intra-observers. My earlier speaker spoke about it, intra-observer variation. You know, if the same slide shown to me today, I give one diagnosis, 20 days later could be different. I may be upset, had an argument with my wife, and I could be talking about completely differently. The other thing is, as you sort of, if you read 50 slides in a day, the fag end of the day, you may not focus, but that's not going to happen with AI. Treatment planning, definitely all these machines are now incorporated. They come with AI incorporated. You know, they adopt the treatment according to the patient's needs and even provide more personalized treatment. Just taking many patients' factors built into that and adjust, because this radiation, precision is extremely important, especially in brain tumors. You can't even afford to have 1 millimeter away from tumor, because such a critical brain tissue is there. And if this radiation goes and destroys that, the consequences are really bad, and therefore that's extremely important. Well, somebody talked about outcomes. Yes, AI will definitely give a lot more predictions, especially who is going to get complications, how to manage it well in advance. The last one, voice to text clinical summaries, is the one all our doctors like. It's hard for me to convince doctors to be really AI compliant and put all the data in HIS, because as a surgeon, I know 40 years, I try to avoid that. I scribble few things in the notes and give a prescription and go away rather than going and typing it. But somebody came up with this idea where as I talk to the patient and all the relevant information is sort of captured and documented. I love that. Everyone loves it. That's how we try to lure them into more compliance. Another important factor is the virtual assistant. Vast majority of time, doctors spend more time in trying to speak to the patient's relatives, and then you explain to them half an hour, and then tomorrow, yeah, my uncle is in Los Angeles, he wants to know what. Again, you have to go on, tell them again. It doesn't end that way. But this, AAG hospitals in Hyderabad, they have already developed that it goes and picks up all the information any number of times, any time. You know, it will explain to you everything in more comfortable way, in your own language, of course. And it also makes treatment schedules and medication reminders, symptom reporting, etc. Now, wearables are coming up. It will be very helpful when the patients go home. You know, many of these patients develop complications. It will warn them and sends the information to the hospital. That's a very useful thing. There's a lot of scope for research. I think there are talks this afternoon. I will not go into that. But I want to talk about this slide before I conclude. In my opinion, research in my hospital, I want them not to go for any innovation of new molecules. I want to find that 1/10 of the cost come down further. There is a scope, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, HIV treatment in this country per year, per person costs $40,000. It's $200 in India. Thanks to Ranbaxy, Reddy's Laboratories, etc. The new drugs, new regimes. And you may not agree with that. It costed $67 million, less than the cost of movie Gravity, to send interplanetary mission to Mars, Mangalyaan. It is possible. People are fully capable. So whatever that 1/10 cost, still I feel that it's very expensive. So our focus on our research is more to come out with new protocols, new regimes, rather than just importing what is designed in MD Anderson. This is what we tell all our people, our clinicians and our researchers, go and work towards it, find new. It may be 98.5% of what MD Anderson is, but it is 1/100th of the cost. That's exactly what we're looking at. So, does AI replace doctors? This is, a common question. AI does not replace doctors. It's a co-pilot. But I tell you, if you are not up to the AI, if you don't embrace AI, you will be out. Time has already come. So, doctors better know that well at this time. So, in the ancient world, whoever was good in agriculture, they ruled the world, the Egyptians. And then a while later, whoever military might, for several centuries, strong military, the Romans and so on, etc., they ruled the world for many, many centuries. And then came 18th and 19th century, whoever is power, industrial power, became dominant powers in the world. Now, no wonder, whoever is good at AI, this is what is going to rule, not just the medical field, the entire world. So, there we are. But I want to just say this and finish. All your technology will not be complete unless it's put to a compassionate for the benefit of mankind. So I know AI plays a greater role in medical side. I request all of you, some of the genius people in here, my humble request is you have to keep that compassionate care. Look at that patient. He's at a terminal care, palliative care. Comes to the end of the road situation. Nothing, the best things in the world don't work for him. He is going to die. And our doctors have to treat him, and he is counting days. He knows he is going to die. His relatives know he is going to die. And our teams, caregiving teams, have to counsel him, deal with him. He is riddled with cancer all over the body, pain 24/7, can't eat, can't sleep. Sometimes, the bowel is obstructed and the passages go in the reverse direction. It's not an occasional thing. It is the kind of thing. You have to find all sorts of cocktails to make this patient comfortable, and that should be free. And many of them don't even have pay for regular basic pain medication. Forget about cancer medication. That's the kind of situation. That's what I call compassionate care. And ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, there's tremendous joy in taking care of these patients. And working in that hospital, although I was an orthopedic surgeon, so fortunate, and I come and want to share this this experience in the last 2 years. Thank you very much indeed for your kind attention.
And once again, Mr. Barry Rudolph will come and present the award.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It was very kind. Thank you. Thank you.
Our first panel of the day will dive into one of the most exciting and innovative frontiers, quantum and AI in healthcare. Moderated by Mr. Akash Pai, founder and COO of ZeroBrush, this panel features experts including Dr. Vivek Jha, who's at the forefront of AI and transformation at Eli Lilly and Company, Dr. Virginia Desai, the Associate Director of Halajiolu Data Science Institute, and Mr. Vikram Kumar, CEO of Multiplier AI. They'll unpack the real state of quantum and AI-given drug discovery, development, diagnostics, and treatment. Let's welcome our panel to the stage.
Mic check? No, okay, all right. Well, that's, I think us technologists here will try our best to have AI and quantum meet the needs of the medical field. So first of all, I want to welcome you, and sitting in front of a pretty esteemed audience here. In this panel, what we wanted to do was go a little bit more into the technology. I'm sure that yesterday some of you must have seen the talks that were held. And in this panel, I think what we want to do is dig a little bit more into what is happening in the world today. Like exactly what are the practical applications that are happening? What is the hype among this? So we want to decipher the hype, get the hype out of the way. Because everywhere you go to a conference, you're going to hear things like, AI is going to solve the world's problems. Maybe it will, but what can you do today? I think that's what we want to leave you with. And also a little bit on kind of what are the latest in terms of startups that are working on it, and give a glimpse of that across the healthcare and in my area in oral care. So Before we do quick introductions, let me start off. I'm the founder of a company called Zero Brush, where we use pretty interesting use of AI technology and digital twins to create custom oral care solutions. So we'll give a little bit of demo on that and show you how we actually do it. It's fairly unique. And the idea here is that we want to bring therapies and devices which today have never seen the light of market through technology. In fact, some of the technology that we use couldn't have been done 13 months ago. So it's very novel, it's very new, and we'll give you a glimpse of that. But let's start from the very end. You can quick introduction, and we can jump into it.
Thanks for the start, Akash. Hello, everyone. My name is Vivek, Dr. Vivek. I'm working in Eli Lilly, joined recently as a global strategy AI and transformation lead in the commercial capabilities organization based in Hyderabad. Have been a healthcare practitioner for a brief time, then close to 2 decades in hardcore R&D and business leadership roles at various companies like Novartis and others. Happy to be part of this panel today, Akash.
Yeah, hi, I'm Vikram. I run a company, Multiplier AI. We'll hopefully be Asia's first AI product company in life sciences to be listed. Our core thesis is that there's a lot of bluff going on in AI, and that bluff is largely because the data isn't fixed. We help you deliver high-performing AI by ensuring you have high-performing data.
Hi, I'm Virginia Desai. I'm a professor here at UC San Diego in cognitive science and at the Halajulu Data Science Institute. And I've been working in machine learning my whole research career. Recently, we've been working on brain-computer interfaces, EEG-based brain-computer interfaces. The main goal for that field originally is for people with motor impairments who can't communicate with the normal motor output pathways to read the activity directly from the brain. We also have been working on facial expression recognition and now integrating that with AI to make more human-aware AI systems.
Wonderful. So let's get into, I wanted to start off with the most interesting and juicy topic, quantum computing. We hear a lot about it. I don't profess to understand most of it. I've spent many hours on YouTube trying to watch and getting confused. But I heard qubits. I also heard it's like everything, everywhere, all at once. But I heard it helps in drug discovery. So I don't know, Dr. Vivek, if you could enlighten us with what is it, what's practically happening today and what could happen. And we had a huge announcement from Google, I think a few days ago, on something being 13,000 times faster.
Right. No, I think this topic is very, very interesting and has been driving curiosity from scientists all across, from physicists to the medical biophysicists to all the industry leaders. So if I have to tell you the quantum of scope that it has in the drug discovery, let me share with you some kind of data. Although since morning, all the eminent speakers have been sharing a lot of data, but think about it, like we have many possibilities of genetic expressions in our body, right? As all the doctors over has said that in spite of you do everything possible in science today, we are not able to predict really that which kind of genetic expression can cause what kind of cancer, for example, right? So just a single type, let's say single nucleotide polymorphism, it is another term. It has 324 million expressions possible. 324. Now think about entire body structure. We have around, let's say 10 to 12% has copy variations, right? And then we have close to 20 to 25,000 protein codes available which can be used for various things. If you combine all of this, very much close to the quantum, the basics of quantum around superstition entanglement, can you imagine what kind of quantum numbers that we are talking about? It is humanly impossible, and as of now, it is also impossible at the computer level to predict, right? AI level as well, right? We are not able to predict. However, based on my experience of close to 2 decades, and more so in the last 7-8 years, that what I have seen, we have started to make some movement in this space, right? And I think most of people out here, you know that we have made a lot of progress in the fintech. Easy to do. I'm not saying it's very easy, but health is very complicated topic, even to apply quantum and AI. Right? When I started my career as clinical scientist 20 years back, and please don't guess my age here, we used to take around 15, 20 years to develop a new medicine, right? I'm talking about from a molecule to medicine journey. Even today, the average time that industry takes is around 13.8 years. Although we have made so much progress, I heard, seen slides also from Atal incubation as well. A lot of progress is happening in the UPI space, a lot of other spaces. But why things are not moving in the drug discovery? Because it's a bit complex, right? And it is complex because of a lot of stages it goes through, starting with target identification, where to focus, right? Out of so many expressions, where to focus. But there are certain areas that we have started using quantum computing in drug discovery and also the development. I'll start with maybe few, right? Think about clinical trials. We do almost, let's say, 400 to 600 clinical trials per pharma company. And it generates a lot of data. So quantum computing, we have started using it in predicting what kind of protocol we design, the clinical protocol we design, which can have more probability of success. This is one of the use cases that I see it is happening in industry. In drug discovery per se, even having an idea about the chemical structure of a protein, that can be possibly a solution, a medicine that can actually work to cure a disease, is an area that is being experimented a lot. And the example that we talked about, I mean, a lot of diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, we are trying to see what kind of pathway we can decode using multiplying number of times the experiments can be avoided. Because you see, it goes through in vitro, in vivo, a lot of experimentation. But if you can do half of it just using quantum, I think it can solve a lot of problem. It could reduce timeline from 13.8 years to maybe few years, right? So that is second example. Another one that comes to my mind based on my experience is crunching data to even think about what could be the toxicity related to a molecule possible, right? So you have seen a lot of these data around toxicity comes little later in the stage. You do phase 1 trial, phase 2 trial, phase 3 trials, and maybe after many years or sometimes decades, you get to know about genotoxicity, hepatotoxicity, etc. So quantum is and can be used, at least tried, to predict those as well based on the chemical structure, various possibilities, and so on and so forth. So these are my initial thoughts on this.
Yeah, a pretty juicy topic. One of the things that I learned is that there is classical computing as it exists. That's not going to go away. Quantum requires new algorithms. In terms of, I wanted to dig a little bit into like what is we think could happen in the next 2-3 years versus is this like 10 years away? I mean, from the Google announcement, it seems it may not be that far off.
Right. So not only Google, I think even Novartis has a tie-up with BDI. I know AstraZeneca has some tie-ups, right? But again, I'm not very optimistic on this because the key part is data. And as Vikram was saying that, first of all, we need to have the basic foundations right, even for the computers to kind of compute it in a quantum way, right, in a qubit model as well. Although I agree, classical computing is also not going away, I mean, for a few years. But I see many startups, right? You heard that 162,000 startups already in India. I know a few of them are already working in this space. I'm in advisory board as well, some of it. But I don't see still a lot happening with respect to maybe few examples along the world, but I'm not very optimistic about 2 to 3 years it will change a lot. But yes, the journey has started, I would say, Akash.
Okay, wonderful. We're talking about data. Why don't we move into that? And I think your firm's working a lot on the trustworthy data as well. So would love to get your insights and what you learned and what your firm's doing.
Yeah, so I think slides at the end?
Yeah, I think slides are
okay.
Should be there.
Yeah, so pretty briefly, I think the fundamental question on data is that if everybody is looking at that same data source, in commercial, let's say IQVIA, in drug discovery, it's the same data source, how will results be different? And it's not about trustworthy data. Trustworthy data is hygiene. Okay, if you don't have trustworthy data, you should not have the data team. Okay. So it's not a victory. You need to have data architecture such that it can be a competitive advantage, such that you can do better than your competitors and do more than just trustworthy data. So that's in our mind, I think. So I'll not go into the slides. Yeah. So largely, I'll talk about two things. What's the state? So Gartner has and people try to quote Gartner, McKinsey and all that, but they have a framework for it. How ready is data for actually in terms of performing AI? And I will use a very simple example. Last year when we used to go, the clients used to ask us, do you really want to sell AI to pharma? Because there were limitations and there were cases where you had to sign off that the content was not generated using AI and other things. And this year it's different. It's really being there. But largely the thesis is that the problem one is curation of data, because it's not just garbage in, garbage out. Okay, it's half the picture in, half the insight out. If you go to a doctor and tell half the story, and that's the problem with most of pharma, they do not spend time in building unique or very competitive data sources. So you can call it market mix modeling, you can call it, right? In a Google map, if you don't have the full data map and you have just half of it, you will not be able to perform AI that wins. You will get some AI, and that's one part fundamentally of the data. So in terms of thesis, everybody has moved from, the vendors have moved to agentic on their PPTs. The companies are still in the stage where they are kind of aware of it, doing the workshops, starting out their data lake journey for the top ones. But I think we are at a stage of a bubble in a different way. It's like there was death by dashboards, right? There was a generation that spent money on dashboards for 4-5 years, and suddenly they asked that, so what? I have a dashboard patent. And we are at the 1/3 the way in that, where probably by the end of the year they'll ask, yeah, I've got a lot of AI pilots, but so what? And that's the state of the data in AI.
So in terms of, I think, just want a little bit dig into that. Now, what's next? Like, what are you, specifically your firm, like, what are you guys looking at?
Yeah, so our thesis is largely, you need a single data suite in which you curate the data. I mean, company like yours, if you are kind of on the commercial side trying to grow and you're trying to pitch it to one provider at a time, it'll be 5 years before you take off. So you need to have your data list right on the first time. And so sales, so that's one part of it. So we have one-stop suite where our thesis is there are 3 maturity levels. One is you don't have the data in place. You are relying on a single IQVIA, or you're relying on a single set of for drug discovery work. So we have a curated marketplace. So we come in with data as a service where we say, look, you don't need to spend 5 years hunting around for data. One click will bring you all the databases that are relevant to you, first party, second party, API, non-API curated. That's one part. A second part is, a lot of analyst teams within the pharma company are really downloading data from IQVIA or from other databases, merging them together because these exist in silos. And the second part solves that problem. So we have built a full agentic stack. Why an agentic stack? Because agents are goal-driven, and it allows you to build a multi-app world. That means you have your own legacy app, which curated data for where you have your own IQVIA or other apps. One click, you should be able to do the entire merging of data, and that's a bigger problem on the patient side because a lot of data is bought from clearinghouses. So you really have to manage whether this patient in this database is really something which has got a similar claims history but 1 week away on another database. So one click merge. And third is, one click rollout for AI projects. And what we did was, irrespective the top 10 use cases, whether you're looking for adverse event analysis, whether you're looking for regulatory writing, or whether you're looking for n is equal to 1 personalized content generation, it should not be a 6-month project. So we bring that to you on day one, that look, you can take it in a model you want. You want it co-develop, you want to see the code, you want to take it external. But AI should not, I mean, AI is about speed. It should not be a 6-month project or a 8-month project. By that time, I think the budgets will be gone. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I love agents that work 24/7. I
Yeah.
just love that. So, Professor Virginia, I had read some of your research on bias in data, and especially the whole question of are models fair? I mean, we keep on getting that asked on all the LLMs out there. Want to kind of hear your thoughts. Have we progressed on that plane?
I want to emphasize the importance of data. And is it possible to show my slides? Let's see. Yeah, so this is an example from an early project we were doing on pain recognition in the hospital. And we joined this project, and the data had already been collected. And the performance was looking really good at being able to detect pain versus no pain, and they had just a threshold in terms of, I think, between 3 and 4 on the 0 to 10 pain scale. And but when we delved into it, we found that the data had been collected partly in the hospital and partly in the outpatient setting. And most of the no pain data, and in fact, most of the pure no pain data was in the outpatient setting, as one would hope once they've been released, they're no longer in pain. And we found that the machine learning system was doing very well on predicting no pain when they were from the outpatient setting, but not very good at predicting no pain in the hospital setting. And then what we found out is in the hospital, they had taken the pictures with the patient lying down in the bed, and in the outpatient setting, there were no beds. The patients were in a reclined chair, and in the hospital, they had increased the angle. But if you know computer vision systems, they're very sensitive to the angle. They're just doing computations on pixels. And so we were able to use a transfer learning algorithm to get the accuracies. We actually decreased accuracy on predicting no pain in the outpatient lab because the system was no longer cheating by effectively just saying, is the person lying down or is the person sitting up? But we were able to increase the ability to recognize no pain in the important hospital setting. So this is an example where it's very important that you understand, well, A, that you design your experiment as best as possible, but if you can't, just because it's medical data and you're limited in actually having in the way you can collect the data, that you are at least aware of the issues so that you can address them after the fact. And I have another slide from a friend of mine's work. So this is from Rich Caruana, and they were predicting adverse outcomes from pneumonia in the hospital. And then he went and looked at what the algorithm was doing, and the one on your left is a prediction of pneumonia risk score as a function of age. And so as you get older, the chances of an adverse outcome from pneumonia get worse, which is as to be expected. But then there's this weird non-monoticity that happens right at 100. And so they went back to the clinicians, and it turns out when you're 100 and you go into the hospital with pneumonia, you get treated very, very well, and your outcome actually is better than a 99-year-old. And then on the other plot is a plot versus blood pressure, and you see these very big spikes, and that's because at those blood pressure levels, the patients are on specific medications, which affects their outcomes as well. And so whenever you're collecting data on patients in the hospital, you have to realize that there are treatment effects in there. And so the model was doing a great job at predicting, there's nothing wrong with the AI, right? The AI was predicting their potential for death from pneumonia. And if you just use it that way, for life insurance, for whatever, that would be fine. But if you now want to use it to decide whether or not to admit someone with pneumonia, then that would be really bad, because then you would decide not to admit the over 100 ages. So it's very important that you understand the data and that the data is collected and interpreted with the application in mind.
Do you want to add something? Yeah.
No, I think it is interesting, and as a researcher as well, the focus is that not only, let's say, data in and insight generation, but actually be able to have a proper context with respect to even the science perspective, right? For example, we yesterday heard about explainability, observability, or whatnot. But we are also seeing that our focus as a pharma research or life science research organizations are on this context out of it, that the question of so what, right? And that's where we are struggling as well to trust on various solutions that is emerging in market today in the name of AI. You go everywhere, everybody is doing something in the AI, right? So being very careful about what contextually it means for clinical trial, for example, what contextually it means for safety analysis. So I think that is very, very important. And I think not only about Lilly, but I think all the pharma companies have seen being more and more careful of really wait and watch sort of thing, that to, hey, you develop certain thing, maybe with the synthetic data, and then probably which could be a plug and play solution for us to advance R&D. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, wonderful. I want to move now a little bit more into the application, especially around like personalized healthcare that we are seeing. And I don't know, Vivek, or somebody, you can get into, hang on, what are you actually seeing from the theme of this panel is like what's practically happening in the near future versus looking out 10 years plus. So what are you seeing out there in terms of personalized healthcare, that is, and then I'll go a little bit into kind of how we are approaching it in the oral care space. Anybody on the panel?
Yeah, maybe I can start. So when I was studying in med school, I mean, that time also the concept was beginning, right? But I'm very glad to share that today science has really advanced a lot in that space. So there are two changes that I will say. One is focus. So if you look into the profile of all the pharma companies, close to 47% of it is focused on oncology research because it's the big need, unmet need. As Dr. Krishna also said, that it's very costly for right reason. But more specifically, we are able to have our focus around genomics and omics data, proteomics, genomics, all across. And with these quantum computing, AI, and in silico trials, etc., we are also able to make some tangible difference, right? Just to name a few, you might have heard about one wonder drug from Novartis, which is really precisely going and SMA type 1, spinal muscular atrophy. Like you must have heard about it. Just one dose, and it really cures you permanently for muscular dystrophy, right? So these are some positive changes we are seeing. And to me, the more heartening part is the focus. So I think I see it more and more coming up. Close to 10 to 12% of the portfolio today is focused around personalized medication. And I'm also happy to share it's not only in the market commercial perspective, but people are also looking at some of the rare areas where people can be helped. That's my view.
I have a radical view, and I think the personalized medicine will not be led by pharma, payers, or providers. Very, very clear and blanket view. And I think I'm sure nobody will agree till I go to the next side of it. Who will lead it? Okay. It will be led by e-commerce companies. Any of you are seeing personalized ads that are more and more smarter and better on healthcare? Those will be there. So it will be the quick delivery companies that will win. And in India, that's starting. You have Zepto, which is now giving 6 minutes of pharmacy, and to deliver a 10 minutes of pharmacy. And to deliver a 10 minutes pharmacy, you need to give a 6 minutes doctor, because the law is that the doctor has, and that's delivered. So you can go to any of the quick commerce companies in India, and you'll get a doctor in 6 minutes on call.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So that's going to be, we have to look for real-time industries that get feedback. That's our core thesis. And if it takes a lot of effort, we worked on 40 million patient records, giving personalized nudges to everybody. And we had a patient data platform where we were paid by performance. So we were paid nothing if we didn't get patients to come and swipe the card. Okay, and that teaches a lot of things, and that teaches you personalized care faster, because to get the money, you have to ensure that you are right. And in healthcare, you can't tell somebody who's had a kid that come for fertility checkup or vice versa. Okay, so that's the other thesis. The third thing is that in personalized care, it will be led by symptom-based detection. Okay, which means people who are already diagnosed with diabetes and others, I mean, the finer ring of personalization of care is different, the cohorts you can break in. But if you are able to identify symptoms you're able to that are very personalized and be able to get somebody to respond to that, that's probably a stronger area to be in, or a capability to develop for people to come to treatment, than the post-treatment personalization, because the thesis that a doctors will not be able to give the right treatment, or that there'll be mistakes made, is slightly not believable. So that's 2 quick points.
No, look, I agree with you that it'll be driven by a lot of the e-commerce company. I wanted to go over kind of one of the things, if you could bring up the slide which I have. So this is a slightly different take on personalized. So in oral care space, when we started Zero Brush, the problem that we faced was that if you look at, we had 2 standards of care. If you go to your dentist, you get good care. But majority of the time, you're at home, and the tool that you have to do oral care is something which is so old. It's essentially a stick and a nylon brush, and perhaps it's activated by some motors. And then when we talked to other folks, we figured out the chemistry to take care of things like gum health do exist. We just can't get it to the affected areas. So we looked at with the personalization in a slightly different way. We said, look, if you're trying to take care of your gum and your teeth, shouldn't you start from your mouth versus around? So now we said, look, if that's the case, how do we make precise devices which fit to your mouth? So that's the problem that we started on. And if you play this video, I think it sort of illustrates it far better than I can speak.
Philosophy is that to best care for your teeth, we start by creating a digital twin for your unique mouth. We map your tooth surfaces and strategically place bristle tips to cover every angle. Then we generate and print your mouthpiece around those bristles for complete coverage. This is what sets us apart. We handle the complex task of cleaning hard-to-reach areas like the inside surfaces of your bite, while simultaneously safeguarding sensitive gum tissue from potential damage due to overbrushing, letting you easily clean every tooth every time. But this is just the start. Using this model, we can generate other custom dental treatments to respond to the patient's needs. This is Zero Brush, the future of oral care.
Well, that is an angle on the personalized oral care that we are looking at, and to your point in terms of who's driving this, the only way this is going to be was possible was that you are using models. So, for example, the first question is, how do you get your scan of your teeth? Of course, you can get it through intraoral scanners, but that's too expensive. So we are going to do it through smartphones. And when we do it through smartphones, just 13 months ago, the models didn't exist. So we are actually using the Meta's SAM2 model, segment anything, and then fine-tuning it with a lot of our data. So you can see the technology catches on, and one of the big challenges we had was, well, how do we make it, to your point, cost-effective? So all of these things are actually 3D printed, and the materials to 3D print didn't even exist. So we kept on innovating along with working with the manufacturers to actually get these materials in place. So now we can actually do it at fairly, basically we can make a business out of it. So now you're in a position to look at therapies which have never been seen before. So, this is the kind of one of the examples where, the personalization of care could be taken to the next level. But in terms of digital twins, I don't know if anyone in the audience I know there are other companies out there like Twin Health AI, which is looking at A1C, etc. But if anyone in the panel can talk on any experience in that, where do you think the digital twin technology in other areas of healthcare are going?
So I can maybe give example how we are using it in clinical trials, for example. Right? So clinical trials, you need clinical sites, like a fantastic site that Dr. Krishnaiah has, for example, Indo-American Cancer Institute. You need a lot of patients, right? So digital twins are being tested at the moment to see, hey, how we can use digital twin of a patient, or maybe featuring the characteristics of the patient to predict certain outcome that probably won't need to go through the complete treatment cycle for the patient itself. So that is one area that I have seen. We have started experimenting it so that you do, along with in silico trials, digital twin are being used in the clinical trial for optimization of the entire operations, the clinical operation. That's one area I'm aware
Yeah, we had just started on a project, and what happened as an AI project, the mandate kept on changing. When the brief came, we started with something that was for one of the largest brands worldwide for the AR/VR for their manufacturing site reviews. And in the second meeting, AI got added in terms of agentic. And in the third meeting, digital twin has come in. So for entire facility, we are supposed to be able to create a replica where you can do it. We do not know yet why a digital twin is required in that.
All right. So changing gear, the professor, I was reading about some of your papers. I'm not sure if I understand them fully, but one was the monkey perceptogram work that you had done, and on vision models, on AI-generated images and facial expressions. So one thought came to my mind. Are we going to talk about like AI is going to read my mind? Is that what's going to happen now?
To some degree, it's already happening. So it doesn't read everything you're thinking. You get just a few bits. Traditionally, a brain-computer interfaces started with very low-dimensional measurements. So they would take the brain data, pass it through some simple filters, and then learn very simple mappings. Do I want to move a cursor to the right, or do I want to move a cursor to the left, for example? You can do that by imagining movement of your right hand versus your left hand. It's very slow, and you just get a few bits at a time. Now what we can do with AI is we can map into new higher dimensional spaces that have been learned with foundational AI models on vision. So the perceptogram work you're talking about, we are making use of powerful models that have been trained with either with just large computer vision data sets, or in that particular case, a data set that was trained with vision and text together. And so that model, separate from any brain data, has learned a representation, a very high level representation of images. And now what we can do is we can map brain data, raw brain data, to that space. And then from that space, there's already a mapping that will go from that high dimensional space to reproduce an image. And so the image that you see is not exactly what the person was looking at, but it does capture an amazing amount of color, shape information, and even when we use the model that's trained with vision and text together, the semantics. So a picture of a gorilla comes out as sort of a dark animal, sort of gorilla-like. Animals are very well represented, which we think is because animals are well represented in both primate and non-human primate and human brains. Food is also very well represented. Interesting. So we are able to read brain activity to some degree, but not perfectly, obviously. And all of this is what the person wants you to read.
Yeah, and I think you've also done, your lab does work in brain-computer interface as well. And I was watching one video where you were actually working with the Parkinson's patients. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit on how the models can help in their scenarios.
So that work was done quite a while ago, actually. And there we were looking at Parkinson's patients with freezing of gait. And it's known that if you give Parkinson's patients with freezing of gait visual cues, then you can help get them out of the freezing state. And so what we were working on there was trying to detect from EEG when they're about to enter a freezing state. And then we were working with a collaborator that could then display visual cues on glasses or in some other mode to allow them to try to get out of the freezing of gait state. So that was the motivation for that work. You also have people implanted, and so you could also imagine the brain-computer interface detecting when a freezing state is about to happen and then stimulating through the stimulator. So there's a lot of different ways that that can be done. People are also working on systems with epilepsy. If you can predict a seizure before it happens, you can alert the person to, say, pull off the freeway or stop using heavy equipment. B, you can actually do stimulation, which can reduce the chance of a seizure as well. And so those are useful applications. Again, you don't need to be perfect in it. You know, if you stimulate a little when it didn't need it, it's not the end of the world. It's not terrible stimulation, but you don't want to be doing it all the time. But if you get it right, you can actually prevent the seizure. Should be nice.
So companies like Neuralink come to mind, but you want to say something?
No, I mean, the clinician in me was also thinking, Professor, that one of the use cases could be using the proprioceptive neuromuscular facilitation, right? And the gait analysis and the training, right? Gait training of the patient, because ataxic gait and all, it can be also used. I mean, just triggered to me that, this could also be a possible use case using this technology.
Wonderful. Any other specific topics you guys wanted? I wanted to go a little bit into the future, but there's any specific areas you wanted to dig into right now?
Yeah, I'm so humbled by the previous panels and some panelists here that I think we'll let you choose.
Actually, I wanted to go a little bit future looking. So this like a thought experiment. Like, let's say we are in 2030, 2031, and we are looking back at this year. We're looking back at 2025. So what do you guys, each one of you, wish that we as an investment body should have invested in? And one thing you think, well, it's a total waste of time. Why the hell are we doing it? It could be anything, but of course AI and quantum come first to mind.
Yeah, so the AI evolution, I think the conventional model, crawl, walk, run, fly, and I think the fly model is largely you are orchestrating between systems, right? So the one ask is obviously data sharing between systems. How do you set that up so that you are protecting the patient, but you are allowing for faster flow of data between the systems? I think partnering and data sharing would probably be a fundamental for reaching that fly stage.
So there are two things that I'm passionate about, and my life has been centered around that itself. One is healthcare, and the second is people, right? So in that context, if I have to pick, I see there are a lot of effort which is going on in research and development, but still I would say majorly focused around the big markets, right? We are in USA, so USA is a driver, right? Being the commercial biggest market for even pharma and healthcare. But if you think from the perspective of people, right? We have around close to 1.5 billion people in India, close to 1.3 or 4 billion people in China. And if I also pick sub-Saharan African, like we have close to around 3-4 billion people there. So more than half of the world's population still do not have access to innovative medicine immediately, and that kind of makes me a little bit heavier at the heart, right? Hey, why we are using so much of AI, quantum, everything towards discovery, development of innovative medicine, but I wish if 50% of the focus 50% of the focus can also be around the access part of it, right? How we can make a medicine which is, or a platform therapy which is launched in USA at the X price, and at the same time in these part of the world as well, where people are confidently use innovative medicines at the right price. You saw in the previous presentation the difference of doing a PET scan versus location. And I think we need to really move the needle there as a scientific community. I urge all of you to be part of this, to really make a difference there, because I think the cost should not be a deterrent for somebody to choose or not be able to choose the kind of medicines that we do, right? Same thing, India is known pharmacy to the world. We produce the largest number of medicines on this planet, the largest number of vaccines on this planet, and we serve most of the countries, right? But generic medicines should not be the only way, right? I'm a very big proponent for the last mile of healthcare strengthening that can really enable people not only to take curative care, but also the prevention, curation, and palliative all together. So that would be my wish list, if I have to say.
I think I would definitely agree that we should be investing more in AI, but I'd like to see us invest more in understanding the AI. So, you know, I grew up in the machine learning field, and we would program everything from scratch, and we understood what was going on. And I find the students nowadays really don't understand what they're doing. They're calling a bunch of functions. They're even calling a bunch of models. People are taking LLMs and just applying them to any project. And they work quite well, but you don't, I think people are not aware of the deficits. And I think we could do a lot better with team science, where we get people, problem-centered team science, where we get people who are interested in solving a problem, in developing a system for it, with experts in the machine learning AI side, experts on understanding the data and the problem, and they work together to make a system, and they do it slowly enough that they understand what's going on. I think less flashy science that gets the big money and one LLM to solve everything, and more focused, project-oriented, especially in the healthcare applications where you really don't want to get it wrong. Science.
I mean, I don't know if I'm loud enough, but like the good doctor was saying, accessibility to care. I mean, as a simple solution as just getting a bus to go into inaccessible places, I think is this. It's a very simple solution. I wish we invest more in that. And to your point, there is a lot of population which is highly underserved. So yeah, I but the technologists me want to make the best humanoid robots. It's fun, but I think that there are greater needs. So I think we are like a couple minutes left. I just wanted to open it up to the audience if there are any pressing questions.
Thank you, though. I have two, one for the whole panel, one for Vivek. Whole panel is pretty passionate about prevention. With the way genomics is going, my question is that with AI and quantum computing, you may need to analyze millions of databases from a person's genetic pool to see what they're susceptible to. How can you prevent, like the old-fashioned BRCA1, BRCA2, which is very crude way of diagnosing possibility of breast cancer. But when do you think we can get there? I know quantum computing is in the very early stages. IBM showed something it can be done in 5 hours compared to sextillion years or something. And there are ton of quantum computing stocks on the market without any revenue, but that's a different issue. So I think that's where I think it's going to be truly individualized, personalized medicine, rather than some company delivering us in 4 hours versus 6 hours like Amazon does. And for Vivek, hey, why do we have to pay so much for each drug in the US compared to any other country in the world?
On personalized medicine, you want to take a shot at the answer? When is it ready? For Sue, she's in Genentech, so I thought on personalized medicine.
She's clearly said she doesn't speak for the company now.
Okay, so no problem. Yeah, unofficial answer. Yeah, so two things. Our bet is also on the patient stack, because today the 10 MB will carry your EHR and a lot of the results from radiologists and others. And when you're talking of just the genomic sequence of one person, it's 1 terabyte. A digital brain scan is 1 terabyte. And 1 million Apple Watches measures in a year is 1 terabyte. Okay. So our thesis, why are we on solving the patient stack problem for pharma, is not just because we want to clear the clearinghouse data and deduplicate it. It's because this explosion is already happening, and you will have a multiple dimensions on it. Our starting use case is on the pharma side, because when you're saying adverse event reporting, a lot of old files will get opened where you would have got away saying that, hey, this is not related to the drug, and suddenly you will have access to genomic data, and you'll be asked that, did you do this test to validate that? Short answer, okay, that the laws that are there and the penalties that are there will be the ones that will force it to happen. And the moment the FDA, we're working, the Indian part of FDA, that cough syrup deaths happened, and we were fortunate to be at that time working with the teams to bring in the AI within that stack or give a proposal. But I think regulatory pressure will force that to happen in the next 2-3 years itself.
Thank you for the question, sir. And again, a disclaimer, like whatever views I'm expressing are purely mine, and in no capacity represents any of the pharma company here, right? I have to save my job. No, but I think coming to the first one, you are absolutely right. And I think there's a concept of digital therapeutics and also the platform therapies that people have started to use in pharmaceutical R&D space as well, where there are various experiments that is going on to predict possibly a hospitalization in a CVD, right? For example, or using the vitals monitoring remotely or using sensors or whatever, we are able to predict what could be the, let's say, the value of, for example, GFR, right? I mean, and that can lead to some kind of adverse event in future. So there is a focus on prevention as well, but I would say we can do more. Honest opinion as a clinician and the researcher as well. I think there's also second focus is also around the overall wellness around, right? So how we improve the compliance to the treatment once it is diagnosed. How do we improve compliance to even the clinical site visits when patients are being treated? And those all things are really focused around how do we prevent some kind of serious adverse events or injuries that can happen in patient. Now to the second part of the question, that why it is so costly in US, right? Everything is costly in US, right? But I think the price determination is a factor of various combinations of variables, right? I think one of them is how much investment any company is doing to bring that innovation on ground. For example, I think we talk about Lilly or Novartis or any of the big pharmas. We are around 10 to 12,000 top scientists of the world working, right? Etc. Number two, it is driven also by the pay structure of the country. For example, US is mostly driven by like payers, right? So people don't pay much out of the pocket. That's also, in my view, is the biggest driver, because then a lot of say is not done by individuals, but more like a organized sort of what I should say, that bodies that decide what should be prescribed and what should not be prescribed. And the third thing is definitely around the unmet need. If the need is there, and if there are no alternative therapies available, sometimes it also adds to the cost, right? So these are certain things. But I am with you, and I'm on that side there, that I think the cost should be reasonable enough anywhere in the world. Nobody in the world should be devoid of or being told no to the medicine just because of the cost. I completely with you on that. Do pharmas work towards it? The right intention is there, right? I have worked in pharma for many years, and I'm not defending anybody here, but I think there's a reasonably genuine interest to increase access of medicine to the part of the world. Let's say Lilly, like we are thinking about why Munzera should only be sold in US and Japan at a cost, but we are thinking of how to get it best positioned in markets like India, right, where we have obesity also as a problem. India being a diabetes capital as well, we are also thinking of alternative uses, the branding, the labeling for our products to kind of see how we can have better access for the people. But yeah, there's the journey to go, right? And you have seen it. Once we lose exclusivity, the companies from India, and I'm proudly saying it, DRLs, Sun Pharma, whatever, they are really bringing medicines cost from X to really maybe 0.1x or whatever to really cater to the larger population, sir. That would be my response at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a panel on that in the evening, and you've got some good people. Pramod is a pioneer in international medical access Dr. Mukesh has run a lot of the top hospitals himself. So I think there's a lot more that they'll talk about in detail.
Just on the personalized medicine, I think the collecting of the large amount of data is practically difficult, as you pointed out. But theoretically, it makes the personalization a lot easier. So you can now group people, and minority groups can now get a large enough population. As in the past, you would group everybody, you have a small number of patients, and the majority group get treated well. But if a minority group in there needs a different kind of treatment, that doesn't show up. One caveat, though, is when we do merge data sets collected at different places, we do need to make sure that in the data that we remove. There will be cases where you can actually tell where the data came from. So we have an example on a project, a diabetes project, where you can tell where the fundus images came from, which you really shouldn't be able to do that, right? And so you need to remove all of those biases before you combine the data sets. Otherwise, you're going to be seeing if there's any correlation between, say, different racial groups and where the data was collected, which clearly there often is, then you're going to confuse racial differences with just differences in the data collection paradigms. But once you deal with those, I think we have great potential for personalizing medicine.
I think with that, the AI is telling me to end the session. So thank you everyone. Thanks.
And before you guys leave, we have awards.
You're getting a pro at this.
What I may do is hand them out this way,
Yes.
since there's more of them.
That is for Vivek.
What's that? Oh.
Can you take the picture? No, Vikram we gave already.
For our next panel, we will focus on longevity and wellness, rethinking how we approach aging and old age care. Moderated by Dr. Nidhi Pai, a visionary cosmetic dentist and founder of Zero Brush, this panel features Ms. Srividya Sundarmurthy, the co-founder and head of product at Collegium Med, Dr. Manish Sheth, a MD PhD who is also the founder and president at Headlight Health, and Dr. Anastasia Chemrutskaya, the founder and CEO of Lorana. Please welcome our longevity and wellness panel.
Hi, everybody. I would like to thank Sai for organizing such an amazing event. And prior to us, there were such geniuses and such good people. Dr. Sri Krishna, you were amazing, made me so emotional. And I think I forgot everything I wrote. So I'm going to make this light, fun, because we want to live longer. We are talking about how to live longer. And I have three very exciting panelists with me. Srividya Sundarmurthy, who is the founder of Collegium Med, Dr. Manish Sheth, who's founder and CEO of Headlight Health, and Dr. Anastasia Chemrutskaya, who's the founder of Lorana. And please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sri Vidya Sundar Murthy. I'm a co-founder at Coligo Med. Coligo stands for unification in Latin, and I've been the co-founder and head of product for the last 4 years. My background is mainly in product management. I've been building software products for the last 25 years or so. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, hi, I'm Manish Sheth. I'm a psychiatrist by training, medical school, and MD PhD. Been a psychiatrist for 25 years, and I have really focused, our organization has focused mostly on the access. We heard a lot about access, and we'll talk about it for mental health care. And here currently I'm leading Headlight Health, which is a mental health clinic with clinicians, psychiatrists, therapists, and counselor.
Hello, thank you for the invitation. My name is Anastasia Chmeritskaya. I am physician, researcher, and also founder of one company. My background is OBGYN, functional in integrative medicine. Also, I'm in longevity space and expert in peptide therapy. And Lirana is a concierge wellness and longevity platform internationally. Thank you.
All right, you can. Yeah. So, Sri Vidya, can you tell us a little bit about Collegio Med? What exactly do you do, and how can it help live for people to live longer?
Yeah, before I start on what Collegio Med is, a bit of everybody's been talking about stats. A little bit about stats on the U.S. Healthcare. As you know, it's very fragmented, but also there is a growing problem where there are around 170 million people who are with chronic conditions. And that's the number that we are going to deal with. And it's not just one condition, they have multiple conditions, which means that every patient is probably looking at a primary care doctor, a specialist, and a dentist, and eye specialist. So, but the data itself doesn't really stay in one place. It's floating around, it's in silos, and I'm pretty sure Dr. Nidhi, you being a dentist, and Dr. Seth being a mental health specialist, if you get a patient who has gone to different doctors, you probably wouldn't get to see what is the primary care doctor saying or what is the heart specialist saying about the patient, unless and that's the mission that that's the problem that we looked at when we started Collegio Med 4 years back. Our mission is really to see how we can bring all the patient data together so that on top of that, we can provide the insights and the knowledge that a doctor or a care team member or a nutrition coach or a dietitian should know about the patient. They have the full history, the full insight, and and in a very concise way, they can really tell what the patient needs are, and then based on that, they can put their diagnosis and decisions based on that. So that's what Collegio Med does. We started our journey 4 years back, and we have we help providers, hospitals, health systems streamline their care delivery, care coordination process, so they can scale and they can provide maximum coverage for their patients between visits, and they know exactly what's happening with the patient outside of their ecosystems. When the patient is at their home settings or remote settings, we do a lot of remote monitoring and chronic management on the patients so that the doctors know what exactly has happened or what is the patient facing. A lot of those things are available very easily to the doctors.
Yeah, so less mistakes can be made, right?
Less medical errors, less hospitalizations, less ER visits. Those are the three.
What are the blockages? Like, why aren't all of us thinking like this? What are the obstacles you have?
Yeah, when you look at the fundamental data layer in the healthcare system in the US, it's driven by the EMRs. I think there was a lot of focus put on putting the data in a digital format in the electronic medical record systems. But as time passed in the last decade or so, there have been a lot of EMR systems, and everybody wants to compete in that space, and none of the EMR systems are talking to each other. So that's when we got all these different protocols like FHIR, HL7, RPA, all of those things have come about to basically see how the doctors can get access to the data. But the thing is, doctors are not technologists, so at least from, and they need help. They are basically focused on trying to meet the patient needs and take care of the patients, not necessarily bring technology together. That's our job as technologists. This is our job, to make it easier for the providers, to make it easier for any clinician to see the data in a logical way and in a very easy way. So that's one of the big blockers at the systems. There is a lot of fragmentation in the systems, in the way the care is delivered, in the way the data exists in the healthcare system.
And will this belong to the patient as well? Will the patient have
Absolutely.
access?
Patient owns the data, yes.
Patient owns the data.
Patient owns the data. Patient should always have access to the data.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Very nice. Dr. Shed, I am super excited about Headlight Health. It is revolutionary, and can you please tell our audience, like, what exactly does it do?
Well, thank you for your excitement. Appreciate that. So yes, as I said earlier, I have been a psychiatrist for 25 years and been in the field, been on the research side as well. And one of the things we realized being in this field is, first of all, there is stigma at the individual level. We heard about how cancer also creates stigma. Same thing with mental health. Like, people do not want to go out, talk about their depression, their anxiety, and whatnot. Thank you for the slides. And so what we wanted to do is, first and foremost, is to create a system where people who are able to get through their stigma are able to access care. Typically, in most communities, and we are talking about urban communities, not even rural communities in US. In urban community, if someone would try to get mental health care, it's at least a 90-day waiting period. On top of it, it may or may not be covered by the insurance. More than 50% of the providers in urban system, mental health providers, are not paneled with payers or insurance. So if you talk about the barriers, stigma being one of them that we all talked about, which is being at the individual level, stigma has improved. Next slide, please. So what we did is we tried to focus, for this talk especially, I was trying to make sure that I know which. The green button. Okay. So for this panel, what I wanted to focus with the slide is to what can we do and what are we doing for older clients. So statistics, most of you folks are data-driven folks here. And I wanted to bring some epidemiology, some data, is that 1 in 4 US adults over the age of 40, adults, seniors, have mental health condition. We are talking 25%. And less than half of them receive any mental health care professional support due to lack of access or due to the cost, as I said, because it is not covered by insurance. And those who are not getting mental health care, but also those who are in the social isolation, 29% of them have higher risk of heart disease, 32% increased risk of stroke, 43% feeling lonely. They are reporting that on a day-to-day basis. These loneliness and isolation is as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Again, this is data. I can get you the sources to look into that. This was an advisory which was published by U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, in 2023, where it's a 90-page booklet, basically, which was published to show how loneliness is impacting our community and why it's like a national emergency where we have to address it. The lack of social connection is impacting, causing negative outcomes more than obesity, more than diabetes, more than not having physical activity, more than alcohol or smoking use. So something that has to be very deeply addressed, especially for the senior population. When we talk about longevity, certainly mental health care is one important piece for that. How do we do things at Headlight Health? We have used technology on the front end and on the back end while we are still protecting the sacred time, the sacredness of a clinician and the patient. A lot of this discussion about data, technology, AI, as doctor, I notice that we are missing the talk about the clinician themselves. Where is the clinician in this big picture? And what we are trying to do in our company is we have technologists, data analysts, engineers who are creating tools so that the access to the clinician is easier for an individual client. And once they see the patient, then the follow-up care can also be all organized using data. We are in 7 states. We have over 250 clinicians, and we are recruiting more, and we are serving 1,000 patients a day in mental health field, which is it's pretty big in terms of the numbers that goes through. Typically, as I said earlier, it takes 25 working days or more to see a mental health client, but in our program, we try to see them in less than 9 days. If someone needs mental health service, you can't tell them wait for 2 months or 1 month or 3 months. If in the industry, 50% of people keep their first appointment once they are booked. In our setup, we have more than 80%. And again, this is where we are using technology to send reminders, to keep patients engaged, to create various touch points using some of the AI tools and some of our personally developed tools. Once a person comes to us, generally 70% of the time in the industry, they come for a second visit. Second visit is very important because otherwise we have lost connection with them. In our program, we have 92% of the time our patient comes for the second visit. And fourth visit is what the payers are using now. So we work with payers. We are paneled with all insurances, because unless we go with the insurance, and if you're not within network with the insurances, then there is no access to the patients. So what industry average is, generally the patient comes, 36% of the patient come for fourth visit, which shows therapeutic alliance. In our program, we have over 90% of the patients, they come back for up to 4 appointments with the same provider. Point is that we are using data for increasing the access and making sure the follow-ups happen, the insurance filing happens, the credentialing happens, so that the clinicians are not wasting time on those administrative work that otherwise swallows a lot of their time. So at this time, you can turn off the slides. I have a few more, but I will come back to it.
Very, very good. Very nice. All right. Dr. Chamritskaya, please tell us more about Lyrina and how there are not too many women audience in the panel here, but women's health is important. And one of your things is like the peptide therapy and the hormonal therapy. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. I believe when women thrive, society thrive. So sorry. Yes, Lyrina, it's, as I mentioned before, it's concierge longevity wellness service. We more focus on female health, and especially like female like after 30, 35, and like perimenopause and postmenopause period. Yes, I have what do we provide? We provide personalized care. I don't like word longevity. I believe we have to be more precise about when we're speaking about this. We have to divide it to health span and lifespan. Lifespan, I will give it to the biologists, genetics, and all AI drug discovery. But health span, it's like I believe we are, as a clinicians, have to be focused on. And we provide this service internationally. We also have a partnership with clinics around the world, because now, unfortunately, for example, in the United States, we don't have access to all type of care. And I always speak about like what is heartbroken situation for me was as a clinician, especially when I moved to United States, as a lot of women was lack of access to hormone replacement therapy. Due to huge study, and it was like really for few generations, and now FDA finally is ready to reconsider it. And we provide hormone optimizations, hormone replacement therapy, peptides. I was also like, I have a privilege to study from Professor Covinson, who was a pioneer of peptide in the world. He developed it in 60s and Soviet Union time. And I believe this is one of the best signals molecules, which can help also to delay perimenopausal changes. Any woman can say who is going through perimenopause that she can like admit how many changes she's going through. And especially even in mental health, is highly important too, because unfortunately, not only neurodegenerative diseases is come out in this time. It's also like any mental health issues too, and we need to be more precise and more personalized with our approaches. And also Lirana is building agentic AI as well. What I believe is the best way to personalize care is to study your patient, your client, like from lifestyle, like from how its morning start, what kind of workflow she has, how many children she has to care of. Like we need to really understand how to make for her life easy and personalize our approach, not just like personalized by what we prescribe, how we prescribe a delivery system, like anything which is really can affect her daily life basis. That's what I believe is going to then actually next in healthcare, personalized medicine, and AI will help us. Of course, we have a lot of concern with hypersecurity, with the data collection, and it was a wonderful panel before. And yep, that's what Lirana is about.
Now, let me give you some examples of like when coordination doesn't happen. Like I had a patient from London who was trying to get pregnant, and she spent, and IVF treatment is not cheap. She went through rounds and rounds and rounds of IVF treatment, not successful. She came to me not for pregnancy issues. She wanted to get her teeth fixed, and I said, "You have a very infected tooth." And she's like, "Oh, I couldn't go to dentist for the last blah, blah, blah years because, you know, I was so focused on my IVF, and now I've given up on having a baby, and now I want to look the best, and I want to have really good teeth." So I said, "You have to extract this tooth. This is very infectious." We extracted her tooth. 2 months later, she got pregnant on without the IVF treatment. She wanted to name her daughter the same name as me, and I said, "Please, your daughter will not forgive you. You are, of a different nationality. Keep her name." But that's how helpful. Another example is, this was a dad of an Indian patient who had very infected teeth. He got septicemia, and he was admitted to the ER. They started amputating his toes, like really aggressive, because it was like they couldn't control the infection. So I went to visit him, and I said, "His teeth are really infected." Once they extracted the back molars, he was feeling much better. So coordination is very, very critical. And I'm so grateful that, your company is doing that, because having, that synergy between like the different specialties. Same thing with estrogen.
Yeah, I can comment on that actually, because I practice also medicine in Russia. And for example, the first person where we send any woman with a fertility issue, it's a dentist. It's like protocol. It's actually like we follow this protocol. It's not. I travel a lot. I was doing medical tourism too. That's why not each country has this protocol, but we had it in the. I don't know how it's going now, but it's really important. That's what you did. You just get this infection like locus, and it's why she was healing. It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
No, but I'm going to share some fun story with you guys, because I've got all my speech, so I'm just going to talk random stuff. Like, can we have the slides, please? So in 1930, which is 100 years ago, people were not brushing their teeth, and Pepsodent could not sell a single toothpaste. So they hired this very clever marketer called Claude Hopkins, who's like, how do we make, people, how do I make the sales of Pepsodent go high? So he started doing this marketing, and especially for like women, like if you have the yellow film, and maybe we can different pictures, like if your breath smells good, if you remove the yellow film from your teeth, you're going to get a date easier. Your teeth are going to be pearly white. This was 100 years ago. And he also said in like little like those one of these flyers, he even said, you only have to visit your dentist twice a year. Have you guys heard of that? Insurance companies only pay for twice a year cleaning. Yeah, and for these pearly white teeth. I want to talk to Claude Hopkins. Even he must be crying from the skies, because what did I do? People have this notion that if they brush their teeth like really hard, they're going to have this pearly white teeth till today. But they only brush like the front part of their mouth. They don't they miss all the back molars. It's so tough. Like, the previous, thing we saw, like where you're using a stick and thread to clean your mouth in 2025. Here we are talking about AI and quantum and this and that. Sorry, I can't even pronounce some of the things. But for brushing, which is like I feel like mouth is the gateway, is the mirror for our image, like this, for our body. Like, we see so many signs. Like if the estrogen level, when menopause women, the estrogen level goes down, it starts affecting their bone, their teeth. And if you go to a regular normal dentist, they'll be like, get your cleanings like 5 times a year. That's not the right thing, because our mouth is just not teeth. It's not just like teeth. We have so many important things in our mouth. We have the saliva, which is like, like our savior. We have the tongue, we have the back of our mouth, and the gums, which has like such amazing hormones and protective enzymes to protect us. And we just brush them away. So if anything, if you guys go home, when you look at your brush, please do not please do not think that over brushing is going to give you better oral hygiene. You're damaging, and it's not your fault, because it's that marketing which has done this notion that we're going to have white pearly teeth, and that's great oral care. And one video we're going to show, and so just to lighten you guys up, because we've talked so much.
What if clean could be faster, smarter, even effortless?
I brush twice a day and I floss all the time, but I'm still getting cavities.
I mean, will this device even help people like us?
Zero Brush is designed for people like you, 5 years old, 50 years old. All of us have the same problem.
Americans' dental health is worse than ever.
50% of adult population is suffering from gum disease. It is an epidemic, and it is not improving.
Despite all the patients putting so much effort, still seeing the gum recession, still seeing cavities in the back molars, it was frustrating for me that I couldn't help the patients.
Humans vary a lot. By using technology to automate the rest of the pipeline, they've been able to offer that custom piece to people.
The idea is that this could be for everyone.
We can
Yes, so my
and
hope.
very positive unit cost economics. It's not about disruption for disruption's sake.
We have chosen the hard road specifically to help our customers versus taking sort of the easy way out so we can make a quick buck.
Fresh clean like a dentist cleaning is something that a consumer said. Not having to think about brushing my teeth, that's something a consumer said. Like, that's the coolest thing ever.
I finally tried it and I had this aha moment. I was like, oh my God, this is why people are gonna love this.
It gives you hope that you can change your oral health if it's not as good as you want it to be.
We want to improve people's health, and that is the driving factor in all of this.
Finally, there's a product which we can trust.
Zero Brush, the future of clean.
It really made my mouth feel like super fresh. It felt like I brushed and used mouthwash and floss all in one.
It gave me that dentist feel clean after I used it.
But the fact that it was actually tailored to my mouth, it was perfect.
The best part about using Zero Brush was that every time I used it, my teeth felt as if I came from a cleaning from the dentist.
All right. So thank you, all of you. Is there anything, Dr. Sheth, especially for mental health, can you give us some tips? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, first of all, great comments from all of you, the panelists here. Just one, even before going to individuals at the institutional level, I would say there has been discussion about more investments, more research and development. Mental health, again, the most research and development R&D we have seen over the last 30, 40 years is in the pharma side. That we had, starting from 1986, 87, when Prozac came out, that was the first major drug that came out, which changed the way we treated people. And until then, we used to admit people for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days for like minor depression even. And Prozac came out, and we started giving prescriptions to people to take home. And because someone could, and I have to say this because as a psychiatrist, we always worry about this. If someone were to overdose on Prozac, they are unlikely to kill themselves with it, and they would be treated in the hospital later. Whereas other medication that existed until then, antidepressants, if someone just overdosed on a week worth of medicine, they may not survive. So Prozac was a big game changer. And then for next 3 or 4 decades, we had bunch of different meds. I would say maybe about a couple dozen different medications that came out in the market, brand name, so that they would be promoted. You will see ads on the TV, and then once they become generic, their cost from $1,000 a month will go down to $10 a month. But interestingly, in last probably 5 years, there hasn't been huge pipeline of new drugs coming in because all the neurotransmitters they typically think of have been addressed. Serotonin, norepinephrine, dopamine, glutamate, NMDA receptors, and so forth. Interesting part is, in last 5 years, we have been hearing a lot about psychedelic drugs. MDMA, there is a product of ketamine that is now FDA approved that we offer from our clinics. Psilocybin has been studied. There has been a lot of capital that has been invested in companies which are researching psilocybin, MDMA, and so forth. And you will see that more in the news, whether you are on the research side, data side, or investment side, you'll see those opportunities as they grow. In terms of, so what I would ask the smart folks here and other listeners is think of investment in mental health. Individually, people have become destigmatized. People are willing to talk about it. Like, if we are 20 people here, 5 of us can benefit from a therapist or a psychiatrist, 1 out of 4 in this crowd. Individuals are willing to talk about it. They're talking about that on social media and whatnot. Now it's time for institutions to take on the baton and think about investing in this. I love the product that you have. Part of the challenge also in US and everywhere else should be the privacy of data. All kinds of healthcare data, but more so for mental health data because it has additional legal compliance requirement from federal and state level to protect that data. So as much as we all want to work together, sometimes it becomes harder to work because of the compliance issue. And when we have products like yours where it's easier to get all, it's one platform where we can get all the consent so that we can share data, that makes it so much better and so much easier. I mean, in other conferences and meeting with other data folks, I've heard that about 90% of the EHR data, the medical data that doctors have access to is not looked at, which is sad. That we create all this data, but nobody's looking at it. So we would love to see AI tools which can then summarize this data. Because, if I get a new patient and I have 100 pages to read, I'm not going to be able to on each person or 1,000 pages. So if there are tools that can be developed which can make it concise, make it summarized, that would be something huge for us as an industry. But on the individual basis, I think we believe in prevention. So all the basic things that we recommend for healthy life, exercise, diet, sleep. Don't skip your lunch. We are sitting here doing lunch hour. Not a good idea, actually. So things like that. Then once we go past prevention, where someone is having symptoms, then seek help. People generally ask me this question: is like, what is the threshold to see a therapist or a psychiatrist? The answer is, the moment you think about it, go see one. Talk to a professional. Like, they will tell you that, oh, you know what, these are like existential things. I can refer you to a coach, start going to gym, make these changes, and then see me in 6 months. Or you need to see a therapist every week for next 6 weeks. So see, there are tools, there are screeners online, but generally, I would not support them to be used for your personal health care or personal mental health care. And then finally, if someone is recommended to take medications or do TMS or do Spravato, which is ketamine-based treatment. There are a lot of advances in mental health field, by the way. Today's topic wasn't there to cover for all those of the advancements, but I would say, creating that openness and social networks. social isolation has been found to be like number one reason, whether it causes depression or depression leads to social isolation. Either way, it's a big factor in having negative outcomes. People have more strokes, more depression, more worse metabolic effects, obesity, early mortality. Longevity cannot happen without a good mental health care. That's what I would say.
So there, it's one thing when you are having a mental crisis. It's another thing when a loved one is having, and I found out that unless you yourself go and seek for mental health, you're not allowed to, you cannot say, oh, my spouse or my so and so person can seek mental health. Why is that? Because obviously the person who's going through may or may not understand what they're going through. How do you overcome a barrier like that?
Excellent point. History. That's the reason why is history. If you look at 100 years, 150 years of mental health care, there used to be some things that were done that we are not proud of. They used to instill probe in the frontal lobe through the orbital for people who had schizophrenia or bipolar. Someone actually got, was the time of the year person award for doing that procedure. So history has created all this stigma around mental health services, but I think over the last 20 to 30 years, as there is more openness, and I think if there was one thing that happened with COVID especially, is that the awareness for mental health came to the forefront. Celebrities, athletes, Hollywoods or movie stars, they came out and they talked about their depression. I mean, you hear this tennis star saying, well, I'm pulling out of my tennis tournament because for mental health reason. You couldn't imagine anyone saying that 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So, I mean, that awareness has clearly happened, but it has not happened far enough to change what you're asking. People have rights. People's rights were abused in past in the name of mental health care. People were being put into, whether they were for political reasons or personal reasons or financial reasons, people were getting locked up in facilities for months and months and being told that, oh, you have a mental health condition, you cannot have your children, you have to be locked up, you won't be, so that's why government has gone, we as a society have gone the other side of it, is making the laws very strict so that, the personal rights are protected.
Yeah, and same question for you, because, there's a lot of depression and low energy near the menopause age. And a lot of women, culturally, they are very hesitant. So maybe, people who are listening, you may want to tell the benefits and remove the stigma from using hormonal therapy to feel your best. Because all of us, we want to live longer, but more importantly, I think we want to live healthier. And so how can, maybe a message to all the women who are listening? Yeah.
It was a pleasure. What's about hormone replacement therapy? It's still have to be considered as a therapy. You cannot prescribe it everybody. That's why, but what is making me sad, unfortunately, after the Women's Initiative study, all majority of providers, they stop even consider the therapy for anyone. They just say, okay, it will pass. Just symptomatic menopause, it will pass. Or I will prescribe antidepressant for you. That's what is a good approach to do something, but sometimes we need to do really pathophysiology, to look at the pathophysiology of the process. Why, when we have a decline of progesterone, estrogen, which really affect the brain a lot, we have all of the symptoms. And my message, I hope all providers, especially after this FDA reconciliation of the therapy, they will start to look at the therapy more widely and to do evaluation for each patient, benefits and risk. We always go in between benefits and risk. We have to, and I'm sure it will be more widely prescribed. And yeah, its woman will just feel much better on it. I also has a background at breast cancer research for a few years. And honestly, I can say breast surgeons, oncologists, they actually, I think they more like kind for this therapy than even OBGYN sometimes. And like internal medicine physician, they also look at this. They look at this more than OBGYN because they feel the benefit for cardiovascular prevention. You know, like that's why I believe it's the best way. Actually, education, education, education. I believe with AI, we will have a much like better and educated patients. This is what they will seek this treatment. They will ask us. We will educate ourselves more and more, and each is this point. That's why I have a lot of hope for AI, which will really give more information to the patient, even without providers. Even providers have to be leaders in this field. But still, we will do from different part, you know, just to put awareness first, that the patient can seek this treatment too. Yeah, and I would like to add also, like, for example, peptides. Yes. And it's like from my practice as well. The interesting part when I was kind of developed these protocols, peptides protocols, even back home in Russia, my gosh, like I got 3 dentists as a patient. After that, I was booked for 3 months ahead. Mostly because it's really helpful also for gum repairing, you know. Yes. That's why, like, and estrogen also, when you little bit start to prescribe transdermal estrogens, like all dentists was so grateful. They even call me and say, okay, thank you so much. We have a less complication even like on any like procedures. You know, that's what like I believe we have to think about health holistically. That's what my message. And don't look for this like symptoms. Do prevention. We can prevent so many diseases, and that's what the best. Just check on it, educate yourself, ask your providers, push them to educate themselves. Will be like new healthcare.
Just one question. I know you probably it may be out of your scope, but GLP-1, does that help with mental fog? That's been like sort of like a
buzzword, right?
The buzzword, yes.
AI and GLP.
Yeah.
You just need to know those 2 things. Yeah. So kind of, you know, we prescribe GLP-1. Again, I'm a psychiatrist. I'm not a metabolic doctor. But it is estimated that about 20 to 30% of GLP-1 prescriptions are coming out of psychiatry mental health practices. And the reason being that it has shown to be very effective in not only the weight management, the diabetic management, and so forth, but also in terms of addiction, different types of addiction, alcohol and other addictions. It has been shown to be even treating some treatment-resistant depressive conditions. So OCD, depression, addictions, there is good data coming out, and I wouldn't be surprised, you know, with the AI tools, because we can look at data faster. Then the cycle for data analytics have gotten shorter and shorter. Maybe in next 2 to 5 years, we will see how GLP-1s would be utilized more in psychiatric conditions. And, you know, the out-of-pocket cost is going lower and lower. Like, you know, different programs have been coming out directly from pharma for affordability. Most likely, FDA indication may not happen, so insurance may not cover, but the cost would be so low out of pocket that more people will use it. So yeah, I feel very very optimistic about it. There was one comment I wanted to make about your work. Great work, by the way. Just from the equity point of view, if you think about it, you know, generally 50% of, you know, folks are, you know, men and women. Generally, when you look at it, there is such a little work that is being done in menopause, and that needs to be done. In fact, there are more programs right now which offer testosterone to men, even though there is no clear understanding of the diagnosis of a andropause or a menopause-like condition in men, and there is clear understanding of menopause in women. You would not find any programs online. which will say, okay, we work. I mean, very few, I would say, count on the top of your fingers, that would cover menopause. So there are some equity issues. So if we are addressing personalized medicine from different angles, from genetics point of view, from medications, from therapy, whatnot, we also need to look at the equity in this. How are we addressing the whole body and not just limiting to back surgeries or cardiovascular surgeries, because those are decent revenue generator for healthcare systems. We need to look at whole body. So.
All right, maybe from there onwards, we can say like few, like 30 seconds, like tips or to live longer, like how, any, give the crowd a wisdom about, like through your app.
Yeah, let me start by saying that the way we need to think of technology is in a holistic way, not in a siloed way. And that's what we have done in CollegoMed, built a platform that can basically expand horizontally as well as vertically, take in new conditions, integrate with new devices, new EMRs. Essentially, once we have the data is gold these days, and AI cannot do anything without having the foundational layer of data. And we have AI embedded within our platform as well, but in the context of care programs that are essentially, prescribed to patients. And we work with a lot of metabolic psychiatrists as well as wound care doctors. And one of the key elements of that is the patient engagement and how we can monitor patients from their own settings and keep making progress on that. Couple of things on the wellness side for the patients. We do through our app and through our platform, we are reaching out to them, not just through AI, but also through humans as well as through reminders, making sure that they're doing what they need to do on their care routine so that they can live, they can manage their conditions and live well for a longer time. So those are some things I would say. AI is here to stay. And the more we work with doctors who adopt AI, the better it will become. And we do have several doctors who are very passionate about using AI to make progress, to see better outcomes for the patients. So definitely, I think AI will last for a long time.
I think for longevity, and mental health, I heard this statement in one of the other longevity conversations I was having with a provider, and I'll try to paraphrase it, is I want to die young at an old age. So I want to live as young as with the youth as long as possible until the old age. So from my specialty, and again, I'm shifting away from the whole body concept here for a second, is healthy lifestyle, but most importantly, create social connection networks. Get your contacts here in this room with each other and try to connect with each other, build new connections, enhance the existing connections. There is a value of using social network in building networks. So make that, because that is the single determinant at a population level, at an aggregate level, and at an individual level, how long either of us are going to live.
I will just mention again, probably. Please invest in women health. Like happy women, happy everybody around. Honestly, like it's like such a obvious how her mood can affect everybody around, and especially when she's going through perimenopause. I believe if we address this transitional period correctly, we will have much lower rate of divorces, much better economic. We will have a much better life. That's why I think woman has a lack of support during this most difficult part of her life. And if we really address it well, we will have only benefits on it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, all of you guys are going to have lunch right now. And let me tell you something very interesting. When we eat food, our saliva will demineralize our enamel because of the acid. But it has such a gift that after we've eaten our food, it remineralizes our enamel. And so we have to respect our saliva. Do not poison it with mouthwashes, toxic toothpaste, and just the quest of getting white teeth. And do salivary test to see what kind of bacteria you have. If you're getting too many cavities, find out if you're vitamin D deficient. Now, instead of again brushing really hard, and get more customized therapy. Go to a dentist who really understands and will treat you for your individual needs. Not like everybody gets 5 cleanings a year, everybody gets this or that. It has to be very personalized for you. Thank you so much, and live longer, live happier. Yeah, any questions? Okay.
You're a really passionate dentist. Thank you, though. And a comment, and then I have a question. A comment is that mental health stigma is slowly going away, unfortunately. It is a huge stigma. So when I was on the medical board, there were questions about mental health before you got license. There were questions about when you renew your license. I had to fight hard with the legislature to remove them. We took them off. And it's just unfair especially for the students who are going through. Getting into med school itself is very difficult. Then going through the school is extremely difficult. And it's not that uncommon, people to go through the mental health issues. And if you say that in the application, then you are in trouble. And if you don't say that, you're in bigger trouble because you lied under oath. So it's a government property. It's not ours. So I'm glad that it's changing. But for the rest of you years, I know individualized concierge care is getting popular, but only rich people can afford it. So how can we make concierge care affordable to the rest of the population who go to doctors? The doctor spends about 5 minutes looking at the computer, and maybe 30 seconds talking to you. I know now many of us have the system where it will record for you all the conversation, but how can we afford that kind of care to majority of the US population? I'm not even going to India. That's a completely different issue. So.
Let me talk about dental care in US is exorbitantly expensive, very, very expensive. And that is why so many people for taboo of not going to the dentist for a long time will not come and visit, and they will have so many issues with their mouth and then the body. Now the heart disease, dementia, Alzheimer's, everything is related with periodontal disease, proven. And that's why zero brush, where every corner of your mouth is cleaned twice, just like a dentist clean. If you saw the users say that, like a dentist clean, we cannot be using a stick to clean our mouth in 2025. We just cannot. We need to shift from that. And so it's accessible to everyone. We are making it so easy that people can take a picture or a video of their mouth and send it to us, and then we can send them the device. So that's in the dental field, it's make it easier.
No, that's a great point, access. So several points. First, thank you for what you did at the medical board in helping. Many states have now modified their questions where they ask about possibly mental health diagnosis, but they say only mention if it is impacting your ability to function. Don't mention it if it is not impacting for you to provide care to others. So more and more there is awareness and openness about it. How do we bring the care to everyone? And I think this is a perfect place to talk about it is technology. Because the 5-minute doctor, 30-second doctor you're talking about, that doctor is still spending 20 minutes on the patient, 25 minutes on the patient by reading their chart or putting the medication orders or putting the lab orders and so forth. If there are ways that we can minimize the non-patient facing time for the doctor will spend more time with the patient. So here we have the experts. Keep keep playing with it, keep modifying the technology. I mean, we use a different version of something similar, but not exactly the same that you have. So before I see a new patient, I have data on this patient for last 2 years of their medical care from anywhere. I have their labs, their reports, their diagnosis, their meds. So I'm not spending 10 minutes or 20 minutes of my time with the patient just listing things. I already have the data. So now that 20 minutes, I can send in creating the treatment plan for that person. So I think it's going to be technology so that if I'm working 8 hours of patient facing, otherwise I was spending another 5-6 hours on the documentation and admin time. So if I can save the 5 hours, I can spend some of that time towards patient.
1 second, I have to comment. And we need your help. Dr. Sheth, when you graduated after all these degrees, what was your loan? Mine was like around close to $400,000. That's when I didn't do undergrad here. So doctors are coming out with debt of
At least $250,000 or more.
how much Indian rupees that is, I don't know. But and then forget that. What is the malpractice insurance? Yeah, and malpractice insurance?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's out of control, obviously. So yeah, we are also practicing defensive medicine. Part of the reason is that, like, right? We say, well, why don't we do certain things? Is because none of us want to be sued. The protocols are stronger and stronger and stronger. But again, this is not about pointing fingers at why we are not doing it. We are all looking at opportunities and tools and solutions. How can we do it? So if the best of the brains are here, then and technology, I think, I feel like doctors have become as efficient as they can on a one-to-one basis. It's like technology is almost like bringing the robotic surgery tools in the office visits. That's the kind of intervention we need.
Yes. I think the tuition needs to be lower because lots of people want to be in this noble profession, but they're in so much debt. And malpractice and suing culture. So if all of that goes down, then the cost will go down.
Yeah, I can tell you the accrediting agencies require so much. The cost of medical education in the US is high because the regulations, what you need to follow, and the number of people you need to have faculty, it all makes it so difficult to cut down the cost. You got an excellent point, and that's why we, at least in California, we work pretty hard to see how we can let your loans go away at California Medical Association. So there are multiple programs. If you practice in a neighborhood where there are a lot of non-paying or Medicaid patients, you can have majority of your loan go away. But getting the loan down, unless some billionaires donate a lot of money to NYU.
Yes, NYU is free. It's completely free.
Yeah, so it's very unfair. And a lot of people don't even get into dental colleges or medical colleges. Like I have so many colleagues who doing dental assisting or being lab technicians because they could not get into, that's another barrier. So more doctors, less. And he's the guy who can help us all. So, yeah, because your company is doing really well. Yeah. I know. Yeah. So it has to start from
So I don't know how much time we have, but to address your question on the concierge care, I think one thing that we could be thinking of modeling around, what India has done, like an Aadhaar card or a ABHA ID, where the burden is not on the patient to keep track of their health records, but more on the system to keep track of where the data is of the patient and how to bring it all together. If we had such a system here, then every time the patient goes to visit a new doctor, whether it's a concierge care doctor or a specialist or some, nutritionist or so, they can just share that ID, and that ID is accessible. All their health records, all of the data is accessible to every clinician and healthcare professional. That's the kind of world that we have to move to. That's my take on that concierge care.
I'm in concierge medicine already for 15 years. And I can say now we have a third wave of AI implementation in healthcare. And I believe this one is really will help us because finally providers mostly start to be willing to work together with technician, with IT specialist, with corporation who is working on it, and especially with data centers. That's what I believe will help us to democratize the prices and access to this type of care, because AI can take care of a lot of things. We just have to modulate it in a way that where you should reach the doctor, or you still like it can be kind of your nurse, I believe, in some point to cover some issues and explain the patients and not consume more time from clinicians. And also it could be really high quality part of care. That's what I believe is coming. And I'm sure concierge medicine in the future, and it will not only for rich people. I hope it will cover all middle class at least. And I hope it will be more available for any countries in the world.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And now we will also present your awards from Mr. All right. Yes. Sorry to take up more of your time, but before we move on to the next keynote, we do want to give another certification to Dr. Nanandev. If you could come on stage, that'd be great.
So this is just a little bit of a thank you and a certificate for outstanding contributions to our community. And now that I've gotten to know you a little bit,
Thank you. I think we got lunch coming, so and you have some more here.
We are running a little bit short on time, so we're going to keep moving on to the next keynote, but feel free to grab lunch really quickly and then come as fast as you can. So for our next panel, we'll explore global medical access and India's role in medical tourism. It's moderated by Mr. Pramod Goel, the founder and CEO of Placid Way Medical Tourism. And our speakers include Mr. Barry Rudolph, who has had numerous roles in technology and is an independent director at Falcon Star Software, Dr. Krishna Mohan Yarlagada, director of Vernchi's People's Hospitals, and Dr. Mikesh Daftri, the president at Daffy's Consulting Incorporation. They'll discuss how technology, policy, and partnerships are expanding access to high-quality care worldwide. Please welcome the Medical Access panel. Okay, thanks for listening. We'll resume in 10 minutes.
Maybe.
Last session is most difficult.
I'm not sure.
Fourth lunch is difficult. Fourth lunch, last is difficult because people are just looking at watch.
The last one was Friday.
Friday starts at 2 p.m.
Friday night starts at 2 p.m.
Because we need to beat the traffic, right? Yes. We have to rush.
Oh, yeah.
Big city problems. It's getting worse. 2 o'clock is not enough. You know, we need to start at 11 o'clock or something.
Might as well work from home, right? On Fridays.
What will the end, you know, in the next 10 years? What will happen?
In what way?
On the traffic. Traffic, you know, for 2 hours. One of the reasons why obesity is rampant is because people are sitting in the car for 1 or 2 hours every year. I mean, every day.
See, there's a chance for
I mean,
innovation.
they
Right?
go
They're
home.
going to have some swinging chairs.
Yeah, they go home and sit down and watch TV.
So Google, some folks at Google and Bay Area used to provide a bus from San Francisco to their campus. And they decided it was such useless time on 101, you know, and same here in San Diego on 5 or 8, same thing, that they started teaching a accredited MBA program in the bus. So you could actually get an MBA in the bus.
Utilization, effective utilization.
Yeah, it was actually pretty clever.
Beautiful, beautiful idea.
So we use
You can collaborate on the projects in the bus too.
Yeah, yeah.
All the students are there too.
Yeah, it's a captive audience, right?
It was actually, it was a good use of time. We got some professors from University of San Francisco, from Santa Clara University, from Stanford, and it was actually a really great, innovative idea.
That's great, yeah.
It's similar to, we have a investors club, so whatever, 10 families, and whatever we make, an annual day we spend, okay, whatever is profit. So we are going to go to Las Vegas in a luxury bus. We are only about 17 people, we get a 30-seater luxury bus. And on our way, 5 hours, right, we can be able to screen about fundamentals and technical analysis video. We can learn. Immediately when you told me about that other thing, that
We need one video on the probabilities of gambling.
How to beat the odds. Before reaching Vegas. He is telling because of the destination. Brush your skills.
So maybe let's do it. Maybe we cut this down to like 40 minutes or so, and you can give us a cue. Getting going.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed your quick lunch break. We
Some of the panelists are still Spanish.
Oh.
Next panel. We are here. Audience is not there. We are here. Panelists are more than audience. Okay.
All right, for our next panel, we'll explore global medical access and India's role in medical tourism. Moderated by Mr. Pramod Goel, the founder and CEO of Placid Way Medical Tourism, our speakers include Mr. Barry Rudolph, who has had numerous roles in technology and is an independent director at Falcon Star Software, Dr. Krishnamohan Yarlagada, director of Varinci's People's Hospitals, and Dr. Mukesh Daftri, the president at Daffy's Consulting Incorporation. They'll discuss how technology, policy, and partnerships are expanding access to high-quality care worldwide. Please welcome the Medical Access panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still awake. Thanks for joining after a quick lunch break. As we were discussing, it's very hard to start after lunch, right? And also on Friday afternoon, and talking about medical tourism as a topic, right? Which I think so everybody knows what it is and what's happening in India and what the applications are. So we'll keep it short from that perspective. My name is Pramod Goyal. I'm the founder of Placid Way Medical Tourism. We are a global platform working in 60 countries and connecting patients worldwide. So from that perspective, what I want to do is introduce the panel and start discussions about what is happening, how we can look into global perspective of medical tourism, and how India plays a critical role as we go and we talk about the access and so forth. So Barry, from your perspective, start.
So, excuse me. So my role is not as an expert at all, but as a user. And my involvement has been both in Mexico, but also in India, and getting access to India. So I'll maybe just say a couple of words and then talk a little bit about kind of a perspective. So the first thing is in almost every country in the world, there's a very large percentage of underinsured and undercovered individuals. In the United States, either underinsured or non-insured is roughly 50%. And so there's a fundamental issue of availability and access. And I think we all, as end users, kind of look at medical coverage and medical availability in the context of what we have. So if we have good availability, we have good insurance, we have good doctors, we kind of think that's the way it is. That is not the way it is. There are a lot of rural communities in the United States, a lot of older people, and in fact all demographics, that really have very little access, may have little understanding of what's available to them, and certainly don't have the financial capability to afford. So my view is pretty strong that we, although the actual delivery of healthcare is local and is with people, with human beings, but I personally think we have to think about the democratization of healthcare and the globalization, and think about the assets and capabilities and people that are available to help in a more global context, because there are capabilities in other countries. In India, I've spent not a lot of time there, but several visits uniquely on this topic, looking at maybe building out healthcare cities and making those available to a worldwide, potential worldwide group, taking advantage of the cost of labor, the cost of capital, the degree of capitalization, and the capabilities. So, yeah, but again, as a user, even in the United States with good health care, there are examples, and I can talk a little bit later about some of my own experience, where because of, and I'm going to talk not as a practitioner, but as someone who uses it. So I may not understand all the plumbing, but it is not unusual for the insurance companies to turn down potential activities because you're not symptomatic yet. I've had several cases myself where I wanted to get something done and I could not get it done, even though I've got great insurance, because I was not symptomatic. I find that a little goofy, but it is what it is. And so opportunities for other solutions for that, I think, are really important and can actually change the nature of healthcare. So that's kind of my end user perspective in a nutshell, anyways.
Hi, I'm Dr. Krishna Mohan from Virinchi People's Hospitals, Hyderabad, India. I'm the Chief Medical Director of the hospital, and we are actually a 550 bedded facility, but at present we are operating around 350 beds of the hospital. And we do operate from at present 21 countries. Most of them, they come from the Middle East and Africa. And we have all the specialities, and of course NABH accredited hospital it is. And most of the times I ask them why they are coming all the way. Most of them Sudan, Somalia, all these people. That is mainly accessibility and affordability. Of course they are all coming for affordability. It is not the question of access there. And here, even from US, I'm a bariatric surgeon myself, And the first case in 2012, I operated for a photographer from New York. And from then, since then, people started one by one, word of mouth, people keep coming there. The reason being cost. Affordability is the most important thing, and I mean accessibility. Even the moment they wanted to get it done, it will happen after 1 year or 2 years. And these are the couple of reasons in most of the patients, they come and tell us why you have traveled to India. But once they come here, that you need to give them the comfort culture, hospitality, and see that there is language support. And aftercare is one thing which I always feel challenge of many of my departments. So what we did, we created for every department one user-friendly manager who will connect the doctor with the patient once they go back to their country. So there will be every 15 days or 30 days, depending on the treatment we provide. So we do teleconsultation virtually. And that's how we make at least 3 months, we handhold them. That's what we're doing there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mukesh Daftari. I'm qualified anesthesiologist. I had chance to practice in Mumbai city in India for 30 long years as a doctor. Along with my medical career, I got involved in management, hospital design, medical equipment business, and manufacturing orthopedic implants. So my experience about medical tourism is slightly different. The tourism word was coined, I think, early 2000. That is how I remember. But the activity is on. When a patient crosses the border of state or city or country, it is tourism. A patient moving out of the location to other place to get operated or get medical treatment is tourism. I, as a doctor practitioner, India in 80s was, when I started my practice, India was in very primitive healthcare. Though by 90s we had started manufacturing atomic things, and 99 India had first nuclear testing, but we still didn't have any medical equipment or great devices when in early 90s, late 90s. So I remember to have operated in most primitive operation theater of 10 by 10 in a private nursing home with no anesthesia machine. And I did major surgeries on rubber bellows, right? But patient definitely did well. They went home, all of them. During my career, fortunately, in those primitive setup also, I had no emergency or no table deaths. So tourism was there then. Why people migrate? For number one, to get something which they don't get in their location. 2, they want to get it done fast. 3, they want to get it done at a lower price. 4, they want to feel confident about the services. So this really started what is called medical tourism. So in 80s, I remember India was primitive, as I am telling you openly. But still patients were coming from distant places. And I had patients from Yemen, Syria, from Middle East, from Nigeria, from Kenya, a lot of them. Particularly those who spoke Arabic, I realized the problems of communication with the visiting tourist patients. So the only thing I could converse with them, I had no knowledge of Arabic, neither they spoke Hindi or English. Some guys who would know local agents, they would bring them to operation room, and that is where I first connected with them. So with difficulty I learned 2 words, bunch ductur. So I had to touch them, I had to tell them to extend their arm so that I can give injection. So I learned one word, bunch. Bunch is anesthesia, and ductur is doctor. So I would tell the patient, bunch ductur. Oh, okay. So they would stretch their arm. And I shot injection, he slept. Right? And he woke up, of course. So first thing I realized, communication gap. I had no knowledge of how to communicate. It is very important for anesthesiologists to get pre-operative history, because surgeon meets the patient pre-operative, but anesthetist only sees them on operation room. Now with modern medicine, we do see them before, but in those times, When we worked in India like a conveyor belt, there was no time to do pre-operative checkup, only communication across for 2 minutes. Are you all right? You had any illness? You had any heart attack? You had any diabetes? You have this? What medicine? And shoot. So I had no communication. I learned first problem of medical tourism, that there is a massive communication gap. But I had no chance to learn. So only 1-2 words I learned, Mafi, the Banj Daktur. And the last word when he woke up, I learned was fulus. Fulus is money. So I had to tell him, you pay my fees. So I said, fulus. So, okay, doctor, okay, fulus. Fine. So that time there was no word. But I realized there is tremendous scope in this activity. I had that business mind along with my medical practice. So I set up first website in 2007. I had not seen any website till then, which said about medical tourism. So I started a company in name of Hospicon India Private Limited, and I set up my first website where I gave total detail of surgery steps, pre-op, intra-op, post-op in a layman's language, and I put up charges. And to my surprise, I have very good response. I got, of course, I set up partner. If we are talking about medical tourism, we should also talk about how to monetize. So I had set up a partner who was my partner in Nigeria for my medical equipment business, for my manufacturing orthopedic implant. So my practice was on all the time. Doctors go into business when they fail in the practice. Fortunately, I was very busy practitioner. I had work all through my day. So this group of people from Nigeria, they sent me 19 patients in 6 months. 19 patients. I realized the strength of tourism. I could barely manage them because of my busy practice and other things. But after 1-2 years of practice, I gave up. Why? Because the industry was fragmented. They didn't speak our language, we didn't speak their language, and there were unscrupulous people at airport or unscrupulous, I would say, colleagues, doctors, whatever, that the entire thing was going haywire. I realized it's not my cup of tea, I gave up. But the word tourism was coined. I will tell you another story of tourism. It did exist much before the word was coined, much before these formal meetings are occurring and a lot of presentations are occurring. I remember my father was a family physician, doctor. In 70s when I was just barely 15 years, patients who had migrated to South Africa with Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi, they used to come to India for treatment. And they used to come for basic treatment to my father. He was one of the few good senior practitioners. So migration was there, tourism was there. The other good example I will say, I went after 10 years of practice with enough confidence, money, and desire to travel to US for a holiday. I went to US Embassy in Mumbai. They rejected my visa once, twice, thrice. The reason they don't give, but they told me, your intention to visit are dicey, you might settle there. They didn't want doctors then in 80s, right? But I brought a patient to UCSF for lung transplant with interstitial lung disease, and they gave me visa. Why? Because there was business and there was good cause, right? I also know of reverse migration those days when patients from India who were very wealthy came to Johns Hopkins, came to UCSF, UCLA. So migration for treatment is occurring for ages. They came in, if you go through past scriptures, they came to India for Ayurvedic therapy and for holistic therapy. So now we are talking of something which is age-old, but we have coined it beautifully well to call it medical tourism. And that is where we are here today. I have lots of figures to say, but I'll wait for the moderator to ask me a few more.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, everybody. So we want to go beyond the normal gist of medical tourism and explore what we are talking about here today is how can we reimagine the healthcare, right? So we are talking about reimagining healthcare. We are talking about AI integrations. We are talking about how to expand this industry. So as we see at global level, it's an over $100 billion industry, right? It's booming. There are a lot of competition from different countries, Turkey, Thailand, Korea, India, Mexico is big for North Americans. So Indian sort of medical tourism landscape looks like it's about $8 billion right now. And they are trying to grow to $16 billion by end of this the decade, right? 2030, correct? So the challenge with that I see is very limited, right? So the current population set that is coming to India is primarily from African, Middle East, or SAARC countries, right? So what does it take? What is everybody's opinion to expand to the north? And we are sitting here. So so when I started the company a long time ago, the perspective was a lot of Americans are uninsured, right? They want to go to India. And India was really in every news here, right? India healthcare, the cardiac side, the orthopedic side, and how they're capitalizing the stories, people are going to India for that. So fast forward 18 years later, India is now nowhere to be seen as a commercial entity in US, right? So question is what transitioned? I know the focus has become more in Nigeria and other places. What it will take for an American to realize India is a valuable asset beyond cost, beyond the expertise, because that's sort of given in the industry now, right? Everybody's saying, yeah, I'm cheap, right? Mexico, Turkey, Korea. So what India's strengths has that can be leveraged to really rebrand from the American perspective. So, Barry, if you want to start from a consumer point of view, sure. For an American to go, or North American to go to India, why? And what will be the factor to think?
So I'm not, the way I'll react to that is I think if it is purely a singular, I'll say event, singular procedure, then the friction in the system to get there, to understand the culture, there's a lot of friction in the system for that. So I would think it would need to be dramatically less expensive, and something that you wouldn't be able to even contemplate in your geography. But I'll react maybe a little differently. And that is, I think there may be an opportunity for a more holistic view of it, to include things like long-term care, facilities for retirement. I think there are, of the 60 to 70 million baby boomers in the U.S., I would bet 60% of them have no hope of staying at home and aging. They just don't have the financial capability. So I think expanding the view of what is being offered is one thing. Facilitating the ease to get it done. So it would be nice to have a direct flight from LAX to Bangalore and not have to go through Abu Dhabi or London, or in some cases double jumps. I think once you get to the airport, and most of the big cities in India are beautiful, large airports, but having very facilitated transportation and communications and kind of, I'll call it concierge at the airport that meets you and gets you someplace. So you're not immediately having to deal with the cultural differences, the level of traffic and congestion and things that come along in a lot of big cities. So I would just think more holistically, think more broadly in terms of what's being offered, and then make a list of all of the friction points and get rid of them. Transportation, ease of mobility, cultural adoption, et cetera, would all be things I think would need to be addressed.
Doctor, from your perspective, what you are seeing is a new evolution could be to attract people beyond the current marketplace. Because in order to expand from 8 billion to 16, you need new market access, correct?
Correct.
So what is the thinking that is going on? Just curious.
I think there must be public-private participation for the government, with the government. And then I feel it is not only the cost, culture, of course, as Mr. Barry said, language and logistics. All these four must be programmed properly with the government policies and aftercare. Why, as you said, you see, why Americans are not looking at India commercially? The reason is maybe the culture which they couldn't understand over there. Still, they may be thinking 20 years back how India was. And I think today's India is very much valued, and we are competing with the entire globe. And Indian surgeons and Indian physicians and lot of research, they are producing papers in all reputed journals. So expertise wise, India is one of the best now, but that message has to go to the public. And there are no proper platforms where I think these people can showcase themselves. Of course, attending conferences, talking to them, but general public, how to reach that they need to pursue that there is one Krishna Mohan in Hyderabad. So my face may not be known for anybody. So we need that medium. That is lacking. That's what I feel. Once that is there, many maybe AI, agentic apps, lot of things I'm hearing since yesterday. If they come forward, I think these things may be much more easy for global research for the patient, and then he can compare where I can be much more comfortable and affordable. I think that's what I'm thinking. Those platforms must be developed.
I have a clear plan on this. Any market, this is marketing, whether to send people from here to how to send people from North America to India, right? So these things occur on two ways, push and pull. If I tell Americans, go to India, is a good country, Modi ji is shining, India is shining, they will not listen to me. The resources are so powerful in US that they generally have not got any reason to move out of US for any service, right? Because the country is beautiful, big, and there are resources. Of late, we are listening of some changes, high cost, so they want to look around. But if you really talk to Americans, they hardly know about India. Indians feel great about the growth, but it is not still known to Americans. So if they ever want to move out for treatment, they will go to highest, they will go to European countries. And the cost difference is not much, so they stay back here and get operated. So we have to work on pull technique. We cannot tell them to do anything or go there or to go to India. We have to, as service provider, improve ourselves in India. So my thought process, it's not final strategy, it's thought process, is number one, we have to be digitized. We have to be accredited. US believes in JCI accreditation. In India, corporate hospitals have started taking JCI, but in Indian standard of accreditation is NABH, National Accreditation Board of Hospitals. So all hospitals which are good or they are giving good service, they are accredited NABH. But if most of them get JCI, North Americans will feel confident. This will not reach everybody in the USA that, oh, this hospital XYZ is JCI accredited. So there should be a portal made by government or private participation wherein all hospitals who are interested in medical tourist patient, they should be putting up their detailed infrastructure, their services, their charges, or if not charges, more things. And it like how we are verified on Google. The hospital should be verified by accreditation board that whatever they are writing on website are existing. 1. 2, the embassies should be convinced of different countries in India that you please participate and also give your stamp that this portal is working well. This portal is doing honest work and the data provided on this portal is nice. Then visa technique. Visa is today available for 60 days for a patient and relative, but this can be improved by again another online visa portal, digitization and fast clearance. And in terms of in time of emergencies, this can be self-extended with doctor's prescription or doctor's letter. So anxiety of staying back in India will go, visa will be fast, and accreditation will create confidence. Then branding has to be done. I don't want to tell Americans to go there. I want Indian counterpart to say, we are good, please come, we want to come. So we have to take first step. First step is involve, there are, I only go by data, 5 million or 50 million, 50 million Indians in USA. if we first target only these Indians to come to India, it will start the trend. They will like to go there for their cultural roots and meeting their relatives. Plus, in India, we have to have different areas where we are doing this kind of marketing, because a man from Gujarat state will want to go to Gujarat hospital for obvious reason of communication and family. So initial first flow of industry people in India should try to move people to different locations in India by tying up with various hospitals. People here in industry, including me and Mr. Pradeep, we feel it is still not organized. The relationship of business are not met with. So those things should be clarified. We should have NDA in place. We should have documents in place.
Right.
And then if we start doing these things for Indian population to migrate to India, it will be good. Second thing, we can remove very old people beyond 75, and we have to remove emergency patients. So non-emergency, perfect patients, we should promote on websites to reach there. With the cost, I know is important. Cost is very important, but I have seen people moving for other reasons also. Why? I know of a man who made a big temple in Canada. I know him personally. He donated entire money for those marbles and fancy stuff, and but he couldn't get appointment in Canada for his knee joint surgery for 8 months, and he got operated in India. Now he had no question of money. So availability of appointment is also very important, which is there. So how available we are in India, I'll give you a few figures and stop. India has huge number of hospitals, from 200 to 1,500 to 2,000 beds. Our current bed capacity is 1.8 to 2 million. As per Indian standard, for 1,000 persons, one bed is required. Is US standard, for 1,000 people, 2.6 beds are required. So we are good. And somebody will wonder, how can India treat foreign patients when they have 1.4 billion population? But I have math. For 2 million population, we are touching at 700 persons per bed. So we are good. We can still cater more people. I read one report where India is targeting 60 billion by 2035. If we see increasing price, if it is today $10,000, by 2035, surely it will be $10,000 spent per person. In that case, we will need to cater to whatever number of patients. It will be still easy to handle them in 200 hospitals. So there is availability of service, availability of people, and good quality of instrumentation and highly trained doctors. So India can really grow by 2035 into 60 billion. And the math is very clear. I won't waste your time here, but we can talk later.
Yeah, you had a commenter. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm a physician. I can tell you there is an acute shortage of physicians in the United States. It's only a matter of time India is going to flourish in tourism. In La Mesa area where I practice, there is 65% shortage of primary care physicians.
Right.
Not only that, every physician. I'm a physician. I wanted to have some consultation with a professor in UCSD. You know, when I got last month, I tried to get it. I told them that I'm a physician. You know, when I got the appointment, next March, 6 months later, 6 months later, I got the appointment.
Right.
It is ridiculous, to put it politely. Okay. The reason for that is, for the past 20 years, all the foreign medical graduates are forbidden from coming here. They completely shut off all the foreign medical graduates from coming here.
Right.
30 to 40% of all the physicians in the hospitals are foreign medical graduates, and they are not allowed to come. All the hospitals, medical schools refuse to increase the number of students. All the residency programs have reduced the number of residency programs. You go figure it out. It is unbelievable. The second thing that is happening is, this year onwards, next year onwards, Medicare patients, usually they are assigned first choices Medicare primary. Secondary, you can choose, and another prescription you can choose, anything. So you have the total control. You can go to any doctor you want, okay? And only if you want, you can choose Medicare Advantage, in which case referrals are stopped. All these things stopped. Now, you know what happened? Now they are going to assign all the people to Medicare Advantage. If you want to have Medicare primary, you need to opt for it.
Correct.
You need to find out, okay? So all these things are happening. It's going to be enormous difficulty for the patients to go anywhere. And so all you have to do is market it really, really well so that we can make it happen.
It is marketing, but also it's going to be a different idea. The challenge to India is the distance also, right? So it's not easy to travel 20 hours or 30 hours on a plane. So what we need to think about as we go forward in the next century, next decade even, forget about century, is what we are talking about in whole morning is AI and technology, right? How do you integrate AI and technologies to bring the accessibility to their homes? Not somebody jumping on a plane and going somewhere, right? So you're right, we have a huge crisis here, but we have to come up with different ideas, right? Different solutions that are readily available that can be done without a patient jumping on a plane and going somewhere, right? The acute shortage is primary care, right? In rural care, right? So accessibility becomes an issue, right? So India can provide a lot of those solutions beyond just surgeries, right? Because that will bring the trust and bring the knowledge awareness in the community that we are serving here. Sorry, Dr. Yu.
In our hospital, we created a program before the patient comes to us. Of course, there are some facilitators in between. So we talk, teleconsultation is given. It is free of cost. So when we give everything, so they know they interact with the doctor before they start from their home. And some of them they send by emails, all the reports. So some kind of idea about the cost and possibilities. And even some people, they ask for complications. What kind of complications can occur? Whether we can handle or not. So all those things, basic knowledge is given. Out of this 100 patients, around 30 patients only call and come. The rest of the 70 patients, there are many agents in between. So there is a rush for them. So
I think so that needs to be streamlined because it becomes
that is unorganized kind of
right.
situation.
Because as Barry is talking about, those are the friction points, right?
Yeah.
So the more, if you look into the e-commerce and everything else that we are doing, the more friction you create, the accessibility goes down, right?
True.
So if I need to go to you and go through him, then go to him, then come to you, I'm not interested, right?
Yes.
Especially for Western mindset, at least American, you look into the travel industry, what's happening, right? I don't go to a travel agent to book my flight. I go straight to a platform or direct to something, right? So as we go forward, that will become more critical. How can you bring more transparency in the business, right? Right now, there's very lack of transparency in healthcare in general. And as we go forward, we need to bring that transparency. What is your success rate? And AI and all those things are reading this data, right? So when I'm searching through ChatGPT or Gemini, that's a new consumer behavior, right? They don't go to individual places. They will search more and see, okay, this doctor has done 30 surgeries. These are the testimonials from their customers. You know, so AI and all those things are already bringing these things in. So, excuse me. So this will bring more transparency, and as soon as you start removing the friction, the facilitators and the doubts and all those things, you streamline the whole process, right? It can help grow, I think.
True, that is there, but everybody is not educated enough in some other countries. But of course, North Americans, I think definitely they can look forward and directly they can call the CRM and book an appointment, virtual appointment.
Right.
And doctor will be online. And they can interact with him before really they start from here.
Exactly.
I think that platform can be created. Or with the present situation also, of course, we use a lot of WhatsApp video calls most of the
See,
times.
that becomes a problem from Americans and GDP because you're violating the HIPAA laws, right?
Yeah.
And you're violating the GDPR laws because now somebody's healthcare is residing in somebody's private phone.
True.
It's not allowed, right?
Yeah.
So those are the things that we need to start thinking to bring Indian healthcare from $8 billion to $16 billion, right? In order to double, the new markets needs to be evaluated.
Yeah, once some digital platform is there,
Right.
with a kind of accreditation for the digital platform also, so that it is trustworthy.
Right.
People can trust it. So then that platform can engage the doctors with the patients directly, depending on the with HIPAA rules.
Absolutely.
Complaints.
So, continuing on those topics, what is the role of a government? So, as we go to the next layer of it, we always talk about the visa issues and things like that. But the role of government is more than just visa processing and how they allow the branding of the country, correct? So, if you look into other examples like Turkey, right? Turkey is giving a lot of incentives to the hospitals and clinics to up to the 60 to 70% on their marketing fee or consulting things. So that propelling democratization of the thing, right? A Turkish airline, for example, is giving 10 to 20% on the tickets, right? Same thing with Korean government. They are taking delegates to target things and investing a lot of money between KTO and KIDI to properly to promote the destination as things, right? So what your thoughts are, Barry, you can also talk about, because you met with some of the delegates from the government perspective. Do you think the role of a government is to present a bigger audience from that perspective?
So there's certainly an element of policy adoption that actually makes it, again, reduces friction, improves the efficiency of eliminating things in the way. I'm going to tell I'll answer your question, but not directly, and tell a little story that aligns with your question and your comment about marketing and the role of government and awareness, but in a different field. So my background was in the IT industry, and at one point in time, we built a huge amount of product, tens of billions of dollars of product in San Jose, California, in Fujisawa, Japan, and in Mainz, Germany. All terrible places from tax, from regulatory compliance, and they were wonderful places, 50 years ago. And we set out to move that entire supply chain elsewhere. What happened, though, was the entities, government entities, localities, pulled the work to them. So in Guadalajara, Mexico, they built an airport. They declared a tax-free zone. They had efficient customs removal. They had on and on and on. Shenzhen in China, in Czechoslovakia in Budapest. And so the government reduced the elements of friction, but pulled the demand to them. We didn't go build all that as IBM or anybody else, or Foxconn, or the government pulled it. So I actually see the role of the government in this context, again, of looking at the issues in the way, awareness, efficiency, transportation, et cetera, culture, and then creating policies and investment to get those put aside. Awareness will be important. AI, in my mind, is an element. You have a demand and you have a supply, and AI is an efficient connector between them. Awareness, connectivity, alignment, et cetera. But if you don't remove those inhibitors, you can be aware all you want. But if you have a whole bunch of inhibitors, you're not going to go. So that there's a little bit of an adjacency there, Pramod, but I think it applies, kind of conceptually.
Actually very relevant,
So,
yeah. Go ahead. You go ahead. Your perspective.
Yeah. I think this is a really good thing. I don't know whether Indian government is really giving discount on air tickets for any medical visas. I don't have any info. Anybody knows? Yeah, please.
We've been in this for the last 40 years. As an orthopedic surgeon, I happen to operate on quite a few traveling patients earlier. As you said, at the government level, they have to do a lot. When the patient comes to the hospital, all the paraphernalia is as good as anywhere else in the world. But in between, a lot of logistic issues, starting with visa, and then, how they get onto the hospital, out from the airport. If you take Brahmangarh Hospital in Thailand, Bangkok, it was actually built by the Americans for American patients. So they are all board certified American physicians employed there because they could reduce a lot of other costs and, all including air travel, everything, holiday included, still it was a lot cheaper. So they could very successfully do it. Why India failed, although the idea was taken up 20 years ago, only limited to some poor African countries, people could come. The reason is the logistics like visa, and then the connecting agents, trust is the one lacking. Now, somebody mentioned that if you have a special zones, and the hospitals will be built in those special zones, they are certified. There is no proper accreditation agency. Now, of course, many hospitals in India, in Hyderabad, there are 5 hospitals are accredited by JCI. But if they locate in a special zone, it will be a lot more trust. And then you can take up a special, mechanism where the visa processing and then the transportation, all the regular hurdles should be removed. I think you have to lobby with Government of India. There are quite a few state chief ministers very active in my state. The chief minister is willing to set aside 1,000 acres medical city, where Mr. Rodolph said that patients can even come and live there, who require long-term care. That is the kind of thing that is important. Second point is that the legal system in India, many average Americans are preoccupied with, what happens if something goes, can I sue this doctor? How am I going to recover my money? That recourse is not addressed. If you go to court, if you file a suit on the hospital, etc., you can forget about it. There's no way. Even at the end of 10 years, even if you win, it's going to be minuscule. We are covered. Incidentally, I have a law degree as well, so I know a little bit about that. In this country, the medical negligence is covered under the law of torts. That means if something goes wrong, the damages are unliquidated, no fixed damages. Unlike in a contract. In contract you specify. In medicine, if I operate on a knee on a laborer, something goes wrong, he may be entitled for $20,000. If it is some sports person, where it will be millions. That system is not there in India. What we have called consumer. It is a service, deficiency of service will be paid some meager amount. So that, in my opinion, that's one thing holding Americans. Many of them are very apprehensive. Second, of course, many of them do not know exactly. Like last 10, 15 years, the amount of explosion of growth in medical field, the quality that has improved. Because I was in England for many years, so when I relocated in 95, the kind of thing then and now, there's so much of difference. I can vouch that is as good as anywhere else in this country. We can compare. Maybe some islands of excellence, not everywhere. We're talking about those islands of excellence. You can connect those. But these have to be addressed. If you have, the government can come out with some policy that, this could be covered, etc.
We tried that. I was in Maharashtra about 5 years ago, just before COVID, and we were working with the Maharashtrian government, and we said, okay, in order to build the trust, we are talking about trust, right? How do you trust a healthcare system? You need to have some kind of complaint board, right? Some kind of advisory board that is consumer protection, right? So the example I was giving, I was working with Kitty in Korea. We created that, right? So we knew how to create an environment to protect consumers can go and complain, sort of thing, right? If something goes wrong with the system, and there's somebody to take care of it, right? So, but the initiatives have not progressed as some other places, right? So that could be an opportunity to see how you build the trust in the system, right? The more trust you build by transparency, by bringing things up, it's going to be more interesting to adapt, to open the system up for Westerners, at least, in my mind. Yeah?
So I think you
guys are all sitting doctors, and not instead of healthcare being reimagined.
I'm not a doctor.
No. Instead of healthcare being reimagined, it's revisited rather than reimagined, right? Just take a look at what the IT industry did. They didn't get the best projects initially. They said the Indians to the IBM, give us the projects that are routine to you, we will do it for you. And we will be a subsidiary of whatever you want to do together. It was, now of course, software and things are different. But couldn't you guys, as hospitals, affiliate with US hospitals, be sister organizations of US hospitals that could then be saying, take over, because the credibility goes to the Johns Hopkins has a center partnership with him. Right now he's fighting it all over for himself, coming here to the, I am this and I am that, and the patients are, who cares?
Right.
But
Exactly.
if he goes and he says, I am Johns Hopkins subsidiary sister, now the John Hopkins, the thing that you guys are not even covering is who the insurance has to agree to pay.
Right.
Because not the other, so if you go through the John Hopkins umbrella, now he is the John Hopkins subsidiary. Now he can be paid by John Hopkins. Why? Because John Hopkins wants to use their infrastructure to get more dollars to do the complex things and give this guy the less complex capability so he can make more money. Everybody is making money and the insurance is paying for it. And he doesn't have to fight for the credibility. He doesn't have to do that.
Exactly. So
I have something interesting. I like your point. Today, many hospitals write Cleveland affiliate, John Hopkins affiliate, but so far they have not required, they don't need Indian hospitals. So the money is flowing reverse. They charge Indian hospitals to give that label. So the situation, what you are saying, will come when John Hopkins will show Indian hospital as affiliate and stand by them for insurance claims. Otherwise, is still to take time when there will be paucity here, there will be tightness of treatment here, time-wise, then I think this reverse flow will start. Today, they are taking money from Indian hospitals.
No, that's because you're asking for an affiliation stamp.
Right.
But if you say, look, you guys, Mr. John Hopkins, you guys are going to make more money if I am your
I think so. He's talking about the back office
but we
support rather than licensing.
Honestly, I know people who tried that you send us patients, but it's not happening so far because they are happy with their culture. The other part, how to begin small. Suppose we can't achieve this, what you are saying is a very good idea. I feel we should do step-by-step movement. Number one, we go into areas where there is low risk and high reward. First is long-term care. Terrific problem here in long-term care. Second, we can go into hospice. What long-term care here, what is it? In India is old age home. So old age home for Indian counterpart, that is long-term care. Hospice, where you need basic things, but patients are almost ready to die in 6 months due to terminal stage cancer. So we have to start with old age home, hospice, Ayurveda. This is taking yoga Ayurveda. We are already master from ancient times. So we have to talk of rejuvenation programs.
Yeah, but now you're asking John Hopkins, taking John Hopkins to reinvent themselves.
No, we go direct to patients.
No, but you're not going to get directly to patients. They're not going to pay attention to you.
Today, number of MRIs, large number of MRIs and large number of ECGs are read from US through by doctors at India.
Right.
This is creating confidence.
Right.
So we go stepwise. If we use a government umbrella, what my colleague said, we use your idea of
insurance umbrella. You are forgetting the guy is paying for it.
Coming to that.
Yeah.
We use.
I think so, gentlemen. If I may interrupt, we are short of time right now, so we can take this discussion a little bit more. Anything? Sorry about the interrupt here. So we can continue with the discussion. I don't want to disturb that. Thank you.
All right, we're going to give awards really quickly before you guys leave the stage. You'll hand it out to...
enthusiasm is wonderful.
Yeah, we need to continue the dialogue, right? I didn't want to interrupt. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, for our next panel, they're going to address a different crisis, mental health, especially in a post-pandemic world. Moderated by Ms. Charu Seth, a life and relationship coach who helps professionals thrive, this panel includes Dr. Chaitanya Pabati, the Chief Medical Officer at Headlight Health, and Dr. Vinu Prabhakar, the founder and CEO of Healthcare Medical Group, and once again, Dr. Manay Sheth, the MD PhD, who's also the founder and president of Headlight Health. They'll discuss digital mental health resources, breaking stigma, and building resilience beyond burnout. Let's welcome our mental health panel. Sorry, guys, just give us one moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's post-lunch. Energy is low. Tummies are full. Minds are full. Well, we've had some amazing energy before this. So let's get that energy back for something that's very serious, though. So let's ease into it. And I am not going to take too long introducing because we have been running short of time, and I would like my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves over here. Take it away, Doc.
All right. Well, I was earlier here, so some of you have heard my background. I'm a psychiatrist in practice for 25 years, and I'm also founder and president at Headlight Health, where we are trying to improve access for mental health care to all the community, individuals in all the communities we serve.
Good afternoon. My name is Chaitanya Pabati. I'm also a psychiatrist, also at Headlight Health, following in the footsteps of Dr. Sheth and his partner, Dr. Inamdar, as we try to reshape the landscape of mental health.
Hi, I'm Vinu Prabhakar. I wear multiple hats. I'm an internal medicine physician. I've been a teacher for 35 years. I was assistant professor at Stanford for 7 years. I've been teaching students, medical students, residents, PA students from UCSD, USC, University of Nebraska, Yale University, 18 different universities. I'm also had done several companies, founder of the several companies, and one of the companies I co-founded was bought by Humana. And now I'm retired. 2 years I retired, but I want to give it back to the community. So I'm in 5 charitable boards, and I'm also heading the advisory board for 6 startup companies. So that's it.
Thank you so much. With this esteemed panelists over here, what we're looking for is unique insight, knowledge, science, and above all, heart into it. We've talked a lot about the science, we've talked a lot about technology, but at the basics of the core of it is the nuts and bolts. And what are those nuts and bolts? The internal mechanism, as I like to call it, or the inner engineering. And with that, I'm going to get into the first question over here. Before that, let me say something. As a life coach, I see people come here. And there's one thing that everyone is very proud to wear is burnout, as if it's a badge of honor. Let's be real, it's not. It just is not. It's shameful. We need to be embarrassed about that instead of mental health and illness. And resilience, at the same breath, it's not about pushing through. It's about moving forward. So with that, in today's conversation about building resilience in a post-pandemic world, let's collectively redefine what really wellness means to us, not just as individuals, but in our workplace as well. And when I say that, we mean let's connect, sometimes by disconnecting. And with that, my first question to you, Dr. Venupurakar, would be, we saw this surge during COVID, mental illness surge, and the post-COVID periods. What did you see? What was your observation?
Yeah, it was indeed. There are several reasons why this happened. They had cognitive dysfunction. We call that brain fog and memory loss and even persistent depression. So what has happened is the virus, COVID virus, penetrated into the brain, causes neuroinflammation. How do we know? We know by estimating the cytokinins in the blood. Okay, they are IL-6 and TNF-alpha. These are the cytokinins, surged tremendously. This virus also broke the blood-brain barrier. As you know, the brain is on purpose kept it in the skull so that nothing can penetrate. Okay, the heart is inside the rib cage only. The bowels are only in the abdomen, but the brain, which is like a cottage cheese, is kept in the skull. Not only that, God made something called blood-brain barrier, which will not allow anything to go inside, but these viruses went in there and occupied that, and it primarily affected amygdala, a part of the brain called amygdala, and it is a center for fear, depression, and emotion. Naturally, that will be affected. And also, it also can affect the prefrontal cortex, so executive function is completely damaged. The stress around that area caused cortisol surge, which was persistent. And cortisol surge can cause mood disorders and cognitive impairment. And that also caused a condition called anhedonia. It's called inability to feel the pleasure. So everything is because of all these catastrophe that happens in the brain. Thank you.
Can we just chime in over here with that? That's about the brain. Let's move down over here. What do you see as a psychiatrist? What has it done? What has it translated in terms of us as human beings? Please. Who would like to go first?
Certainly. The pandemic was more than just a virus that infiltrated all parts of our body, our brain, our lungs, everything. It also changed the world that we live in. Many of us in healthcare now have adopted telehealth in fact, it's hard to find a practice outside of surgical practices that don't rely on telehealth for a significant aspect of their clinical services. And even outside of medicine, I mean, all fields have incorporated telehealth, or sorry, telework. And while that's great, I mean, in medicine, the argument has always been, look, when you have the opportunity to connect with somebody virtually, you're breaking down barriers in terms of access to care. I myself have patients 50, 100, 200, 500 miles away from our office. And were it not for the virtual world, they wouldn't be able to seek care with me. And for many of them, there's no other option for care. But there's a cost to pay for this opportunity, and that is that isolation. The whole of 2020, before the first round of vaccines came out, most people didn't leave their homes for anything other than grocery stores. There's obviously regional exceptions to that, but for the most part, we were divided. And if you think back on the scope of human history, that never existed. Let's not even worry about the scope of human history. Let's just look at the last 25 years. I'd be willing to bet that every single person in this room is carrying something on them, maybe more than one something, that didn't exist 25 years ago. Something with more computing power than the Apollo space missions. That is a monumental change in the fabric of society over 25 years. And it has fundamentally changed the way we interact with each other, interact with our communities, our homes, even with ourselves. And so much has changed in the world outside of our bodies. But almost nothing has changed over 25 years, 250 years, 2,500 years within our bodies. Like, the basic biology that makes us who we are hasn't really adapted very much. Minor things, but nothing on the scale of a cell phone or the internet or transcontinental flights. Like, those are unfathomable advances compared to what's happened internally. And so when you have a world that fundamentally shifts in such a catastrophic way overnight, to say nothing of the last 50, 100, 500 years of human existence, how can there not be turmoil? Not just in the brain, but in the more abstract idea of the mind. Like, what is the impact of going from seeing people every day, shaking their hands, sitting next to them in an office, sharing a meal with them, riding public transportation home or to work or to school, till you rip all that out of a person's life? You take it away from a community. You fundamentally change, in some cases, destroy the very fabric of that community, and then we're surprised that people struggle? We shouldn't be. None of us should be. It was the most predictable outcome of everything that happened in 2020. And what we're left with now is not the effects, the biological effects of a virus. What we're left with is the sociological effects of a different way of life. And that's where mental health and all of health has to really consider. You're not just treating someone who went to school, settled down, and is now in like a 9-to-5 work grind. It's that person in a community, in an environment that they were never equipped for. They were never trained to be there. But that's where all of us are. And when we think about resilience and when we think about preventing burnout, we have to model whatever we decide to do for the world that we're currently in, not what existed 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 50 years ago, or 500 years ago, but the world we're in today. And part of that starts with acknowledging the difference between what our bodies were biologically designed for, where we were supposed to live, where we were thinking we'd live, and where we actually are living, not just physically, but also mentally, spiritually, philosophically.
Wow, that was deep. Thank you. That was great. So, first of all, to the audience, you would not find many occasions to have two psychiatrists on a stage together. There are very few of us in the community, and generally we learn to create debates, not be collegial, because we always have different opinions. But here is this is a place where we agree upon a variety of things. So, just a kind of real baseline in psychiatry and mental health is we look at everything in the construct of biopsychosocial model. Biological, that Dr. Venu Prabhakar explained about what happened with, in that situation. I could be depressed without having COVID infection, and my biological reason would be different than if I were depressed first time after having COVID infection. So there is a biological part, psychological part, how I personally, individually handle that change in environment, the grief, the separation, worrying about my parents, worrying about my job, neighbor, finance, whatnot. And then the social part of it that Dr. Babadi was alluding to. It created clearly social isolation. Earlier, I mentioned that social isolation is number one predictor of poor healthcare outcomes, poor economic outcomes, and early morbidity. So all those things happened in a span of days during COVID. So it's interesting that now we look at mental health in terms of that's a threshold and say pre-COVID and post-COVID. Our bodies are the same, as we all know. There may be some data showing that there are some long-term effect or long COVID effect. We haven't defined them very well yet, but we are learning about that. But I think the thing that changed is our lifestyles and our mindset changed with COVID. So burnout before COVID were I'm having trouble in my relationship or at my work, or my colleague picks on me, or doesn't include me in the meetings, or steals my ideas, or this and that. During and post-COVID, the burnout liabilities changed. Many of the things that came up were we are noticing, psychological researchers are already publishing this kind of data, is that there is a bigger and wider ideological difference and ideological widening. We find people who are on the opposite spectrums more so than in the middle of the spectrum. And part of the reason is when there are two people with different ideas, opposing ideas, if you throw them together in this room or in break room at work, or you have to sit in the same meeting across each other, you will find ways to find a common interest or something common. But when you are working remotely, when you are not around each other, now your ideological differences are only going to widen. And certainly social media and some of the other channels, they kind of flamed this sort of separation. So that is what we are seeing more now, which is different than pre-COVID, as to how the burnout related to lack of ability to engage ideologically with folks who have different way of thinking, countries, political parties, financial ideas, technological ideas. And in fact, one place everyone is agreeing is AI, I should say that. But besides that, there is just a difference of opinion. So, and we are addressing that on our practice level, but I just kind of wanted to point it out what is different now.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful. And I have to agree with the biological, social, and the physiological aspect, the psychological aspect. And yes, that has actually had a huge shift. I'm saying that at a very personal level myself. And I can see that and relate with that. Now that makes all sense. With that, I would like to get into, if we were to diagnose this global mental health surge right now through two lenses, clinical and a psychiatric lens. This is a two-part question. What would you identify as the core dysfunction? And how can psychiatry balance medication, therapy, and community-based response to this approach? And yes, this is open to who wants to take it first.
Yeah, so at this juncture, I just want to talk about the role of the primary care physician. So primary care physicians encounter 100 different things, including mental illness. But a lot of times, they miss the diagnosis. So the patients may come with fatigue. The patients may come with memory loss. You need to find out what is happening. You have the records. The patient has had severe COVID, was hospitalized in the past. Immediately, we need to seek the help of our mental health colleagues. There are some screening tools. We have annual health assessment. In that, we encourage, I always tell my PCP colleagues to use PHQ-9, it's a patient healthcare questionnaire, and GAD-7 questionnaire, which will elicit, even though the patient does not express themselves that they are depressed, they are anxious, these questionnaire will clearly tell us exactly what it is. If the primary care physicians are competent, they can start the treatment and observe. If not, then we need to get the help of the mental health psychiatrist. One of the things I really like is collaborative care model. Okay, behavioral specialists, psychologists, psychiatrists, and primary care physicians, we all form an extended network, and we all communicate with each other. And the moment we find a patient who is depressed and it's not real fatigue because all the other tests are completely normal, the patient does not have low sodium or diabetes or other illnesses which can cause fatigue or hypothyroidism, then we know that the patient is depressed or anxious. So we need to seek the help of the psychiatrist. So it's a teamwork. We all can work together as a team.
To build on what Dr. Prabhakar is saying, there's no greater ally for anybody in mental health than primary care. For most people have a primary care clinician in their lives, but they don't have a mental health specialist. And so for them to get connected to mental health, the gateway is through the office of the primary care team. When we talk about like a global shift in mental health, a big part of this is people now being okay talking about needing to and wanting to access mental health services. So, the question that we always have to ask ourselves is it true that there's a definitive rise in the need for mental health services, or is it simply that we are finally acknowledging this thing that has always existed for decades and decades, but everyone was too afraid to talk about it? As with most things, the truth is somewhere, some combination of those two statements. But the greatest thing that we should all be excited about and glad for is that we are willing to talk about it. Not just psychiatrists, not just therapists, not just coaches, but just the general public. Like when mental health becomes part of the water cooler conversation, to go back to pre-pandemic terms, like that's how people talk about it. Like to Dr. Sheth, your point, like when two people with different ideological beliefs speak to each other over the internet, there's not a lot of incentive to collaborate. You can scream whatever you want, but when you're sitting across from someone at the lunch table, you're going to pull your punches a little bit, maybe try to listen a little bit more, hopefully learn something. That kind of conversation occurring about mental health, that's how we have the privilege to be where we are today, where we can talk about the mental health needs, where we can talk about the rise in mental health services and the importance of integrating mental health into primary care in terms of something like the collaborative care model. You can't have mental health in a silo. It's always been kind of carved out, black sheep of medicine, whatever kind of terms we want to use that have been thrown out there. But if you want to address mental health needs and the impact of mental health on like neck down health, you have to integrate it. It can't be something that's stuck in a corner. No one really wants to talk about it. Dirty little secret. We're moving past that. And I hope one day I can say we've moved past that.
Building upon that, mental health has, as Dr. Babadi mentioned, has somewhat been on the dark space, kind of shaded space, somewhat on the gray space. What has happened is we have collectively, at the societal level, at the clinical level, at the healthcare system level, we have always looked at mental health as individual care. Most of the systems have not looked at it in a systematic way where they are talking about the scale or population health for mental health. It is always about this one person needs to go see a psychiatrist, this one person needs to go to the hospital, this one person needs to go to a coach or an IOP, or they need to go to detox program and whatnot. That conversation has shifted since COVID, because now we are talking about population health with mental health. When we saw that, again, statistics, some numbers here. Right now, we believe our estimates from the studies, government studies, is that NIH studies, NIMH studies, that 1 in 4 people need mental health services, and about half of them actually attempt or get any service. There is just not enough access for mental health services. If we kind of extend that, what we have done differently and what we have learned from our experience in our company is that we looked for clients. We created access doors, like, big room, we are sitting inside, let's open all the doors. So we opened Facebook, we opened Google My Business, we opened SEOs, we opened social media, we opened referrals. What we found that when we got patients coming in from all these channels, the conversion rates were under 30%. So even if we get a lead and we try to bring them in, like we are bringing them in less than 5 days, all the things that they were looking for, not barely 30% that we could convert them into first appointment client. When we got referral from a primary care, a cardiology, OBGYN, or any other medical providers, and we followed up, our conversion rates were 95%. So we have data now with thousands of patients, thousands of referrals. It's a waste of time if you are going out to try to find one person at a time on Facebook or other kinds of channels. Nothing wrong with the portal. It's how we build trust for the coming in a referred patient or referred client. Because when they are referred by their primary care, their cardiology, OBGYN, pain doctors, or other providers, there is a built-in trust that my doctor must be thinking about me. That's why they are referring me to Headlight, or they are referring me to mental health. So that is a 95% conversion, and we want to build upon that. We have exclusive partnerships with very large healthcare systems in the community, and we are building more of those. But I think that's what the data is telling us, and we are investing in the data, assimilation of data, creating all the action items out of the data.
So one of the things as a primary care physicians we encounter constantly is denial. So whenever we talk to the patient as you have depression, immediately they turn around and make sure that nobody listens to that. Okay, they don't want to tell it to their life partner. Okay, they feel that it is something bad. As physicians, we cannot just say you have, depression. I wanted to write the medicine. You take the medicines and walk out. You need to have enormous communication. You need to talk to the patient, communicate with them. So if I say that you have high blood pressure, will you be offended? They'll say no. If I say that you have diabetes, no. Then this is also one of the similar conditions. That's about it. Okay, it is not your fault that you have high blood pressure. It is not your fault that you have diabetes. Same way, it is not your fault to have depression. The second thing they do is when you write a prescription, they tend to stop. Highest number of patients stop the medicines in psychiatry. Okay, so one of the things we need to tell them is it takes some time for the medicines to start working. So you need to take it for at least about a month or 6 weeks, 8 weeks before you see the difference. You just take it until then you'll tell me whether it's working or not. So we need to bring the patients back. And the best thing is psychiatrists are so beautiful in communicating skills. They have the knack, because this is what they do all day long, communicating, talking to the patient, convincing the patient and everything. So they'll be able to connect with the patient. So that's one of the reasons why all the tough patients, because we have short of psychiatrists. Psychiatrists also shortage there. So it's very difficult. So we need to refer them only some of the difficult patients, and they easily convert them and make them take the medicines.
I'd like to get into that with just what I just heard right now. One thing that stood for me was conversation has shifted. I agree, conversation has shifted. But has the stigma shifted? Is the stigma shifting? How many of us in this room are even, just allow that to sit in for a minute and think about it. Of all the things that we've heard, we've imprinted, and the way we see mental health, depression, anxiety, and what it gets in us, we can feel it. So that stigma, has that shifted? And if that has, in your experience, or hasn't, at least what I see, what makes treating these post-pandemic patients, with burnout and anxiety, how challenging can that be?
Okay, we'll get started. So I think you correctly used two terms here, shifted or shifting. Clearly it is shifting. It hasn't shifted completely. I think this is a place where there are different thoughts around it. But I would say what COVID did is it impacted everyone. It did not leave some people or some segments of people protected. Everyone was impacted with some level of mental health difficulties at the time. Some had more tools to address it. Some did not have enough tools. We heard about 94-year-old who first time got into depression because she could not see her grandkids and rest of the family for months at a time, sort of thing. So I do believe that social media, now positive side of it, social media and the inclusion of celebrities in talking about their mental health situations that improved the education, advocacy, participation. Look, this is a tech conference and we are sitting here and talking about it. Like, I don't know, 10 years ago we would have done this. Or pre-COVID, we absolutely would not have done this pre-COVID. So yes, it has been shifting and it will continue to shift, and that's why I think that the more tech gets involved in it, so we don't look at it as a one-off problem, one-off challenge, one-off disease condition, one-off treatment. It becomes a global, a more cohort-based treatments, more population-based treatment. That will increase more adaptability.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that you're saying. I think it's shifting, and it's shifting in interesting ways where you have people who fortunately are finally willing to talk about the things that they've been struggling with, or others in their orbit have struggled with. You've also got a cohort of people who are being exposed to this information for the first time, where it's like, I had no idea that these things can exist in my world and that there are people in my world who struggle with this. Like, how do you reconcile that fact? Like, this depression or anxiety or ADHD or bipolar disorder or schizophrenia has been a thing for so long, and now I can no longer live in ignorance of the fact that this exists, possibly in my own home, possibly in my own family, possibly within myself. That level of realization, and I think optimistically it spurs introspection and self-reflection and a desire for growth within a person. Like, that's been lovely. As a clinician, when you have patients who are educated, driven to learn, driven to understand themselves and the communities they live in, that's the dream. I'm sure it's similar for you as well. Additionally, what we see, I mean, you said the plus side of social media. I'll go to the other side of social media. Is there's no regulation. There's no quality control. Like in a previous panel, we talked about hospital accreditation and licensure and HIPAA rules and patient health information protections and all those things. Social media, the internet's the Wild West in the truest sense. A big part of the job now is saying, I'm so glad you went out and got all this information. I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes of our appointment debunking half of it. That's a delicate conversation to have at the best of times, and you really cross your fingers and toes that it all goes well and there is a second appointment, or in our case, a fourth appointment, to show that the practice is built on sound fundamentals. But that's where the progress is made, right? Like, for when everybody knows, like, well, that must be the case. Well, chances are it's not. Just like depression is just for those people who are weak or whose parents didn't hug them enough or whatever it is. It's like, no. We spent decades disproving and changing the thinking. Now's the next challenge. It's like, well, what does that actually mean? Like, what are the actual risks and benefits of this medication versus that intervention? How do you tease apart the quality of the data that everyone has access to now? Like, that's the new role of clinicians, physicians, and especially in psychiatry. Like, dispelling myths, modifying what people truly hold to be true. That's how the new forward progress is being made.
Yeah, as a primary care physician, they come with a laundry list of items, including headache and itching and rash and toe pain. Along with that, they also have anxiety and depression. And majority of the time, even if they come with depression, when I say that depression is severe enough, we need to start you on medicine, anxiety pursues immediately. Anxiety about taking the medicines. So the lot of times I will refer the patient to psychiatrist, so that when they go to a psychiatrist, they cannot talk about the toe pain and rash and all those things. They can talk only about the depression and anxiety. So I'm out of the way, so they can handle this and I can take care of the other issues. Thank you.
I can see the yellow light already buzzing, and I'm getting anxiety there, Doc. What do I do? I could go on and on and on, but I'm going to be mindful of time. But there's this question that I definitely want to ask all of you before we end it. How has teletherapy increased access for rural or marginalized population? And what are the gaps that you do see?
So clearly, telehealth has improved access. More providers are available that they could not before. More clients are able to seek care. It isn't just limited to rural and certain population types. Majority of the care is received by urban population. In fact, you try to hit I-5 right now. There is a reason why you need to be on telehealth, or most of the day. People have even counted the loss of time from work if they had to drive to the office. Like, if this is a 1 hour appointment and their drive is 40 minutes each way, now they have to miss 3 hours of work versus 1 hour of work. That there are economic reasons. Gas prices in California definitely make sense. So it serves all populations, and we see that there are maybe some changes coming by certain payers. So we'll have to watch for it. But the gaps that still remain, we feel, is certain population. Like, it is very difficult to treat child, adolescent, younger age group on telehealth. So that gap, that there was already a gap in that field, and more providers are moving to adult patient care. So that gap is widening, and number of patients, younger patients who are reporting depression, anxiety, has tripled almost in the last 5 years. So I think that gap, we need to address it at a crisis level to see what can be done.
To build on that, the other population that I think struggles sometimes with the virtual world is people who don't have greatest access to internet, high-speed internet, whether the video loads. And then furthermore, with the best intention, it is really hard to forge a deep, trusting relationship across a 4-inch computer window, whatever it is. And let's be honest, a lot of people use their phones in their parking lots of their job. It's hard to develop trust. It's hard to develop that relationship. And then even if you're able to do all of that, especially in mental health, sometimes one of the most valuable things we can offer is a truly safe space. Like, if someone is in an unhealthy relationship or in an unhealthy living environment, asking them to talk about that unhealthy, unsafe environment while they're in that said environment, it doesn't go very well. So there's always going to be a need, like a moral and ethical need for in-person care. And so where telehealth can really be of value is the cases where that isn't the case, like, let's not create any additional barriers. Let's not make it harder to access something that's already challenging. Let's break down that barrier. Let's make it easy, whether you live in the city, where you live in the country, whether you have to drive on I-5 or not. Like, let's not waste more time than necessary to get that access to the care. And then for those individuals who really do need to be in person, that time is truly preserved and protected for them.
Yeah, clearly, patients with depression and anxiety seeing a psychiatrist, they need to have some therapy, several sessions they need to undergo. And it is prudent and time efficient and therapy efficient to have interaction through the telemedicine. As opposed to primary care, if the patient has heart failure, we need to listen to the lungs to make sure that the lungs fluids are getting better. When the patient is coming with a high blood pressure, we need to check the blood pressure in person to see whether the medicine is working or not. So a lot of differences are there. In primary care, whatever we do, we need to see the patients in person, examine the patient, whereas the psychiatrist can do the magic over the telemedicine. Thank you.
I think I'm going to end this wonderful discussion. As much as I wouldn't want to end it, I'm sorry. I am getting anxious. I don't want to get depressed anymore. So I am getting anxious there. And all I'd like to say is, for me, the way I see it is, burnout to me is disconnection. And resilience to me begins in awareness of yourself, physiologically, psychologically, mentally, and emotionally. Everything is connected. Anything is misaligned, you are misaligned in life. Thank you here, my esteemed panelists over here, for being today, giving so much of wisdom, and for an engaging conversation and having more conversations about mental health, why it's important, and how it has to be integrated into our healthcare system. We need to see that eyes wide open now. If not now, then when? And with that, I'd like to say thanks to the TAL team to organize this and to bring this at the forefront. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you to all the speakers, and we'll also have Mr. Barry Rudolph come present the awards again. All right, we will now have a panel to discuss optimizing health span by leveraging your life choices. Moderated by Dr. Pankaj Vij, a medical director with an interest in lifestyle medicine and disease reversal. Our speakers include Dr. Glenn Martin, an entrepreneurial research scientist and the director of R&D at Noda Labs, Dr. Aladeep Sanyal, the co-founder and CEO of Life Plus, and Dr. Sean Hashmi, nationally recognized nephrologist and the regional clinical nutrition and weight management director. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome to this session on lifestyle medicine, my favorite. And we have a little bit of a challenge because we're running behind and one of our panelists needs to leave exactly at 3. So we'll be talking really fast. And we might have Dr. Hashmi go first and give us his pearls of wisdom as he has to leave, and then we can continue for a little bit longer. Does that work? Perfect. All right, so we'll go ahead and open it up. If we can pass the second mic and just give everybody a chance to introduce themselves more than what's on the screen, really tell us what you're passionate about and how you got into this.
Yeah, so I'm Sean Hashmi. I'm the Regional Director for Southern California Kaiser Permanente. I specialize in lifestyle and obesity medicine. I'm a board-certified kidney doctor, but to answer your question, I've been in the field of nutrition and health for about 25 years, and I have a nonprofit where it's called Self Principle Sleep, Exercise, Love, and Food, where we actually reach out to inner cities and teach about health education. I grew up very poor, had very little food, and of course, ate all the worst foods because the cheapest foods sometimes is also the unhealthiest foods. And when you're coming up in those environments, it's very hard to get clear nutrition advice or even just to be able to have enough resources to put food on your table. That's what drives my mission, and that's what drives my passion.
Thank you, Dr. Hashmi.
Thank you, Pankaj, for having me. This is Alodip Sanyal. I'm by academic training, I'm a computer scientist. For last more than 10 years, I have been involved in developing my own startup on a wearable physiological monitor and its interpretation. So right now, my primary focus and research focus is physiological parameters and its derivatives and how to use AI to bring those applications and connections. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Glenn Martin. I guess I'm a serial entrepreneur and I'm interested in bringing cutting-edge products to the market. This is about my Noda Labs, about my sixth startup company I've worked for, been part of, and it's just professor I worked with, even as an undergrad, had a great interest in nitric oxide and did a lot of work on various products that could use nitric oxide or applications. So when he was starting a new company, I said, well, I had enough with the big corporate Abbott Laboratories and their approach. So I joined Noda Labs and started working on nitric oxide and learning all about it. It's a fascinating molecule, as I'll let you know.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll pass it back to Dr. Hashmi, and we're going to do this panel a little bit differently. We're going to have him answer some questions before he has to run off so that we can get our money's worth out of him. And then we'll focus on the other two panelists here. So Dr. Hashmi, you talked about your nonprofit. You said it's called Self. So you said something about love, food, exercise.
And sleep.
And sleep. And you said you're a kidney specialist. So how does sleep, exercise, love, and food help me with my kidney health?
Yeah, kidneys are a fascinating organ. I have a running joke for any cardiologist in the room. You know, when God was making the organs, he only made one heart, but the kidneys were so special that he made two. It's a joke. Don't take it seriously. But when we talk about kidney disease, what's fascinating about kidneys is you can lose 90% of your kidney function before you ever have the first symptom. And that's a really important fact to understand. And this is why when we go outside of the wealthy areas, what we find is minorities from a socioeconomic status across the world. We have so many countries where there's undiagnosed kidney disease. 9 out of 10 people who have kidney disease have no idea. And what are the 3 biggest causes of kidney disease? Well, it turns out the first one is diabetes, second one is high blood pressure, third one is excess weight. So what drives my passion as a kidney doctor was noticing that 90% of kidney disease could be halted if we focused on these 3 things. And because it's the silent killer, there's very few things when we talk about medicine that are as silent and as vicious as kidney diseases. And for anybody thinks that dialysis is an okay modality, dialysis, the way we do it, has not changed since 1960s. And when you talk about the death rate on dialysis, it's a 50% mortality rate in 5 years. In other words, 1 in 5 people on dialysis die every single year. And when you look at the availability of kidneys in the United States, the wait list is about 10 years. Outside of the United States, it's even longer than that. So why lifestyle? It's very simple. Because the promise of lifestyle is the idea that we can reach whoever you are, wherever you are, however your pocket is, Whether you have money or you don't have money, we have tools to help you. And even a thing like diagnosing kidney disease, the test itself can be as minimal as just a strip of paper being dipped into a urine. That's it.
You said lifestyle. So what? And there's this thing going around called lifestyle medicine. What is that?
What's interesting about lifestyle, when we talk about lifestyle medicine, a lot of folks think it's an or. It's either medications and Western medications, or it's lifestyle. And here I am to tell you it's and. In other words, as an obesity medicine specialist, I can tell you every single data that we have shows if you incorporate lifestyle with it, you'll get way better outcomes. A simple example to that is, let's take sleep. So it turns out how much you sleep is important. But do you know what's more important than how much you sleep? It's actually a regular sleep schedule. The most critical aspect of sleep is when you go to bed and when you wake up. And if that's fixed, it makes all the difference. If you deprive yourself of a little bit of sleep one night and you're like, that's okay, because the next night I'm going to sleep more. But people don't realize it takes about 4 to 5 days of regular sleeping to catch up on one single night. So why does it matter to me? Because when you don't get enough sleep, your cravings for salt, for sugar, for fat go up the next day. So when we talk about the 3 drivers of kidney disease or high blood pressure or diabetes, whatever you want to call it, it's all the same. So sleep becomes critical.
So that's the S in yourself.
That's the S. Exercise-wise, what's fascinating about exercise is the single greatest predictor of how long you live is something known as VO2 max. That's the ability of you to be able to take oxygen into your system. But people think if I just walk out there, that's going to be enough. Here's the problem with that statement. You can consume all the oxygen you want, but unless your body uses the oxygen, the VO2 max holds no value. So what does that mean? It means increasing your lean body mass, which the only way to do it is resistance training. So the power of exercise in getting rid of insulin resistance, in lowering your cravings, is fascinating. What's the best time to exercise according to science? According to science, it's 2 p.m., give or take a couple hours. But here's the but part. If you look at from a lifestyle perspective, what is the best time to exercise? Is as soon as you wake up. The reason is when you show yourself a little bit of kindness and love, your resilience for the rest of the day is so much better. Your ability to say no, no offense to the cookies outside, your ability to say no to the cookies outside is actually stronger if you did a little bit of exercise this morning. And when we talk about love, love is a very simple concept, is this concept of gratitude. As everybody knows, and as this conference is all about, it's about giving. But when you give to others, you get to be really, really selfish. The greatest way to be selfish is to practice gratitude, because the more you give, the longer you live. It's that simple. The reason is the second you start giving, those good feelings you have drop your blood pressure, get rid of your insulin resistance, and it's fascinating. But the ugliest part of self is what we call F for food. And the reason is because there's about 2,300 diets out there that I have personally studied, 2,300. And the reason this matters is because everybody's like, my diet is the greatest, and if you only do X, you're going to live forever. Well, unfortunately, the data doesn't support it. But what does the data support? And it's very simple. The data supports, so in kidney disease, the primary problem when your kidneys fail is you build up acid in your body and you build up uremic toxins. So where does the acid come from? The acid comes from specific types of foods. Your kidneys get rid of it. So when we have kidney patients, you know how we fix them? We give them baking soda. We give them sodium bicarbonate because the baking soda neutralizes the acid. But what's better than giving somebody sodium, which leads to high blood pressure and everything else, with the bicarbonate? Well, you can't give them potassium. Their kidneys can't get rid of it. You'll kill them. So what can you give them? It's very simple. Fruits and vegetables are alkaline. Meats are acidic. This is not a religious thing. It's got nothing to do with it. This is not a cultural thing. So what we advocate is a plant-forward diet, what we call a Plado, Plado diet. Plado is nothing more than a plant-dominant, low-protein diet. Now, why low protein? The more animal-based protein you have, the more acid you create. Then I said uremic toxins, right? They come from the gut microbiome. If you want to improve the gut microbiome, do you know what nature's Ozempic is? Everybody's heard of Ozempic, right? Do you know what nature's Ozempic is? It's called fiber. That's it. So when you give people fiber, it actually changes the gut bacteria and it reduces the production of uremic toxins, the same toxins that destroy your brain and destroy your kidneys and cause all sorts of havoc. That comes from fiber. What has fiber? Unfortunately, animal products do not. So what does? A plant predominant diet. Once again, this is not to say your diet is better than mine or vice versa. We're not talking 100%. We're talking just move towards that direction and you'll be a good person. I'm kidding. You're still a good person.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all those rapid fire pearls of wisdom. So you talked about sleep, regular routine of sleep, not just hours of sleep, but we try to get enough quality and quantity of sleep. Exercise, both cardio and resistance exercise. Love, which is gratitude, giving, connectedness. We heard about connectedness a lot from our mental health specialists as well. And food, which you said a Plado diet or a plant predominant diet. Not necessarily 100%, but as much as you can. What about supplements? I know you've done some research on supplements like creatine and other things, and especially as a kidney specialist, you're all about creatinine. So what's the difference there?
So this is really fascinating, right? So I'm going to dispel a myth for you. If you have ever taken creatine, you probably thought it's going to give you energy and it's going to help you build muscle. I have really sad news for you. It does not do that. It doesn't. And this has been proven in very well controlled studies, both in animal and humans. Okay, so then why the heck do you want to take creatine? It turns out the most powerful benefit of creatine is in your cognitive well-being. The data is incredible. In fact, it's something that we should really put in the water. If you drank the water here, I put some in there before this conference. I'm kidding. I'll get fired over this. Pankaj would fire me. No, it's a joke. But creatine is fascinating. Now, what does creatine have to do with creatinine? Creatine in your body will convert to creatinine. But here's the important piece. That does not mean your kidneys are bad. Remember, we measure kidney function indirectly through creatinine. Creatinine is a waste product that comes from muscles. So if you have more creatinine in the blood, we think you have kidney disease. So if you take a bodybuilder who's got a lot of muscle, it will look like they have kidney disease. They may not. It's just you're measuring a surrogate marker. So if you take a bunch of creatine, then go do a blood test, your doctor will freak out. So a lot of doctors, primary care doctors and nephrologists, think creatine harms the kidneys. It does not. Number two is if you think about the benefit of creatine, remember creatine is just going to help you with a little bit more of the ADP, adenosine diphosphate, adding a phosphate to it to give you adenosine triphosphate. Where would that help? Let's say you were lifting something really heavy. I'd show you my muscles, but I'm just going to pretend like I have some. But if you're lifting something heavy, and let's say you got 10 reps, with creatine you might get an 11th rep. But you still got to do the 10 reps. So you might get an 11th out of it. But more important than that, regular creatine use will help you to age gracefully. It will help me to remember where I parked the car.
What's the dose on that? I know you're 130 years old and it's clearly it's working, but how much do we have to take?
So first part is I'm really sad to say that of all the things I researched, I have yet to figure out a single thing that would help this. Now this is a very fashionable statement that I do. No, I'm kidding. It's not intentional, it's unintentional. But the reason I say that is because you want to know hope from hype. Creatine has hope, but it's not miraculous. Number two, what's the dose? So creatine comes in all sorts of forms. The thousands of papers that have been done on creatine safety were done on creatine monohydrate. And monohydrate, there's no loading dose. It's 5 grams per day. That's all it is. It's 1 teaspoon is all you need. And you can mix it with water. It doesn't taste like anything. And it's dirt cheap. All those fancy supplements that claim to do a whole lot of things, they really don't. There's only a couple of things that you really need to be able to take that actually has benefit around it. The rest of it is just very expensive pee.
Any other supplements you recommend or vitamins? And a related question to that would be, again, as far as kidney health goes, a lot of supplements have been found to have lead or other additives, toxins, colors. So do we need to be concerned about that with creatine supplements and any other?
So the greatest contaminants are found actually in protein powders. And so it turns out that protein powders are so widely used, but there's hardly any regulation. So there's an entire non-profit organization that tested out all sorts of protein supplements. They will not tell you the brand names because they'll get sued and then you won't have a non-profit anymore. But what they did found was that the levels of lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic was markedly higher. But here's where it matters. You know, kids, and I'm saying kids because I'm 50, but teenagers, they take protein powders like crazy, and you're getting enormous amounts of lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic that's building in the body and it's never leaving your body. So why should you care? Eat food. To the supplements question, here's the problem with taking multis and everything else. We assume that if you take vitamin X, all of a sudden you're going to get benefits. The problem is this: when you combine food already has a mixture that took hundreds of thousands of years to perfect so that there's an ecosystem. But taking one supplement, you have no idea how it's going to interact with the rest of the body. In a controlled mice study, maybe there's benefit, but the problem with individual supplements is very hard to tell. Very hard. Things like vitamin D, vitamin K, you can still get from food, but the best sources for protein is still food. The worst protein powders are actually plant-based protein powders because they soak up all of the lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic.
So you're proposing a plant-based diet, and you're saying don't supplement that with plant-based protein powder. How much protein does one need? A lot of the recent longevity literature, people like Peter Attia on social media are talking about 2 grams per kilogram. I know traditionally people in mainstream medicine like yourself have spoken more about 1 to 1.2 grams per kilogram. So what's the right number?
So if you're somebody who's trying to build muscle, the data, not my advice, and listen, there's always experts. Everybody claims to be an expert, so let me dispel that myth. I am not an expert. I don't like experts. I get scared of them, frankly. I look at the data. So what the data shows is if you're looking to build muscle, the intake amount is 1.2 to 1.6. Now here's the key part. So listen to this part very carefully. It's 1.2 to 1.6 grams per kilogram per day of ideal body weight, not your actual body weight. This is very important to understand. Number 2 is just because you take a ton of protein, does that mean that you gain muscle? Absolutely not. Do you know that fat, if you consume a lot of fat, turns into fat? If you consume a lot of sugar, turns into fat. But did you know if you consume a lot of protein and your body doesn't need it, 2 things happen. The first one is it converts to fat. The second one is it gets filtered through your kidneys, which means you increase the intraglomerular pressure on your kidneys. Once again, you can lose 90% of your kidneys and not even know it. So we don't encourage going massive protein. In kidney patients, we actually take them down to 0.8 grams per kilogram per day of ideal body weight. 1.2 to 1.6 for the general public. If you're working out, you want to be able to gain muscle of ideal body weight.
So for someone listening, either here live or online, is there a quick way to know your ideal body weight?
Yeah, go into Google. There's a calculator right there. You plug in a couple of numbers, it tells you right away. I'm terrible at math, except for our finances, because it's always zero, so that part's easy. But everything else, I do need a calculator for. But there's tons of free calculators. You just go and plug in your weight, your height. It tells you your ideal body weight.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Hashmi. You've been fantastic. I know you drove 2.5 hours to be here, and we want to express some gratitude to you. Thank you so much. Dr. Hashmi, one more second.
On your way out. You can get out of your way. How about that? Thank you very much for being very enjoyable.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Now we can breathe, and now we can continue. We don't have any time crunch. But thank you for your flexibility in allowing us to do this a little bit differently. Alodip, please tell us about how you got into wearables and exactly what is your product and how did you get to this point, because you were in a completely different line before.
Thank you, Pankaj. So yes, I started my career in semiconductor industry after my PhD. But I was always fascinated with algorithms. So that's my expertise, whatever little expertise if I at all have. So I started my career. Then I landed into this problem with a very personal connection. For many of us, we have come to US, but we have family back home. And my own grandma was suffering from certain problems, and she was going back home and hospital back and forth around 2010 timeline. And it so happens that my own uncle is also a cardiologist who lives here in US. So we often had discussions about the managing her care became very difficult in India. So my uncle also didn't have good clue what was really going up and down so frequently that she was going to hospital, coming back. And in India, doing blood panels is fairly easy because people come to your home, take blood samples, and you get the results in a day to two. But what was primarily missing is ongoing monitoring of primary physiological parameters. And by that I mean the glucose level, heart rate, heart rhythm, blood pressure, oxygen, respiration, this kind of parameters. So that led me to start thinking that is there a way that we can very simply capture these parameters on an ongoing basis? And then as I started going deeper into the problem, I identified the primary challenges with this monitoring or why people do not know their numbers, their physiological parameters that well. There are multiple reasons. One of the reasons is that the market available devices, the traditional devices which are used in home, they're very cumbersome. Either they're very intrusive or takes a lot of your time and involvement in the process, or there is a consumable that just keeps on adding to your sustained management cost. And if you have multiple chronic conditions, then you are actually, you are thrown at multiple devices. And it becomes very complex for ordinary people to manage their this kind of monitoring. So all those summarized, I created an ideal product definition. The product will be very simple, completely non-invasive, completely non-involved, effortless from the individual's perspective, and it will be multivariate, and it will be very simple to use on a daily basis. And ideally, it should not also include any consumables because that makes the cost, access, everything difficult. So with that, we started looking into different sensor signals, biosensors, ultimately landed into photoplethysmogram, which is an optical signal that is age-old, known in the clinical literature for many decades. Yeah.
What's a consumable, just so for the audience?
Yeah, so the consumable is something that you use and you throw. For example, for the glucometer, the needle that you use to prick your finger and the strip that you use to get the measurement of glucose, those are both consumables, and those just add up the usage cost. So coming back to my thoughts, so basically we landed into this photoplethysmogram, different wavelengths of light. This has been used in the clinical settings for many decades, safe already. the primary parameters that people, they extract out of this signal are oxygen saturation and heart rate. Then we started looking into how we can try to extrapolate more kind of advanced parameters like blood glucose or systolic and diastolic blood pressure. So we started looking into literature. We found there were already some early published literature in the field of analytical chemistry. It is already proven that if you send light, basically photons, through your tissue, part of it gets absorbed by different analytes, including glucose, and there is a direct correlation between that absorption and the concentration of glucose in the plasma. So we started building on that, and today we have this device that we have been taking it through FDA and CE. We are also taking it out to Europe, Middle East, Asia.
Can you show it?
Yeah, it's this device. It's the form factor of a watch. We started building it a few years ago when watch was the only wearable people used to think of. But on our next version, we are moving to a band, because our business is nothing to do with watch. It's a medical wearable, but we started with a watch. Also, I find that in developed countries, people don't want to use watch because they're already fixated with their choice of watch. But in many other countries, as we go in, we see people are looking for two things together: a timekeeper, but at the same time which will keep your health as well. So Pankaj, I will pause here if you want to ask me.
So how well does it correlate with the manual? You said it's very cumbersome to check at home. How well does the blood pressure or the glucometer reading that you're getting correlate with one that you would do manually?
Correct. So that is always an ongoing process. We keep on publishing our data. We first started publishing in 23 at ATTD, which is a European leading diabetes society meeting. And this year we also published at ADA the follow-up results. Right now we are about 9.5% mean error compared to finger sticks. And on the blood pressure side, we published our data at European Society of Hypertension. This year we are actually presenting at American Heart Association. We did a 90 subject trial at Mayo Clinic against intra-arterial line. People who go through the electrophysiology procedure, we basically took our photoplethysmogram signal, time synced with 10 lead ECG as well as intra-arterial, and we are publishing that data. So the blood pressure parameters are like there's a mean and standard deviation. That's how it is reported. So FDA is looking for the mean to be below 5 millimeters mercury and standard deviation below 8 millimeters mercury. Mean, we are already meeting that goal very well. We are about roughly 0.5 to 1 millimeter mercury mean error. The standard deviation is slightly higher, about 9 to 10, both for systolic and diastolic. And all it means is that we massively use AI. Basically, what we do is out of the signal, we extrapolate significant number of features. And then we train the model with reference. So more data makes the model more solid, robust, and we meet the target. So that's exactly what we have been doing.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll come back to the glucose monitoring, because I know with the standard CGMs, continuous glucose monitors, there's that much error when someone correlates with a finger stick. But let's give Glenn a chance to talk a little bit, and then we can come back. So Glenn, tell us about, you said you're a serial entrepreneur, and it sounds like you're a tinkerer and an inventor, and you've done many different things. So tell us about your journey a little bit.
As it started way back as an undergrad and started working in a research lab, and just fell in love with trying to figure out how to make things work, basically. And from there, it was natural to go and join startups because that's where they solve problems. And so continued on that and evolved from medical instrumentation, and then went into chemical synthesis, and then on to in vitro diagnostics, and now into nitric oxide. So just a journey of trying to find a place where I could really work and solve problems.
So what is nitric oxide, and what is its role in the body?
So nitric oxide I'd start with, well, as a springboard that Hashmi was talking about kidneys, I think there's some really interesting connections there between what he was talking about, high blood pressure, diabetes, and and a plant-based diet. I mean, these all very relevant to nitric oxide. So just start with that. So nitric oxide, very curious molecule, really. It's a, but it's not a laughing matter. So it's not to be confused with nitrous oxide, which a lot of people, you know. So.
And is it different from NOx that's supposed to put in race cars?
Yes, NOx. That's usually nitrous that they use. But and NO and NOx the oxygen. So nitric oxide, not nitrogen dioxide, which actually is toxic to the lungs. So, and this gas is nitric oxide is a gas. It's a free radical, so it's very reactive. In fact, it converts to nitrogen dioxide spontaneously when in contact with oxygen. And it won a Nobel Prize back in 1988, I believe. It was almost, this is unbelievable that there's this gas that's formed, very reactive, and yet it plays a central role in the, well, human biology and animal biology. We make nitric oxide throughout our vasculature, our arteries and veins. The endothelium is always producing nitric oxide. Without it, we would die.
Is there some depletion as we get older?
Well, and that is another factor. When we're very young, and a lot of is children's infants produce huge quantities of nitric oxide, and you might notice that they tend to tolerate respiratory disease a lot better than older people. Why is that? Because our sinuses are really a huge source of nitric oxide, and that's our first line of defense against infection. The nitric oxide comes out and will react with those viruses, bacteria, and fungi and kill them off or inactivate them. So but as we get older, our nitric oxide levels decrease. And so by the time we're in our 40s, it's about half. By the time we're in our 70s, it's down to 25% of what we were making in our 20s. And with all the effects, so what does nitric oxide do? It's a vasodilator, so it relaxes the smooth muscles around the arteries, opening up. And so what would happen if we didn't have nitric oxide? Well, those arteries would collapse. And what would we get? High blood pressure. So hypertension is associated with, and one of the primary treatment to treat hypertension is to increase the nitric oxide levels. What else happens? One of the reasons, not just the vasodilation, but the NO actively suppresses the platelet activation. So we have the system that we have to have nitric oxide or the platelets would start activating and clumping together, and what we get? Clots forming in our arteries. Sounds like a stroke or a heart attack to me. So what happens as we get older? Less nitric oxide. I think those platelets, and knowing that the blood gets kind of sticky, and it's probably, associated with drops in nitric oxide levels. So there's all these age-related effects that occur because our nitric oxide levels decrease. And there's two mechanisms, of nitric oxide being formed. One is enzymes. There's the endothelial nitric oxide synthase, which is along the lining of the arteries. There's also a neuronal nitric oxide, because nitric oxide is also important as a neurotransmitter and is important in neuronal health. And then you have what's called inducible nitric oxide, which is associated with the immune cells. And so nitric oxide is very instrumental, as I said, in the sinuses. But when there's a source of infection and the immune system gets activated, it starts generating huge quantities of nitric oxide to help fight the infection, because it will react again with oxygen or peroxide, superoxide, and make a very potent oxidizing molecule that will kill the infection. Doesn't do so good for our bodies, but you know that because we get inflammation and we start damaging our own tissue with the nitric oxide. And that's another thing, these enzymes, nitric oxide synthase, which uses arginine as the substrate, very sensitive to the environment that it's in. It needs a reducing environment to maintain its activity. If there's hypoxia that occurs or becomes an oxidizing environment, that nitric oxide synthase will be inactivated. And in fact, it will flip to a superoxidase. So it'll create superoxide. So if you get inflammation or you get get a lot of oxidative stress, you're shutting down the nitric oxide generating system.
So going back to what Dr. Hashmi was saying, if we make better lifestyle choices by getting enough sleep, exercise,
all
healthy
that
food and love, we can try to maintain some of that.
Absolutely. That
nitric
will
oxide.
not only does it help your kidneys, it helps your nitric oxide levels maintain as well as possible. Good diet, plant-based diet. There's a lot of. So the other source of nitric oxide is from the nitrates in the food that we eat. So you
Which
have
would be
things
greens.
like, yep, beets. As maybe you've seen the commercials on beets, super beets. That's one source, but garlic and spinach and all these have a lot of nitrates in them. In fact, even like watermelon, as mentioned, has the precursor to arginine and is absorbed by the body. So you can kind of feed your nitric oxide enzyme by proper foods also, as well as the nitrates. The only problem with the nitrates consideration is the nitrate has to be reduced to nitrite. Well, the place that happens is in your mouth, so you got to chew your food well, and you don't want to kill off those good bacteria in your mouth. So if you use mouthwash all the time, you're killing all the bacteria, so you can't convert that nitrate to nitrate.
So we heard earlier, don't use mouthwash and use the zero brush, right?
No, yeah. There you are.
And wasn't the discovery of Viagra, which initially was a drug being developed for pulmonary hypertension because it induces nitric oxide, and it got repurposed into an erectile dysfunction drug?
Well,
and then
yes. Well, I think there was a happy circumstance where, this is having another effect. And I think Rogaine was also a similar kind of story. It was being used in like, my hair's growing. I was going to tell him, Hashmi, maybe he needed to try Rogaine. He needs more nitric oxide in his life.
Okay. So one of our themes is prevention, right? And personalizing medicine and connecting all of it. So how could we use some of this information? Maybe Dr. Sanyal, you could talk about real-time measurement and how might we know if someone is producing more nitric oxide using your device? What measurements might they see?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Pankaj. So, monitoring, I was telling you a couple of days ago that monitoring is actually at the root of any lifestyle changes that you want to do, because without how your data is, without knowing that, you would not be able to, first of all, adopt better lifestyle choices, or even if you accidentally adopt one, you wouldn't know and you wouldn't continue. So that makes me feel always very excited that we are trying to bring in a multivariate wearable and the data out of it, real-time, multivariate data source, through which we can actually monitor most of the important lifestyle changes, or let's say this sleep or the act of giving, love, exercise, even the right choice of food. All these things will be properly monitored through real-time data. And another interesting topic that I wanted to touch upon is that, first of all, and I think it relates to your question, we primarily monitored the fundamental physiological parameters like glucose, blood pressure, heart rate, heart rhythm, respiration, oxygen, even core body temperature. But these are fundamental parameters. Many of those pathochemical enhancements that we have been talking about, they are not directly related to these parameters. But as I cultivate more, an interesting idea that comes to my mind is that most of these, let's just take an example of kidney health, which Sean was alluding to in quite depth. So kidney health is primarily monitored by a marker, creatinine, which I just learned that might not as well be a gold standard for the monitoring of kidney health. But let's say the creatinine is the marker. Now we know that the creatinine level is checked by blood test, and people don't do that blood test often. But with a device like this and the multivariate data source, this is an idea, and I'm just trying to connect the dots, and I'm researching on this and discussing that, the continuous glucose trends or blood pressure trends or heart rhythm trends may capture low-grade signatures of your deteriorating kidney health, which nobody knew before. But now we have this multivariate longitudinal data, 100% time synced, which is capturing low-grade signatures of another downstream pathophysiological change. Now, unleashing the power of AI, we can actually extrapolate those low-grade signatures out of these multivariate continuous trends and connect with the reference biomarker, which is creatinine. And suddenly we get a real-time surrogate marker, which is completely non-blood based, real-time, that is giving you an assessment of your kidney health, or for that matter, the arterial stiffness, or we can even do a surrogate for HbA1c. So that is an opportunity that is getting opened up with this type of multivariate longitudinal data, and basically that's where, if we can get some early success, that will bolster our idea and the conviction behind it, that we can actually monitor a much larger set of pathophysiological changes with fundamental biomarkers, and that's one of the things that I wanted to allude to.
Thank you. Well, as we get the signal to get booted off the stage, I'm just going to ask each of you if you want to share kind of your final life message for the audience. What do you recommend?
Oh, well, I guess I would follow up what Dr. Hashmi said about diet. Refined sugar is just bad. Should be cut out of diet. Probably should be banned as a food, and even processed carbohydrates. And the microbiome, which is getting more attention, how the proper microbiome is to good overall health, and of course exercise, sleep, and whatnot. So there's a lot you can do for your health by just having a good life, approach to living life and eating and exercise.
Eat more beets, eat more greens.
Yeah, and cut out the bad stuff.
Cut out sugar.
Yep.
And thinking from my perspective, I would say that the lifestyle medicine and lifestyle intervention program and the longevity related research that has been really growing at a fascinating speed, this will complete the loop through data. So individual lifestyle changes need to be validated, whether it's a nutrition or it's a lifestyle related intervention, needs to be validated through the physiological data, and that will give the end users further confidence on pruning the bad choices and reinforcing on the good choices, and that will improve the longevity and health span. which is this panel is all about.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your wisdom and for being here.
Thank you, Pankaj, for having me, and thanks, Sai and Kishore, for having me as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll present the awards. All right, for our last panel of the day, they'll delve into the front lines of cancer innovation. Moderated by Mr. Roger Royce, a partner at Haynes & Boone's in Palo Alto, our speakers include Dr. Herb Turiak, an assistant research assistant at UC San Diego Health, Mr. Joseph Jackson, co-founder of Biotech and Beyond, and Dr. Nicholas Shork, a distinguished professor at TGen and director of research for the Longevity Prevention Interception Clinic at Honor Health Research. Please join me in welcoming the cancer panel.
Okay, hello. We are the last panel of the day, so we're standing between you and happy hour, and I'm aware of that. So we're gonna get us back on schedule. So we may talk fast. So my name is Roger Royce. I'm actually a lawyer. I'm not a doctor or a scientist or a researcher like these other people. That's why they made me the moderator. So I'm going to ask questions, and we're going to talk about the new and exciting and interesting innovations in cancer technology. Especially immunotherapies, targeted therapies, and some of the genomics. And we have a great panel here to discuss that. It's fortunate that we're down here in San Diego where there's so much talent in biotech. So before we get started, I think I'd like to just let our panelists maybe introduce yourselves briefly, tell people who you are and why you're here. I guess we can start with you, Joe, since you got the mic.
All right. Thanks for having me here today, everybody. Learning a lot this morning. I'm Joseph Jackson. I'm a biotech investor and entrepreneur based up in Carlsbad, where I have operated a little life science incubator for the last 12 years or so. And we usually rent to scientists who are coming in with very little funding and are trying to do prototyping of their idea, and they need an inexpensive place to do some experiments and get that proof of concept data, and they may not have access to a lab through an academic institution or a corporation, so they can come to our facility and pretty much come in and get some of that critical early enabling work done.
Thank you. I'm Hervé Turiak. I'm a researcher here. I lead a group at the Morse Cancer Center focused on pancreas cancer, with a lot of focus on precision medicine, which we could talk about during this conversation, and some of the novel therapies that are coming up now through the pipeline that I think are going to revolutionize the care of a lot of gastrointestinal cancers.
I'm Nicholas Shork. Wear a couple of different hats. I have been an academic for about 35 years. Have had appointments at UCSD and Scripps, and now, as pointed out, I'm leading a research operation in the new Arizona State Honor Health Medical School, focusing on longevity and prevention in interception. Early detection is a kind of another way of saying interception, and happy to be here.
Okay, well that gives us a lot to work with, just from what I've heard. So where to start? So Hervé, you used a term that I think is worth talking about. You said precision medicine. Can you maybe explain a little bit of about what that is and how that relates to cancer care?
Yeah, so specifically precision medicine in the field that I study, which is a lot of GI cancers, is mostly sequencing, DNA sequencing. So gene sequencing, looking for mutations that would predict response to specific agents, targeted agents. Beyond sequencing, there are specific assays like histological assays that can be done on a patient's tumor once it's obtained through a biopsy or a resection, to look for biomarkers of response, again, to specific agents. So like immunotherapy, for example, you have some markers that you can find within the tumor that can predict response. So that's the extent generally, not comprehensively, generally, that's the extent of precision medicine currently for a lot of GI cancer patients. There are specific subsets of patients within each disease that, for example, if you have microsatellite instability, it's a predictive biomarker for specific types of immunotherapy that would lead you down that path. But for the vast majority of patients, I would say there is no clear precision medicine pipeline, at least again for GI cancers.
Before we leave you, I know you've been doing a lot of work with pan-KRAS inhibitors and understanding, of course, that this is, I don't know, I'm guessing some people in the audience are as non-technical as me. Could you maybe at a high level explain what that is and why that is so exciting?
Yeah, so what I just said before, it kind of links to this. So the vast majority of patients, at least in pancreas cancer, colon cancer, lung cancer, they don't have mutations that are directly targetable through efficacious ways by targeted agents. The primary mutation in many of those patients is a RAS mutation. And novel RAS agents, which have been developed over the last 5 or so years, and have come to the clinic initially with G12C targeted agents, and now with pan-RAS inhibitors and other allele-specific inhibitors. Those are going to, I think, revolutionize care for a lot of patients, because those are now a precision medicine method for patients with these types of cancers, and they're, at least the clinical trials so far are very encouraging. Again, not all of it has hit clinical practice for most patients, so it's still too early to say, but the landscape looks very encouraging for the future, I think.
Is it phase 3 now?
So the phase 3s are starting for the pan-RAS inhibitors, or they have started, and they're going to complete soon, I think, for some specific lines of therapies. There's different stages for different types of patients at different lines.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to add to that definition of precision medicine before? Okay, go ahead, Nicholas.
Maybe just give you another example in the cancer space, and I'm sure Irving is aware of this. Now you can create immunomodulators, what in the United States we used to refer to as vaccines, before that became an unpopular term to use. So you can, as Irving knows, sequence a patient's tumor and identify neoantigens, kind of things that the body recognizes as not belonging in the body, and then you can coach that patient's cells into going in and attacking that. So this is becoming a go-to kind of therapy that can be highly personalized, because those neoantigens that I said you could identify from a patient's tumor, those typically vary from person to person. So the cocktail of cells that might work for Irving wouldn't necessarily work for me if I have a different neoantigen profile. So it's kind of the epitome of precision medicine for cancer anyways, in many ways.
Okay, go ahead, Joseph.
So just a couple of observations. I guess every few years we always have these buzzwords like precision medicine or personalized medicine. But if you look at the history of medicine, historically, many medicines originally were prepared for a particular patient. Right? They have compounding pharmacies, of course, today still do about something like 25% of prescriptions. But it's really like the birth control pill in the 1960s with Roche was kind of the first blockbuster drug that kind of kicked off this mass-produced model of industrial medicine. And then you had a few things like Prozac, statins for heart disease. But even those most successful, like best-selling blockbuster drugs were working for like 50% of people, right? So we have unfortunately kind of configured over the last 60, 70 years around this model that's sort of not optimal for patients. It's this mass production factory model of trying to kind of predict, which drug is going to have a mass market, and then, conventionally, I guess, precision medicine has been sort of used to refer to stem cells, cell and gene therapy technologies, which are kind of coming down the pipeline and may represent a different kind of bespoke, personalized model, which we'll probably get into more on the later in the panel, in the way that you could manufacture that at the hospital, at the site of administration, tailored to the patient's needs.
Related to that, Joseph, since you got the mic, are you able to speak to chemosensitivity testing and things like that?
Sure. So when we talk about cancer, this is another sort of problem of our regulatory system, our definitions, and sort of the arbitrary way that we have configured the system around how you've got to commercialize something to get it to market. Of course, there's not some one cancer. There's like at least 200 types of cancers, right, depending on the tissue type. And unfortunately, the way our model works, you've got, everything is designed for this end goal of how do you get this through approval with the FDA, but even after that, is Medicare, Medicaid, or insurance going to pay for this and reimburse it? And so you have all these weird kind of red tape paradoxes that are not benefiting the patient, but it's like your tumor, this tissue type may have the same marker. Maybe your lung tumor has a similar target to a pancreatic cancer, but you're not allowed to treat that because this drug was developed only for this indication, because the way we have configured our system is around this kind of sort of made up idea. Nature and biology doesn't really necessarily recognize those same disease categories, right? So I think a big part of actually realizing these gains is going to be to kind of move away from that archaic classification, free up oncologists and patients to be able to mix and match things and access this.
And the classification you're talking about is the fact that cancers are generally identified or classified by the tissue of origin,
right,
rather than the mutation.
Right, and they are beginning to, allow, in some cases, applications to be done by the mutation or the pathway, but my general argument is just going to be that there's entirely too much arbitrary sort of restrictions, things in place today that we have to figure out how to bypass.
Okay. Any other comments on this issue? Okay.
I'll just add that phenotypic screening, I think, starting with the patient's actual tumor cells, is a very interesting possibility for the future. How it would be implemented is a logistical question that it's kind of maybe problematic. Obtaining the sample, growing the cells, where do you test, how do you test, how repeatable is it, how predictable and all that. But there are methods for GI cancers, again, where I specialize to do a lot of patient-derived cultures at high frequency with high success rates to do chemosensitivity type assays or to test targeted agents. The nice thing there is you could find things that are that work for a patient where you don't have necessarily a biomarker for, right? You don't have a mutation, but you find that the patient responds extremely well to drug X. No other reason besides the fact that it's a phenotypic assay. And this is the type of things that you could do in the clinic right now for a bacterial swab, where you don't necessarily need to sequence the bacteria. You can just plate it and grow it and test a bunch of different antibiotics, and you figure out which ones work. You could do that potentially for a cancer, but we don't have the logistics quite figured out.
One comment about that, I agree, but there's a growing interest in creating tumor organoids, so you can biopsy a tumor, grow it up in the dish, and then subject it to different potential therapies, and look to see whether you could find something that may have utility in the patient. And I'm involved in a very large trial where we're trying to take advantage of this. You have to understand that there's no guarantee that what works in the dish is going to work in the patient. However, if you have what are typically referred to as tumor boards, a group of oncologists just charged with the task of trying to determine an optimal therapy for a patient, this could be another arrow in their quiver. So much like tumor sequencing, which mutations are found or what the biomarker profile is of the patient, if you did have a little mini-me of the tumor of the patient and you subjected it to different drugs, that could be insightful with respect to what agents you might want to try, at least at a first pass.
Yeah, and the tech has advanced so much that you don't have to wait very long either. You can actually weigh the cells and determine. You see the difference in the weight. I know there's a company that's doing this. You can tell if the therapy is having any effect or not. So the results are much quicker. Nicholas, you said something really interesting in your introduction that's been kind of bugging me, so I'm going to have to ask you about it. You mentioned that you're now working on longevity and prevention of cancer, and it feels like sort of a radical idea that cancer and longevity could be in the same category of research or even prevention. So talk a little bit more about that. What is out there in terms of new preventive measures? Because it seems to me that the way our medical system treats this disease is it waits until it's really, really late and then throws a lot of toxic chemicals at it. So how is that changing?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think my significant other, Dr. Laura Getz, is a reformed surgeon. So she took out tumors that ultimately she felt were preventable. So she got relicensed to practice preventive medicine for this reason. So we've been kind of tag teaming it, trying to go a little bit more upstream. So not wait until people are on their last leg and try to figure out a strategy for treating their tumor, but let's avoid the tumors in the first place. So in that context, I lead a large consortium called the Longevity Consortium. It's a big grant from NIA, about 20 different institutions, 65 investigators, focusing on the factors that contribute to the sustenance of health throughout aging and the avoidance of things like cancers. And here's the trick, and I'm sure our other panelists are aware of this. A lot of diseases kind of share molecular underpinnings. So for example, one process, DNA repair, is of crucial importance to the growth of tumors, but it also has a role in just about every other disease. So if we could understand how to, say, improve on a person's ability to repair the little mutations that crop up throughout our lives so they don't turn into tumors, you could simultaneously maybe prevent multiple diseases, including cancer. So our focus is to take a big old step back and try to figure out what is way upstream in the processes that ultimately lead to diseases, so we can figure out ways of fortifying and enhancing those so we can avoid the diseases that crop up as people age, like cancers. So that's the strategy. I think we're making some progress, but it's complicated.
Yeah, Joseph looks like he must say something.
Right. So unfortunately, if we all live long enough, you'll get cancer eventually at some point, right? There are people in their 90s. If I remember, my grandmother finally had breast cancer. She was about 88. I mean, it was just really slow growing kind, so it tends to be more survivable at that point. But again, like I said, we're having cancer cells in our bodies all the time. When you're young, you've got good immunosurveillance. It usually catches it, kills off the cancer cell before it can get established. And ultimately, you are going to have to go upstream and do things like DNA repair. I only know of like one company right now that's trying to start a business around that, again, because it's been almost impossible to have this like recognized as a disease designation. But there are many researchers have looked at elephants, and they're gigantic body size, but they don't get high rates of cancer. It turns out they have extra copy of this P53, right? So can we put this into humans, right? The naked mole rat, highly protected organism, doesn't seem to get cancer. They've put the naked mole rats thing into a mouse, protected the mouse model from cancer. The bow whale lives 200 years. So these other organisms seem to be much better at DNA repair than we are. And the idea is, could we look at that? There's also one group that was trying to do thymus, artificial thymus sort of backup regeneration. Now, by the time you're 40, your thymus has sort of shrunk, involuted, and this is responsible for programming all your T cells. So this is why people that are 70, have bad response to vaccines. They get sick more easily. So this company, Lygenesis, was trying to use the lymph nodes, to basically give you 6 to 8 little organoids where they'd graft thymic cells into your lymph nodes. And we can imagine, it sounds like science fiction now, but we could eventually upgrade our T cells and have these little mini organoids that you put into the body and can tweak that immune system and perhaps administer CAR T things that way and give people the capacity to, constantly upregulate that, immune response, of course, without giving you autoimmune disease or something. This is risky, speculative stuff, but that's kind of where we can look the next 30 years or 50 years of medicine.
Okay, shifting gears yet again. I'm going to get to my list of questions yet, but you guys are raising so much stuff here I want to talk about. So Congress is currently considering a bill that would allow Medicare to pay for multi-cancer early detection. And believe it or not, it's taken this time. It was relatively controversial until this year. So my question for the panel is, number one, is early detection, does that make a difference in mortality? And secondly, has the technology now advanced to where multi-cancer early detection is something that ought to be widely used in society? And I'll let anyone start who wants.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of promise to early detection strategies. A lot of companies in this space, like Grail, an Illumina spinoff. Illumina's a company down here, many making a lot of headlines. I think the zillion-dollar question for those companies, and the literature is consistent with this, is just how far back they can go and detect a tumor as it's forming. So those kind of circulating tumor DNA, other sorts of assays work really well with tumors that are fairly well formed, because they ultimately slough things off that make their way into the blood. But if you're talking about the very early growth of a tumor, that is a tough nut to crack. And so these technologies work, but only to some degree. That doesn't mean they're not on the right path, though, in trying to detect things that look like they're consistent with the growth of a tumor. But I would say the jury is still out as to just how well these kind of early detection strategies can work. I will say, though, they might be of greater benefit when they're combined with other strategies for determining out who might be at very high risk. So there are other things that could be tracked. So circulating tumor DNA, for example, if found, is typically a good indication that there's a tumor somewhere in your body, and there's a lot of kind of focus on this. But in groups of people that, say, are highly susceptible to cancer, where this monitoring, like the previous panel talked about, might make good sense. And there's a lot of investment in this space to try to come up with biomarkers that look like they are capturing processes or the remnants of a tumor that is in the body that make their way into accessible tissues like the blood. So a lot of promise. I think we're not quite there yet for mass use of these sorts of technologies.
Just a comment on top of that. So as Joe kind of mentioned, we all will have at some point some pre-neoplastic lesions in different organs, pre-cancer basically, and those precancerous lesions will have mutations, which right now we're probably not able to pick up in the blood. But let's say we can pick them up in the blood. What do you do? Do you treat with like chemotherapy? Do you go and remove an organ? There's going to be like methods to kind of address that. Maybe like targeted therapies that are very low tox will be an option. But unless you can actually detect a mass, it's going to be hard to kind of figure out exactly how to approach those early detection methods.
One comment on that. I think this is a really good discussion, and here I'll be a little provocative. Clinical trials that are done to vet drugs to treat cancer typically go the route of what I refer to as body count trials, where you literally see how many people survived and for how long when they're on the therapy. If you think about that, it's a pretty brutal way to do a trial. So another potential for, say, circulating tumor DNA things is to find early signs of cancer that might be indicative of, say, the inefficacy of a drug, or if you don't see it, efficacy of a drug, to kind of make claims about, or at least get some information about, whether the drug might be doing something useful, as opposed to just waiting for people to literally drop dead. So there could be utility in precancerous lesion count, with finding a lack of polyps or no dysplastic kind of cells, these sorts of things, along with circulating tumor DNA, to really vet drugs in ways that are a little bit more humane, you might think, than just those kind of big phase 3 trials where they're literally just counting the bodies.
So you mentioned clinical trials, which currently in the United States for a lot of cancer patients who kind of go through standard of care, you can go to a foreign country, you can get into a clinical trial. But lately, I want to get to this. Joseph, you and I have talked about kind of this rise in right to try in the United States. So there's a third path now, another alternative. Could you speak to that and what's going on with that?
Right. So I got pretty excited about this almost 10 years ago because some of the first kind of advocacy had come out of Arizona. There was a think tank there that sort of pushed this model, and then eventually in the first Trump administration they did pass a version at the federal level. Now, I'm not political, not to get into all the other stuff that's going on about that, but the important thing that happened just this year is the state of Montana passed its own much more kind of aggressive, robust version of a right to try that says anyone in Montana, a physician that wants to do this, we will provide you a safe harbor, and you can go ahead and offer anything that ever had a phase 1 data already. Now, it remains to be seen how this is going to get rolled out, because it sounds great on paper, but there's many logistical things that we have to think about. This is the reason that the right to try so far hasn't had very much impact, is because there's no reason for a manufacturer to ever provide a dose of their drug. So you can petition, and the FDA usually approved all of these. They've only got about 1,200 per year. That's the other discrepancy. There's about 600,000 patients that get diagnosed with a cancer diagnosis every year, and only about like 1,000 of them even navigated the paperwork to try to petition to set up one of these individual physician-led INDs. And then we don't really have any follow-up on what happens with this. There's no requirement for manufacturers to like track how many of these they get. So it was basically just a toothless sort of law until now, with this, state of Montana offering incentives for people to come in there, and with the safe harbor, potentially you could go ahead and set up your own supply and source the drug, or I guess you would need to manufacture it in Montana, technically. So this is what I'm looking at next, is how we would solve access to all of these oncology drugs. And this may be just as simple as trying to get access to all the top 5, top 10 drugs that are used, but you're not going to usually be able to get your insurance to cover it. So imagine you got the oncologists together and said, all right, anybody, you're seeing these patients, you can refer everybody into this pool, and we will come together with a mechanism. We will go out and aggregate demand and buy our own sort of supply, strategic stockpile of various drugs, like these PD-L1 checkpoint inhibitors, or, for example, are one, and they've tended to be extremely expensive, but actually there are ways to do this where you negotiate with another manufacturer and can kind of get enough doses for the trial that you want to run. And you do that all cash, essentially, without insurance involved. You can figure out how to get the price per patient down low enough. You form a cohort, a group, a pool of these patients, and build that infrastructure in Montana so that's repeatable. And then you can begin to do more and more stuff, which is already being done off-label by oncologists around the world, except they've just kind of lacked, or explicit mechanism that says, you are allowed to do this, and we're going to help you figure out how to properly shield from liability and do it in a responsible way. Of course, it's not exploiting or exploitative of desperate patients. That's often an objection that's raised against this. People think that charlatans or slick middlemen are going to come in and try to rip off these desperate terminal cancer patients. But I think a lot of that is a deflection, right? So I think now finally it may be that we're going to see some progress on this right to try.
And not just Montana, right? New Hampshire,
and
one other
version,
state,
yeah.
I heard.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I know those two. The Montana one's the most robust. In New Hampshire, you still have to be like either terminal and already failed these other things. In Montana, it says you could just go ahead. You don't have to have failed other stuff. You don't have to be terminally ill. You can do it.
One thing about that, and again, maybe this is going to sound provocative, but don't mean to be, but there is some kind of public interest in this for many reasons. But as we know, there are some states where you could be euthanized. So it's okay in some states to allow people to literally kill themselves if they feel like this is warranted. They're not going to, live a much longer life. It's going to be a hideous death. So why not put an end to it? And no one seems to have a problem with that. But we deprive people of the opportunity to take drugs that may save them, and they're being a little too paternalistic. So there's kind of a disconnect there. So I can't say I'm a complete advocate for everything that's going on in some of these states, but it doesn't make sense if you think about it at one level. The other thing is there is a lot of compassionate use kind of protocols that are done, which are kind of like the right to try, and that goes on all the time. One disincentive for those is you need access to the drug. And if in fact, say, a pharmaceutical company doesn't necessarily want you to have access to the drug for fear that you might die, that might leave a bad fingerprint on that drug, and so there's some concern. So there are probably ways of coming up with protocols that can kind of split the difference. Like you might be able to collect data that could be appropriate and of interest to, say, the pharmaceutical company during one of these compassionate use trials. So there might be ways of crafting this. I had mentioned that I'm going to build a new clinic at the new ASU Honor Health Medical School, where they do a lot of compassionate use protocols. And that was an attraction for me, not because I work only at end-of-life scenarios, but because it came with it the opportunity to create designs where we could collect data and benefit the patient simultaneously.
Okay, so now I'm going to address the elephant in the room. I've been kind of hesitating doing this because I don't want this to be political, but I've got two researchers here from a major center of excellence. So I got to ask, I mean, how important is federal funding to what you guys are working on? And what is the current environment, and where is the slack being picked up?
I'll try to be brief. Yeah, it's a problem. So, with the government shutdown, I have some large grants. I mentioned Longevity Consortium. Things aren't at a complete stop because the research is going on, but we can't get certain questions addressed that we would need. Equipment purchases, other sorts of movement of money. So it is a huge problem. If they end up cutting 40% of the budget, I think it would be a disaster for the United States. Although I was at a meeting just on Tuesday up at CIRM, the Center for Regenerative Medicine, up in the kind of the Bay Area, and the director of CIRM came out and announced what is likely to be public knowledge, if it's not already, that next year on the ballot in California there might be a proposal to build a California NIH alternative to the tune of about $28 billion in funding. So California, being kind of the outlier state, always on the advance guard, are thinking seriously about how science can be preserved in the wake of potential cuts from the federal government. So I think people are responding and recognizing how horrible this would be if things went in the direction they might go in, but it's an issue.
Yeah, it would be disastrous. It would be, many labs would be shuttered by this. So I just want to address another question that you had. Where's the slack being picked off or picked up from? So it's not easy. It's not an easy question because industry can't quite complement, what the federal funds were doing. Industry has specific questions that they want answered. They're not looking to fund projects that don't have clear end goals, right? So discovery projects, they're probably not amenable for that. There are foundations for specific answers that have been able to provide funding. So, there is some parts that are being filled, but there's not enough, funds in the system to really complement or rescue whatever is being lost through the federal cuts. So I hope that we don't go backwards in science because it's a driver of of the economy. It's a driver of our health, as we're talking about today. And we are a leader in the world. I came here from Europe to work specifically in science because science in America is at the forefront. So I would like it for it to stay at the forefront. And I think we need to invest in that.
Just a couple things. I mean, you guys have touched on it already, but CERM was created essentially because the Bush administration had frozen embryo research when Bush got in like 2001 or whatever. So that was already kind of a mitigating strategy there. We've seen a group of states in New England create their own breakaway to the CDC after there's been extreme loss of confidence in the CDC. I think one way or another, this is inevitable at this point, because if you understand math, you see that the United States is fiscally insolvent. So wait till you see what happens to Social Security. Okay, you think NIH is bad. We're on this sort of trajectory where there's going to be this massive sort of restructuring across multiple things. And the NIH was kind of an anomaly along with the NSF in its post-World War II. These institutions were formed. It was a unique moment in history, and they kind of had a golden era, but then that sort of was already at the peak in the 1980s in real dollar terms. That already had been contracting for decades. So if you had been watching this, you understood even in like 2010, so I've been doing this about 15, 20 years now, that there were all these problems with NIH, namely that the age of the first investigator getting an R01 was like age 42. But every single breakthrough researcher, from history, was like 25 to 30 when they were in their prime. So we weren't funding young investigators. It had already become this kind of ossified thing. So how do you pick up the slack? I mean, it's really hard. Tech billionaires are kind of stepping in. They're doing their own foundations. Zuckerberg, Chan, the Patrick Collinson guy from Stripe. It's only a drop in the bucket right now, but I think you will continue to see that. Of course, Bezos funded this epigenetic reprogramming Altos Labs for $3 billion. He basically hired everyone from Salk. He strip mined the entire field. Any academic that had a publication around epigenetic reprogramming, put them into this crazy structure. I don't know if that's going to work. We also had things like Bell Labs, AT&T, back in the 1950s. There was another model of industrial research. So it wasn't always that. And other countries didn't have this NIH type equivalent either. So for better or worse, I think people understand it's not going to go back to how it was by circa 1970. So.
Yeah, I think on the panel here we would agree there's fundamental research that really only the government can fund. I don't know if that's the state or the federal, but only the government can do that because industry just won't. That's why it's fundamental research. On the other hand, I should have mentioned this at the start. I run a group called CancerStartup.com. We just did a big conference in June of cancer technology startups, and there is some amazing. We've scratched the surface really as to what's out there in terms of technologies for curing cancer, for treating toxicity, for longevity and prevention. And I've really enjoyed this conversation. I always love to get on a panel where I don't have to look at my questions because panelists have such interesting things to say. And I see we are out of time, so I want to thank you panelists for being here. Thank you, audience. And I'll turn it back to you.
Another thank you to all our panelists. And and Mr. Kishore will come up and give you guys all awards.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right. Once again, thank you all for coming here and being part of TALHealthFest 2025. We'll all be going to the main auditorium for a final closing announcement.